Maybe I should unmute. That would be good. I went in and I'm going in now and I'm checking the audio, making sure everything is going through fine. Woke up this morning and it was weird because I had to sign back into Teams and weird stuff was going on there. So not quite sure if everything is still running the way it's supposed to have been. Audio sounds good on YouTube and Rumble. Checking D Live. It is up and running. Audio sounds good on D Live. I'm going to go to Twitch real quick. Make sure at least the audio is working. Twitch sounds good. Going to jump over to Kick, find out there. See if the stream's up and running and sounding good. Sounds good. So we're up and ready to go. So today I am doing an episode of The Cut. And I'm going to go ahead and get started. I've got my coffee, did my smoke break, and ready to go. Take a quick drink of my coffee and go. Okay, so here we go. This is the topic. We're doing it at the top of the hour too, which is really good. So that means I'm on schedule. The secret Vehement courts of medieval Germany have fascinated scholars, historians, and folklorists for centuries. These courts, formerly recognized in the Holy Roman Empire during the Middle Ages, became enshrouded with myth and legend to such an extent that their real purpose and procedures are difficult to separate from the ghostly tales that surrounded them. Known primarily for their clandestine methods, remote woodland trials, and swift, sometimes deadly verdicts, the Vehement courts were more than just a judicial curiosity. They became a symbol of arcane power, shadowy justice, and deep-seated communal fear, and they left an indelible mark on the folklore and collective imagination of the German-speaking world. These courts operated mainly in the region of Westphalia and began to appear in written records around the 13th century. However, the customs and traditions they followed were believed by many to be far older. Some traced their origins to ancient Germanic tribal law, practiced long before the spread of Christianity and Roman influence. As the official judicial systems of the empire weakened or failed to reach the outer rural territories, the Vehement courts filled a vacuum, enforcing justice in areas where chaos and lawlessness might otherwise reign. One of the defining features of these courts was their secrecy. Unlike modern courts, where proceedings are public and decisions are documented and published, the Vehement courts were notorious for operating in the shadows. Trials were often held at night in remote clearings deep in the forest or within the darkened halls of local castles. The identities of the judges were often concealed, and the accused were frequently unaware of the charges against them until judgment was rendered. Members of the court, often referred to simply as lay judges, took solemn oaths of secrecy and were bound by strict codes of conduct. Violating the secrecy of the court could result in the same death sentence often issued to the condemned. This aura of invisibility and mystery led to the development of an extensive body of folklore that portrayed the vehement judges not merely as men, but as shadowy figures, perhaps even spectral or demonic in nature. These stories painted the courts as gatherings of ghostly arbiters who delivered sentences unseen and unheard. According to legend, they could appear and vanish at will, their presence marked only by the grisly result of a hanging body discovered at dawn, with no evidence left behind, except perhaps a small knife stuck into a tree or a cryptic symbol carved in bark. In this folklore, the judges were not simply enforcing human laws, they were executing divine or cosmic justice. Their decrees were beyond question, and their powers omnipresent, and their power omnipresent. Some versions of these tales suggest that the court could try and punish the dead as well as the living. This notion fed into the idea that the judges themselves might not be entirely alive. Travelers in the forest would sometimes report seeing robbed figures gliding through the mist, silent and stern, carrying scrolls and tools of execution. These images passed down through generations, contributing to the belief that the vehement court was as much a spiritual tribunal as a legal one. Certain signs were thought to foretell the arrival or presence of the court. Among the most common was the cry of a blackbird, particularly a raven, circling overhead. This bird was considered an omen of secret judgment. Whispers heard in the woods, inexplicable changes in the wind, or strange symbols carved into doorways or tree trunks were also said to be warnings. These signs indicated that the area had been marked or judged, and the community would respond with caution or even fear. Villagers sometimes told stories of strangers arriving in the night, knocking on doors, and asking cryptid questions. Those who answered incorrectly were said to vanish by morning. In other versions, a person might unknowingly be observed by the courts for months or even years, their actions meticulously recorded until the time of judgment arrived. Such narratives created a culture of hyper-vigilance and obedience, where people were careful not only of what they did, but how it might be interpreted by invisible eyes. The courts also became associated with certain symbols and ritual behaviors. For example, one popular story involved a large oak tree in the forest where many hangings were said to have taken place. This tree was considered sacred or cursed depending on the telling, and it served as a visible reminder that justice, mysterious and final, could strike at any time. The image of a man hanging from a limb with a small parchment pinned to his chest became a chilling icon in the folklore of the region. On this parchment would often be a single word or phrase that supposedly explained the crime, though sometimes it was written in a code known only to the members of the court. The legend of the secret brotherhood behind the courts only grew over time. These men were said to swear unbreakable oaths, participate in ritual initiations, and operate under a hierarchical structure that was both rigid and invisible. Some believed they met beneath ruined churches or in forgotten crypts, and that their decisions were influenced by visions, dreams, or divine revelations. Although most historians agree that the Vemic courts were staffed by ordinary landowners and townsmen, the folklore insisted otherwise. To the popular imagination, these were no ordinary men. They were chosen, marked, perhaps even cursed with the burden of delivering justice beyond the laws of kings. As Christianity took firmer hold and Enlightenment ideas began to spread through Europe, the Vehement court came under increasing criticism and scrutiny. Their practices were viewed as outdated, unjust, and cruel. By the 16th century, they had largely fallen into disuse, their authority stripped by more centralized legal systems. However, their legacy did not vanish. The tales persisted in folklore and literature, serving as a symbol of arcane justice and the dangers of unchecked authority. Writers of the German Romantic movement in the 18th and 19th centuries found inspiration in the haunting aura of the Vehement courts. They used the courts as metaphors for hidden guilt, divine punishment, and the struggle between individual freedom and communal order. Some literary works portrayed the courts as a kind of moral purgatory, where sinners were judged not by laws, but by fate. Others used the image of the secret trials to critique the emerging modern state, warning of surveillance, tyranny, and the loss of privacy. In many ways, the Vehement courts became a prototype for secret societies in the cultural imagination. Their structure and mythos influence depictions of secret brotherhoods in literature and later conspiracy theories. Elements such as coded messages, hidden rituals, and the belief in all-seeing power echoed through stories of other shadowy organizations, including later fictional depictions of secret cabals, magical orders, and clandestine enforcers of justice. It is important to remember that the real Vehement court likely bore little resemblance to the legends. They were a pragmatic solution to legal and administration gaps in a sprawling and often chaotic empire. Their secrecy was as much about practicality as it was about mysticism. Yet the fear they inspired and the imagination they stirred became more enduring than their actual rulings. In the end, the folklore outlasted the facts, turning the historical footnotes into a cultural archetype. Throughout the early modern history of Europe, military conflict often extended far beyond the borders of a single nation. Warfare was not merely a matter of two countries clashing, but rather complex networks of alliances and enmities that enveloped entire regions, often dragging five or more states into deeply entangled struggles. Among these struggles, five in particular stand out for their far-reaching consequences and the sheer scale of their coalitions. These are the Italian Wars, the 30 Years' War, the 80 Years' War, the War of the Grand Alliance, and the War of the Spanish Succession. Each war is a testimony to how geopolitical rivalries, dynastic ambitions, religious tensions, and the shifting balance of power could set the stage for multinational confrontations. The Italian Wars, which raged intermittently from the end of the 15th century until the middle of the 16th century, represent one of the first truly pan-European series of wars. These wars began as a result of the competing claims of France and Spain over control of territories on the Italian peninsula. However, the conflict soon expanded as other European powers, including the Holy Roman Empire, England, the Papal States, and various Italian city-states, such as Venice and Milan, joined at different stages. The League of Cambrai, formed in the early 16th century, was an alliance consisting of France, the Papal States, the Holy Roman Empire, and Spain, aimed primarily at curbing the power of Venice. However, as alliances shifted, the political interest evolved. The war quickly transformed into a more generalized struggle for dominance in Europe. The result was a tangled web of treaties and betrayals, with various powers aligning and realigning themselves in pursuit of territorial or religious gains. The 30 Years' War, which erupted in the early 17th century, began as a religious conflict within the Holy Roman Empire, but soon escalated into a broader struggle involving most of the major powers of the continent. The war was characterized by a series of shifting alliances and was fought in multiple phases, each bridging new coalitions into the fray, each bringing new coalitions into the fray. On one side, the Catholic Habsburgs, ruling Austria and Spain, were supported by Bavaria and other Catholic German states. On the other, a growing coalition of Protestant states, including Sweden, Denmark, and various German principalities, fought back with increasing vigor. France, although a Catholic nation, joined the Protestant side for political reasons, seeking to check Habsburg dominance. The Dutch Republic and even England played roles at various times, supporting either side depending on the prevailing political winds. The war devastated much of Central Europe and resulted in the Peace of Westphalia, which laid the foundations for the modern state system and recognized the sovereignty of individual rulers over their territories. Closely tied to the 30 Years' War was the 80 Years' War, also known as the Dutch War of Independence. This conflict, which spanned much of the late 16th and early 17th centuries, began as a result of the Dutch provinces as began as a revolt of the Dutch provinces against Spanish rule. Initially a local insurrection, the war gradually attracted international involvement as other powers saw opportunities to weaken Spain and the support the Protestant cause. England, always wary of growing Spanish influence, provided substantial support to the Dutch rebels. France, too, saw the conflict as a chance to curtail Spanish power and ordered diplomatic and later military assistance. Protestant states in Germany and Scandinavia, including Denmark and Sweden, lent their support in various forms. The war eventually concluded with the recognition of the independence of the Dutch Republic, which emerged as a significant commercial and maritime power in the aftermath. As the 17th century progressed, European powers increasingly recognized the need to maintain a balance of power to prevent any one state from achieving dominance. This principle was tested in the War of the Grand Alliance, also known as the 9 Years' War. The conflict was primarily a reaction to the expansionist policies of Louis XIV of France, who had aggressively sought to extend French territory and influence across Europe. In response, a broad coalition of powers, including England, the Dutch Republic, the Holy Roman Empire, Spain, and Savoy, came together to resist French aggression. This alliance, often referred to as the Grand Alliance, demonstrated the willingness of the European states to set aside their differences in pursuit of collective security. Though the war ended inconclusively with the Treaty of Ryswick, it marked a turning point in European diplomacy, reinforcing the notion that peace and stability depended on a delicate equilibrium of power. This principle was tested again in the early 18th century during the War of the Spanish Succession. The war was triggered by the death of the childless Charles II of Spain, whose will named Philip of Anjou, a grandson of Louis XIV, as his successor. This raised the alarming possibilities of a unified Bourbon monarchy controlling both France and Spain, which would drastically upset the balance of power. In response, another Grand Alliance was formed, consisting of Austria, Great Britain, the Dutch Republic, Portugal, and various German states, including Prussia and Hanover. They supported the rival claim of the Habsburg Archduke Charles. Over more than a decade of conflict, these powers engaged in battle across Europe, from the Low Countries to the Iberian Peninsula, and even as far as the Americas. The war concluded with the Treaty of Utrecht, which allowed Philip to remain on the Spanish throne, but required him to renounce any claim to the French crown, thereby preserving the balance of power. What unites these wars is not only their scale and destructiveness, but also the complex diplomatic maneuvering that preceded and accompanied them. These conflicts were not the product of simple bilateral animosities, but rather of intricate systems of alliances that reflected the broader geopolitical, religious, and dynastic tensions of the era. The Italian Wars revealed how regional struggles could quickly escalate into continental-wide conflicts. The Thirty Years' War and the 80 Years' War highlighted the interplay between religious conviction and political expediency. The War of the Grand Alliance and the War of the Spanish Succession underscored the emergence of balance of power diplomacy as a guiding principle in international relations. These alliances were often uneasy and fraught with internal tensions. States joined coalitions not out of loyalty or shared values, but because their interests happened to align at a particular moment in time. As such, the alliances could be as fragile as they were formidable. Yet they also provided a mechanism for collective action, allowing smaller states to stand up to more powerful adversaries and offering a measure of stability in an otherwise volatile political landscape. The ancient kingdom of Israel and Judah represents a crucial period in the history of the Near East, marked by political upheaval, religious transformation, and cultural shifts. Understanding the exile of these kingdoms involves examining their origins, development, interaction with neighboring empires, and ultimately their downfall and dispersal. The exile of Israel and Judah profoundly shaped the identity and history of the Jewish people, with lasting consequences that echo into modern times. The Kingdom of Israel emerged following the division of the United Monarchy, traditionally ruled by Saul, David, and Solomon, into two separate entities: the Northern Kingdom of Israel and the Southern Kingdom of Judah. The Northern Kingdom, often referred to simply as Israel, consisted of 10 tribes and was politically distinct from Judah, which comprised two tribes centered around Jerusalem. While both kingdoms shared religious roots and cultural practices, their political histories diverged significantly. The House of Omri played a pivotal role in the Northern Kingdom's history during the 9th century before the Common Era. Omri established Samaria as the new capital, strengthened political and economic powers through military expansion and alliances, including connections with the Phoenician city-states. His dynasty, especially under his son Ahab, is noted for political consolidation, but also for religious controversy, as the worship of foreign deities became prevalent. Meanwhile, the southern kingdom of Judah maintained Jerusalem as its capital and continued to emphasize the worship of Yahweh, the God of Israel. Although the kings of Judah often faced internal challenges and external threats, the kingdom persisted longer than its northern counterpart, partly due to its geographical position and political maneuvering. The downfall of Israel came in the 8th century before the Common Era. The Assyrian Empire, expanding aggressively under kings such as Tiglath-Pileser III and Shalmaneser V and Sargon II, exerted pressure on the smaller states of the Levant, including Israel. After years of conflict and vassalage, the northern kingdom fell to the Assyrians around 728 before the Common Era. The capital city, Samaria, was besieged and captured, and much of the population was forcibly deported. Syrian policy aimed to prevent rebellion by dispersing conquered people throughout the empire. This deportation fragmented the Israelite population, which historians believe led to the disappearance of the 10 northern tribes at distinct political and cultural entities. Which historians believe led to the disappearance of the 10 northern tribes as distinct political and cultural entities, a phenomenon often referred to as the 10 lost tribes of Israel. Assyria then resettled the region with people from other parts of the empire, leading to a mixing of cultures and religious practices. Biblical narrative, particularly in the books of Kings and Chronicles, portrays the fall of Israel as a consequence of idolatry and unfaithfulness to Yahweh. Prophets such as Hosea and Amos, who lived during this turbulent period, warned of impending judgment, highlighting social injustices and religious corruption as factors leading to Israel's downfall. In contrast, Judah continued for over a century after Israel's destruction, but it was not immune to conquest. It was not immune to conquest. The kingdom faced a growing threat from the rising Babylonian Empire, which supplanted Assyria as the dominant power in the region. Despite efforts to maintain independence through alliances and reforms, Judah was eventually conquered by Babylon under Nebuchadnezzar II. In 686 before the Common Era, Babylonian forces laid siege on Jerusalem. After several years of blockade and hardship, the city fell in 683 before the Common Era, leading to the destruction of Solomon's temple, a central place of worship and identity for the Judean people. Many inhabitants, especially the elite and skilled artisans, were deported to Babylon in what is known as the Babylonian exile. This exile had profound religious and cultural implications. The Judean community in Babylon maintained their identity through the preservation of scriptures, the development of synagogues as places of worship, and the strengthening of communal bonds. The experience of exile had become a defining moment in Jewish history, shaping theological reflections on suffering, justice, and the covenant with God. Unlike the northern kingdom, many Judeans eventually returned to their homeland following the conquest of Babylon by the Persian king Cyrus the Great. Cyrus issued a decree allowing exiled people to return and rebuild their temples, marking the end of the Babylonian exile and the beginning of the Persian period in Judah. This return laid the groundwork for the restoration of Jerusalem and the reestablishment of Jewish religion or religious practices. The exile and subsequent return significantly influenced Jewish religious thought and practice. The experience reinforced the centrality of Scripture, the importance of communal worship, and the hope for restoration and redemption. It also set a precedent for Jewish resilience in the face of displacement and persecution. The exile of Israel and Judah was a complex process involving military conquest, population displacement, and cultural transformation. The northern kingdom of Israel was conquered by the Assyrians, leading to the loss of its distinct identity and dispersal of its people. The southern kingdom of Judah survived longer, but eventually fell to Babylon, resulting in the destruction of Jerusalem and the temple, followed by a significant exile that reshaped Jewish identity. All right. So I got through that. I did it a lot faster than what I thought I would be able to do it. I had my 3 stories. I'm probably going to have to do maybe 4 or 5 talking points or stories or whatever, because these are going a lot faster. It doesn't bug me to do 40-minute live streams. You know what I mean? It's just really weird. It don't feel right, especially when I get on here and I'm used to doing like 3-hour live streams. And then like yesterday I did 6 hours, and then I come in here and do this episode and then Weird Science, and they only take like 35, 40 minutes, maybe 50, maybe an hour out. And it just doesn't feel right, but I'll get over it, I guess. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. I will come back again with more. It's like I told you, this is stuff that I actually had just sitting around in my notes, things that I've been researching, and I haven't had a chance to actually do a good recording of them, or maybe I did at one point and the audio was horrible. So I decided to come on to the wonderful world of weirdness and make a live stream with these as my ratings for it. So if you guys like this, I ask you to please like, subscribe, share, make comments, give some feedback, make comments down in the comment section. It doesn't have to be about the topics or the readings. It can be just to say hi, have a conversation, whatever. If you want to watch us, you can watch us on Rumble at the Wonderful World of Weirdness, and you can also see us on Rumble or YouTube, The Wonderful World of Weirdness, at The Wonderful World of Weirdness. I do have playlists on those channels. Now you can also check me out on Kick as well as Twitch. On Kick and on D Live, I am Roger_Hanson. And on Twitch, I am Infamous 1969, or yeah, I'm Infamous 1969. You can catch me there. I usually do streams almost every day, most of the time, so it's not really hard to catch me on here. And other than that, I'm also on Teams. You can find me at Live with Roger Hanson, Roger's Real Time Talk Show event, and Live with Roger Hanson. On Discord, you can find me at The Wonderful World of Weirdness. So if you want to get involved, make comments, maybe put something into the chat that'll eventually make it onto the stream, just join Discord or Teams with me and give me your stories, and I will make it a point to put it on a stream if you want to. Heck, if you want to come on and tell the story yourself, you can do that as well. Heck, just record it. Send me the recording if you want. Either way, it doesn't matter. You're more than welcome to be a part of the community. That's all I'm saying. So, with that being said, I am going to go ahead and leave or end the stream, and I hope you guys have enjoyed. Talk to you later. Both mountains hold deep mythological significance, and the name Ida is thought to have originally meant something like wooded mountain or forest hill in ancient Anatolian or pre-Greek languages, possibly Luwian or Hittite. In Greek mythology, Mount Ida of Crete was the sacred birthplace of Zeus, where the first infant god was hidden and raised in a cave by nymphs. Where the infant god was hidden and raised in a cave by nymphs to protect him from his father Kronos. This mountain became a symbol of divine protection, nurturing, and connection to the gods. The Cretan Ida was closely tied to ancient Minoan and later Greek religious practices, particularly those involving mother goddesses like Rhea and Cybele. The other Mount Ida in the Troad near Troy was also sacred and is frequently mentioned in Homeric texts. It was the setting for many myths, including those concerning the judgment of Paris, which led to the Trojan War. This mountain was associated with Cybele, known as the Great Mother or Magna Martyr in Roman tradition, and was one of her central cult sites in Phrygia. In this text, Ida became linked not just to a geographical location, but to a divine feminine and ancient mother goddess worship. The later Latin and poetic tradition, no, in later Latin and poetic traditions, Ida sometimes functions as a symbolic or literary reference to nature, divine motherhood, and sacred geography. The mountain's name became almost interchangeable with the goddess or the goddesses and rituals associated with it, reinforcing its spiritual weight. So the word Ida ultimately denotes more than just a mountain. It embodies the idea of sacred space, divine birth, motherly care, and the spiritual bridge between earth and deity in ancient Mediterranean religions. It means evolved, no, its meanings evolved, but always maintained the aura of sacred femininity and mythic depth. Ostanis is a legendary figure, often associated with ancient Persian wisdom, and is frequently cited in Greco-Roman texts as one of the earliest magi or alchemists. Although there is no firm evidence that he was a real historical person, he came to represent the archetype of an Eastern sage, especially within the context of alchemy, astrology, and esoteric knowledge. The name Astanis may have been a Greek rendering of a Persian or Median title or name, possibly used symbolically to denote a generic wise man from Persia. Ostanis appears in classical literature as a traveling magician, a purveyor of hidden knowledge. He was said to have accompanied the Persian king Xerxes during his invasion of Greece and was credited with introducing the Greeks to magical practices. Greek authors such as Pliny the Elder, Plutarch, and later alchemical writers referred to Astanis as a master of secret arts, particularly in the realms of transmutation, the preparation of elixirs, and the spiritual dimensions of matter. The writings attributed to Astanis, often appearing centuries after his supposed lifetime, were uh, pseudepigraphical, pseudepigraphical, that is, written by later authors. He used his name to lend authority to their work. These texts were commonly found in Hellenistic Egypt and the broader Greco-Roman world, where they merged elements of Babylonian, Egyptian, and Persian religious and scientific traditions. The alchemical teachings connected to Astanis often emphasizes the purification of metals, the symbolic transformation of the soul, and the correspondence between cosmic and material processes. In these writings, Astanis is often portrayed as discussing the Philosopher's Stone, a legendary substance believed to transmute base metals into gold and grant immortality. He is also credited with describing the stages of alchemical work, which often included operations like calcination, dissolution, coagulation, and sublimation, each with both material and spiritual implications. These processes were not only physical but also allegorical, symbolizing the journey of the soul through suffering, purification, enlightenment, and union with the divine. His teachings frequently intersected with the Hermetic tradition, particularly through the shared belief that alchemy was a divine science passed down from the gods to the earliest sages. In this light, Astonis was not merely a technician or sorcerer, but a priest, philosopher, whose understanding of the material world was deeply tied to metaphysical truths. His writings often warned that true mastery of alchemy required moral purity, inner discipline, and spiritual insight. Though no original text of Astonis survive from antiquity, many Arabic and Latin manuscripts of alchemy from the medieval period reference him, along other legendary figures like Hermes Trismegistus, Zosimus of Panopolis, and Democritus. These citations help form the backbone of medieval alchemical thought and contribute to the mystical aura surrounding Persian wisdom and European esotericism. Pliny the Elder, in his encyclopedic work Naturalis Hysteria, Natural History, refers to Astonis as one of the most significant early figures associated with the transmission of magical and alchemical knowledge from the East to the Greco-Roman world. Pliny presents Astonis not as a historical authority in the scientific sense, but rather as a legendary Persian magus whose teachings were seen as foundational to the spread of magical practices. Pliny mentions Astonis in several places, notably in Book 30 of Natural History, which deals with the subject of magic. According to Pliny, Astonis accompanied the Persian king Xerxes during his campaign against Greece, and was responsible for the introduction of magic to the Greek world. This assertion reflects a Roman belief that much of what the Greeks knew about esoteric arts, such as astrology, sorcery, and early forms of alchemy, originated from Persian magi like Astonis. Pliny does not view Astonis or the magical arts he supposedly introduced with admiration. Rather, he treats magic with skepticism and moral disdain, considering it a corrupt and dangerous discipline that seduces even some of the greatest Greek minds. He describes Astonis as a figure whose writings led to a flood of magical literature and experimentation, which he believed ultimately degraded intellectual life by promoting superstition and fraud. Despite this negative view, Pliny acknowledges the widespread influence of Astonis. He notes that many subsequent writers of magic claimed descent from Astonis's teachings, often attributing their works to him or using his name to lend credibility. This reflects Astonis's status in antiquity as a legendary authority, a kind of archetypal magus from the East whose name came to represent the hidden, arcane traditions of the ancient world. Plutarch, the Greek biographer and philosopher writing in the late 1st and early 2nd century CE, mentions Astonis briefly in his works, primarily in passing references related to Persian magi and the broader transmission of esoteric knowledge from the East. Unlike Pliny the Elder, who directly addresses Astonis in his discussion on magic, Plutarch does not focus heavily on Astonis as a central figure. Okay, waiting for everything to kick on so that I can test everything out, make sure it's running correctly. Let me see what's going on here. Oh, I've got to make sure this is on the right settings. There we go. All right. Sounds good on Rumble. Checking YouTube out, making sure that the stream is going into the proper playlist on YouTube. And after that, I will check the audio. Well, I have a chance I can actually put the thumbnail on there too, so this is going to be an episode of Esoteric Agenda, our late night edition, which I decided to... Oh, there you go. Hello, Detective Fallen. It's great to see you too. Thanks for showing up in the chat. I really appreciate that. Let me see if I can... Distracted me. I was excited. Somebody actually came in and said hi. See how pathetic things are, bud. So, let me see here. Live stream. Get this set up. Now, just before I get started, Detective Fallen, I'm going to let you know I get pretty weird on this when I start talking about the esoterics, things like alchemy, things like the Freemasons. I just went over that. And before that, I was talking about old pagan esoteric beliefs, things of that nature. So I go over some stuff that's more, it is historic, but it's more esoteric, about magic, alchemy, and stuff like that. So that's what this is basically about. Let me see here. Just so everybody knows, Detective Fallen is one of my gamer buddies. We hang out on Home Away from YouTube on Discord. If anybody wants to check that out, you can go there and check it out. Me, Detective Fallen, Old John, and a few others. So there's my shout out for Detective Fallen and Home Away from YouTube. Yeah, it's pretty fun actually. I do enjoy doing it. Detective Falls. It sounds like fun. So let me go ahead and continue doing my audio test. Suppose apparently it sounds good on YouTube because Detective Falls having a conversation. It sounds good on D Live. I also have the stream going on Rumble, X, Twitch, Kick, and of course YouTube and D Live. So sounds like everything is up and ready to go. So what I'm going to do is just go ahead and get on with the topic. Now, last week I went over the children of Lamech, which was an old uh, it was an older part of the Freemasons before they started using Hiram Abiff, and it consisted of the stories about the pillars as well as the story about the um, you know what I'm saying, it was about the pillars and stuff of that nature. Now, this week I am going to go ahead and move forward because in previous videos I've already gone over things like uh, the Masons and talked about the children of Lamech and things of that nature. So this week what I want to do is I want to move into the Arab philosophers. Like I mentioned last week, the Philosopher's Stone, you got to remember the name by itself means something. It doesn't say the stone that turns metal into gold, or it doesn't say the transmutation stone. It says the Philosopher's Stone. And that right there means quite a bit, okay? It, it goes off the premise that these things were written by philosophers back in the during ancient times, and it's filled with wisdom and things of that nature. So when I talk about alchemy, I'm usually talking about ancient alchemy rather than the newer, more popular alchemy that was created in the Middle Ages. So um, now, besides alchemy and magic, there is another side of the esoterics that a lot of people don't know about, and this is where we start getting into it. It concerns the Brethren of Purity. Now, they were in an enigmatic collective of thinkers who emerged during the Islamic Golden Age. Though their exact identities remain a mystery, it is widely believed that they lived in Basra and possibly Baghdad. Now, this group of philosophers, scholars, and mystics wrote a vast compendium of knowledge known as the Epistles of the Brethren of Purity. Their writings formed an encyclopedia of philosophical, religious, scientific, and esoteric knowledge. Now, the Brethren aim to unify human understanding through synthesis of Greek, Persian, and Indian and Islamic traditions, weaving rational inquiry with spiritual insight. Now, they believed that the soul originated in the divine realm and fell into the material world, becoming veiled by bodily distractions. Their ultimate goal was to purify the soul through knowledge and virtue so it could ascend back to its original divine source. Now, this belief reflected ideas found in Neoplatonism, Gnosticism, and various esoteric traditions. Yet the Brethren gave it a unique Islam form. Their method emphasized the harmony of the cosmos and the importance of understanding one's place within it. The epistles were divided into four main parts. The first dealt with mathematics, including geometry, arithmetic, music, and astronomy. These sciences were not only viewed as technical disciplines, but also as symbolic symbols that reflected the structure of the universe. Geometry represented the order of creation. Arithmetic revealed the harmony behind multiplicity, and music was a reflection of celestial rhythms. Astronomy, in turn, showed how the divine will was manifested through the movement of the heavens. Now, the second part explored natural sciences. This included biology, zoology, botany, and cosmology. The Brethren treated the natural world as a living text written by the Creator. Every plant, animal, and mineral had meaning and purpose. By studying nature, one could uncover divine wisdom. The Brethren were deeply interested in understanding how the microcosm of the human being reflected the macrocosm of the cosmos. For them, nature was not separate from the divine, but a manifestation of it. The third section focused on the psychological and philosophical sciences, including logic, ethics, and metaphysics. Here the Brethren argued that reason was a divine tool granted to humanity to guide the soul back to its source. They believed that truth could only be achieved through a combination of intellectual training and ethical refinement. The path to enlightenment was not only about learning, but also about cultivating virtues such as humility, friendship, and self-restraint. Community was central to their worldview. They believed that seekers should form cooperative bonds, mirroring the order and balance found in nature. And the final section delved into theology and mystical doctrine. It covered prophecy, the afterlife, cosmology, and eschatology. Now, the Brethren taught that all religions pointed towards the same essential truth, though their outward expressions varied. They viewed prophets as messengers of wisdom, each tailored to the needs of a particular time and people. Their universalism stood out at a time when religious exclusivity was common. Now, this inclusive outlook extended into their mystical teachings, where they described the soul's journey through celestial spheres, eventually returning to the presence of the divine. One of the most intriguing aspects of their writings was the use of allegory and parable. Through fables and symbolic stories, they encoded philosophical insights. A well-known example is the story of the animals who send a letter to the king of the humans, pleading their case for equality. This narrative serves as both a critique of human arrogance and a meditation for the rights and dignity of all creatures. It illustrated how every part of creation reflects divine wisdom and deserves moral consideration. The Brethren were also deeply influenced in Hermeticism and other forms of esoteric knowledge. They believed in the unity of all things and the interconnectedness of the cosmos. Alchemy, astronomy, and numerology were seen not just as sciences, but as paths to spiritual awakening. The transmutation of base metals into gold symbolized the elevation of the soul from ignorance to wisdom. The harmony of the stars was a celestial language, revealing the divine order that permeates all levels of reality. Their approach to knowledge was holistic. They did not separate science from spirituality or philosophy from religion. Instead, they sought an integrated, interesting. No, instead they sought an integrated understanding of the universe. The human being, as the microcosm, was a mirror of the macrocosm. Everything that existed outside also existed within. Self-knowledge, therefore, was not merely personal but cosmic. To understand oneself was to understand the universe and the divine mind that created it. Now, the Brethren also emphasized the concept of purification. To them, true learning was inseparable from moral and spiritual refinement. Knowledge that was not rooted in virtue was considered incomplete, even dangerous. Their teachings encouraged constant self-examination and spiritual practice. They promoted a balanced life, blending contemplation with action, solitude with community, and study with service. Their work resonated with various esoteric traditions throughout history. Later, Sufi thinkers drew upon their writings. Ismaili philosophers echoed their universalist and allegoric approach. Jewish philosophers in medieval Spain and Christian mystics in the Renaissance also engaged with their ideas. Their influence reached far beyond the Islamic world, touching anyone who sought wisdom in the unity of knowledge. Now we have a comment from Detective Fallen. He said, Druid nerds, no hate. I'm not a nerd. And spiritual leaders, if I'm understanding. Yeah, that's what it is. Druids, nerds, no hate. I'm too a nerd. Okay, I get you. And spiritual leaders, if I'm understanding it. Yeah, that's basically what they were. Now, Al-Kindi came out of this group. Now, Al-Kindi was a very important person when it came to the esoterics. And he's somebody that's really not mentioned all that much when it comes to this topic. You'll hear about a whole bunch of other people, but not too many people know about Al-Kindi. He was probably one of the most influential people when it came to this topic, to be honest with you. So just to let everybody know, Al-Kindi was also known as the philosopher of the Arabs. That's how famous he was. And he was often celebrated for his mathematical, medical, and philosophical works. Yet beneath these intellectual achievements lies a rich and nuanced mystical tradition, one that reveals his deep engagement with spiritual transformation, metaphysical symbolism, and the soul's ascent towards divine unity. Al-Kindi's mystical orientation began with his profound appreciation for the unity of being. While he drew heavily on the Neoplatonic and Aristotelian systems, he did not see knowledge as merely objective. He believed that every branch of learning, from music to mathematics, carried within it an inner dimension, a means by which the soul may be gently led upward through reflection of beauty and order towards a higher, ineffable source. The harmony of musical intervals, the regularity of geometric figures, even the precision of arithmetic, all became symbolic overtures demonstrating the soul's intrinsic affinity to cosmic unity. One of Al-Kindi's most spiritual oriented teachings concerns light. For him, light serves as both a physical phenomena and a metaphysical archetype, a manifestation of divine presence. Physical light evokes a spiritual parallel. Just as light dispels darkness in the material world, divine illumination enlivens the soul, guiding it from ignorance to wisdom. In meditative contemplation, one might dwell upon the nature of light, attuning the heart to the inner luminosity. Al-Kindi also placed great emphasis on the significance of the cosmic correspondence known as the macrocosm microcosm. He taught that human beings, which he sometimes referred to as the little worlds or macrocosms, contain within their souls structured reflections of the broader cosmic order. Each faculty of the soul, each yearning for truth or beauty, corresponds to an aspect of the celestial realm. The contemplative practice involves cultivating awareness of this alignment, then gradually internalizing the celestial harmonic and finding one's place in the celestial chorus. His writings include guidance on spiritual practices that gently evokes the transformative power of silence and stillness. Drawing on Quranic metaphor and Neoplatonic contemplative methods, Al-Kindi recommended periods of retreat from sensory distractions, during which the soul might withdraw from the chaos of the external world and transmute its attention towards the inner light. In such states, even the beating of the heart or the rhythm of the breath became vehicles of remembrance, tenders of presence that guide the soul homeward. Al-Kindi also evoked sacred names and sounds as tools of spiritual elevation, not spells in the magical sense, but rather as reflections on divine attributes expressed through particular rhythms of speech and intention. For example, reciting and meditating upon words linked to mercy, power, or beauty could tune the soul's inner attunement. These names became contemplative gateways, each opening a window through which divine qualities might shine into the human heart. The practice echoes the broader Islamic mystical tradition of dhikr, remembrance, but Al-Kindi filtered it through philosophical rigor and symbolic layering. Alchemy, for Al-Kindi, was more than a quest for transmuting metals. In its deeper sense, the transmutation of lead into gold was a metaphor for the cultivation of virtue, refinement of character, and elevation of the intellect or the elect, from base self-interest to luminous nobility. The alchemical opus mirrored the soul's journey, distilling impurities, combining virtues, and ultimately attaining a unified light. Astrology, too, occupied a mystical plane in his teachings. He taught that the movements of the heavens reflect divine moods and cycles. Though he valued its scientific dimensions, he also saw the celestial bodies as intelligence, symbols of divine wisdom in motion. The soul, by observing these rhythms, could calibrate its own temporal and moral orientations. In aligning one's inner cycles with the cosmos, one participates in the living pattern of creation. Underlying all these practices is Al-Kindi's conviction that science and spirituality are two wings of the same flight. True knowledge is that which refines the soul, fosters moral beauty, and leads to a state of heartfelt closeness to the divine. Without this inner transformation, knowledge becomes either vain sophistry or hollow technique. Al-Kindi's mystical insights are also woven through his reflections on prophecy and the soul's capacity for divine inspiration. He believed that true prophecy did not stem from external visions alone, but from purification and illumination of the heart. In his view, the soul that had undergone rigorous cultivation through silence, moral discipline, and philosophical insight became receptive to a higher kind of intuition. This inner knowing was not magical per se, but the clear reflection of divine truth within a heart attuned to it. Such a soul could perceive connections between outer events and inner needs, act with wisdom, and sometimes utter words that carried a resonance beyond their immediate meaning. Central to Al-Kindi's mystical teaching is the notion of moral alchemy. He compared the soul to a vessel containing volatile and coarse substances that must be heated, stirred, and distilled. Through disciplines such as fasting of the tongue, and control of the passions, the soul gradually sheds its weights, anger, desire, envy, and becomes lighter, more transparent to the divine light. This purification is not asceticism. Asceticism is not. This purification is not asceticism for its own sake, but spiritual refinement, a process divine to render the soul worthy of knowledge and closeness to God. There's another word that I had issues with right there, asceticism. That word is spelled Asceticism. Now, in his commentaries, even the most mundane aspect of human experience acquire symbolic potential. Eating becomes a sacrament when done with gratitude, attention, and moderation. Listening transforms into a form of worship, one who hears the voice of the beloved in all things. Walking through the garden becomes a meditation upon divine beauty, as one discerns the echo of the garden of paradise in the harmony of creation. In each of these simple acts, Al-Kindi invites the seeker to perceive the deeper reality hidden behind the veil of forms. The practice of solitude and interior reflection holds a prominent place in his spiritual ecosystem. Al-Kindi encourages seekers to turn their attention inward and remain vigilant against the distraction of fame, noise, and indulgence. He likens the undisciplined soul to a lamp clogged with soot. No matter how bright its fire, its glow is obscure. Regular periods of quietude, retreat, and study are necessary to clean the lamp so that the divine light can shine clearly. These retreats need not be long journeys. A single night in stillness with the intention of remembrance and reflection can open vast inner spaces. Despite his intellectual stature, Al-Kindi spoke often about humility. He warned that the mind, when untethered by reverence and gratitude, can become a source of arrogance and self-worship. Eternal knowledge belongs to the divine alone. The highest aspiration of the seeker is not to accumulate titles or even truths, but to be entrusted with wisdom as a sacred responsibility. Every insight is a gift, meant to be shared with compassion and used for the good of humanity. Al-Kindi's symbolic interpretation of the human body as a microcosm of the universe also has mystical depth. Just as the body has nerves and vessels, the cosmos has unseen networks of power. Just as the body can be nourished or wounded, the soul too can flourish or fall into sickness. By caring for the body without indulgence and for the soul without neglect, the seeker honors the divine harmony that runs through both. This ethic of moderation underscores all of his spiritual teachings. His work on cosmic harmony includes reflections on the alignment of celestial bodies with moral qualities. He believed that the signs of the heavens, spoken in allegory in Scripture, echoed their metaphysical function. Thus, planets and constellations were not random lights, but parts of a living cosmic choir. The seeker, by studying their harmony, could calibrate personal action to cosmic rhythm, becoming a participant in the ongoing act of creation rather than a stranger within it. One of the most remarkable aspects of Al-Kindi's mystical vision is its integration of form and formlessness. He taught that the divine names and the structural pattern of geometry were reflections of the same underlying truth. Both as attributes and archetypal forms, they invited the soul to enter the sanctuary of unity. Meditating upon a name like mercy or measure led towards the same awakening as gazing at the proportions of a well-drawn circle. The difference lay in the method, not the destination. Al-Farabi, sometimes called the second teacher after Aristotle, stands as one of the most luminous figures in the philosophical and mystical heritage of the Islamic world. His life spanned a time of profound and intellectual flourishing, when scholars in cities like Baghdad, Damascus, and Cairo were translating and expanding upon the works of ancient Greece, Persia, and India. While he is widely respected for his contributions to logic, sociology, political philosophy, and science, there is a deeper mystical dimension to his thought that speaks directly to seekers of spiritual wisdom. At the heart of Farabi's mystical orientation lies his understanding of the unity of existence. He embraced a philosophy that regarded the cosmos as a harmonious whole, an emanation from a single divine source. In this view, every part of creation, stone and star, plant and person, reflects the same underlying reality, though in degrees of proximity to its source. Farabi used the metaphor of light to describe this emanation. As the sun radiates illumination that enables sight and life, so the first cause, or the necessary existent, emits pure existence that sustains all being. This radiant image becomes a central theme of his mystical teachings. According to Farabi, the human soul is equipped with a capacity to receive his divine light. Through reason and imagination, it perceives the truth. Yet reason alone is insufficient if not combined with moral discipline and inner refinement. Farabi taught that the soul must be disciplined through virtues such as courage, temperament, generosity, justice, and humility. By cultivating these qualities, the seeker aligns the soul's character with the structure of the divine intellect and becomes capable of experiencing a higher kind of knowledge, one that is participatory and luminous rather than merely discursive. Farabi regarded prophecy and illumination as higher forms of knowing. The prophetic soul, purified and perfected, could receive direct uh, intellection. Could receive direct intellection from the divine realm. He saw prophetic knowledge not as a suspension of reason, but its culmination. Prophets, in his understanding, are those whose souls are so attuned to the divine intellect that they can apprehend universal thoughts without relying solely on sensory perception. Their teachings guide communities towards moral excellence and spiritual awakening. Central to Farabi's mystical vision is the idea of the virtuous city. In his major work on ideal governance, he describes a state governed by enlightened rulers and citizens who pursue justice and happiness. This project is insufficiently described as political theory alone, for it also represents a spiritual community. By shaping social institutions and citizens' characters, the virtuous city becomes a reflection of cosmic harmony. Farabi thus creates a bridge between the mystical interior journey and the communal order of society. Spiritual growth is not a solitary endeavor, but one that flourishes within the supportive structure of a moral community. Farabi's writings also bring into focus the role of music and the sciences as spiritual disciplines. Unlike those who saw these as purely pragmatic, he understood music and geometry to be gateways to the divine. Geometry reveals the proportional beauty inherent in creation, while music awakens the soul to harmony. In his treatise on harmony, Farabi shows how intervals and rhythms mirror patterns found in the universe and in the human intellect. By meditating on these patterns, the seeker becomes attuned to the underlying harmony of existence. The sounds of the celestial spheres, which Farabi described through his astronomical studies, were more than curiosities. They were symbolic reminders of divine order. The harmonious movement of planets and stars provided an image of the soul's own ascent as beings climb the chain of reality. They partake in higher harmonies. Inner ascension is thus a microcosmic echo of cosmic motion. Mystical practice, therefore, includes study of the heavens, not as distant phenomena, but as mirrors of the inner journey. In his epistemology, Farabi delineated various degrees of knowledge: centered perception, imaginative reasoning, dialectical reasoning, philosophical knowledge, and prophetic intellection. This hierarchy corresponds to stages of spiritual development. One begins with the concrete world and ascends, through discipline, study, and moral effort, towards intellectual virtues. At its peak, knowledge becomes a mode of union with the necessary existence. The act of understanding then becomes an act of encountering. Knowing becomes witnessing. Farabi's mystical ethics are rooted in the idea that every action has moral and cosmic significance. When a person speaks truthfully, acts with integrity, or shows mercy, they participate in the divine will. Actions echo up through the levels of reality, contributing to the harmony of the virtuous city and the balance of creation. Conversely, harmful actions disrupt harmony and weaken the channels through which divine wisdom flows. This teaches practitioners that spirituality is not confined to prayer or meditation, but infused into every moment and act. His concept of the imaginary intellect, a faculty that links human intuition to higher truths, carries a deep mystical resonance. Through imagination, the purified soul can contemplate divine archetypes manifesting in the world. The imaginative faculty becomes a lens through which symbolic truths are grasped. The images of angels, celestial intelligence, and spiritual realities become not dreams but experiences accessible to the disciplined soul. Although Farabi owes much to Neoplatonism, he does not adopt its theology uncritically. He reformulates it within the boundaries of Islamic revealed traditions, or din. The first cause is absolute unity, but prophecy brings an aspect of that unity down into human form. The soul's ascent the soul's ascent comes through ethical perfection, rational clarity, and prophetic inspiration. This blend of philosophy, ethics, and revealed teaching makes Farabi's mysticism robust and grounded. He often uses the metaphor of music for his philosophical teachings. Just as multiple voices in harmony produce a single melody, so do souls harmonize with the divine when aligned with ethical and spiritual law. The person who can harmonize inner faculties is like a musician who blends tones into song. Such a person then becomes a living harmony, reflecting the cosmic symphony. In practical terms, Farabi recommended fasting, solitary reflection, prayer, ethical self-scrutiny, and philosophical conversation as ways to purify the soul. He urged seekers to associate with companions of virtue, learning in community, practicing patience, and engaging in honest discourse were vital. Silence and speech, solitude and communion are held in balanced relation. One of Farabi's lasting gifts is his demonstration that mysticism need not abandon reason. Rather, reason is the discipline through which the soul reaches toward the divine. Discursive thought clears the ground, while illumination fills it with light. The journey of the seeker is therefore both intellectual and luminous. In continuing the mystical journey that Al-Farabi outlined, one is drawn into a deeper consideration of his understanding of the soul and its purification. For Al-Farabi, the human soul is a layered being that begins with appetitive and perceptive faculties shared with animals, but rises toward a rational faculty that makes humanity capable of knowing the divine. However, this rational soul does not emerge automatically. It must be cultivated through ethical behavior, study, and reflection. The rational soul is polished like a mirror until it becomes capable of reflecting the light of the first cause. The process of soul cultivation is never solitary. Al-Farabi described the soul or spiritual seeker as one who relies on the guidance of a perfected teacher, often metaphorically aligned with the philosopher/prophet. This teacher, who unites rational insight with divine inspiration, plays the same role in the life of a seeker as a star might in the navigation of a journey. Just as ancient mariners steered their ships by the positions of the stars, so does the seeker navigate towards truth by the luminous guidance of the wise. Al-Farabi's cosmology also played an important role in his mystical vision. He envisioned the universe as a cascading series of intelligence, each derived from the one above it. At the apex stands the necessary existent, the origin of all being. From this emanates the first intellect, then the second, continuing downward until the active intellect, which is nearest to the material world. This active intellect is the source of all human inspiration, insight, and prophecy. When Al-Farabi spoke of spiritual ascent, he referred not to a movement in space, but to a transformation of consciousness. The purified soul rises through stages of awareness until it becomes aligned with the active intelligence or intellect, and then, in moments of grace, glimpses even higher truths. This structure also explains why Al-Farabi placed such importance on imagination. Imagination, when purified, becomes a ladder for the soul. It allows divine truths to appear in symbolic forms that can be grasped by the human mind. Prophets, according to Al-Farabi, are those who have perfected this faculty to such an extent that the images they receive are accurate representations of divine realities. In this framework, dreams, visions, and sacred symbols are not distractions, but doors to a higher world. Even his political writing reveal mystical depths. The virtuous city, in his thought, is more than an ideal republic. It is the external form of an internal truth. The soul that lives in justice and harmony mirrors the just city, and the just city in turn reinforces the virtue of its citizens. In this way, the political becomes a kind of alchemy where social structures transmute base desires into noble aspirations. When the leader of such a city is a philosopher prophet, society is guided not only by law but by wisdom, and the people are nurtured toward both temporal well-being and eternal felicity. Al-Farabi also taught that true happiness cannot be found in the material realm alone. It resides in union with the eternal, the divine. The pursuit of wealth, fame, or pleasure distracts the soul from its proper end. Only by turning inward and aligning one's life with the cosmic order can lasting happiness be found. This view echoes through the mystical traditions that followed him, where joy is not an emotion but a state of harmony between the soul and the divine. He also saw a mystical value in the arts. Music, especially, was seen as a tool for soulcraft. In his treatise on music, Al-Farabi describes the emotional and psychological effects of tones and rhythms, arguing that the right music could stir the soul towards virtue or calm the passions. This echoes the view of the ancient philosophers who believed that the harmony of music mirrors the harmony of the spheres and thus guides the soul towards the divine. The emphasis on virtue is especially important. For Al-Farabi, no amount of theoretical knowledge could compensate for the corrupt soul. Knowledge, if not joined to virtue, becomes dangerous. This is why he insisted that the philosopher must first be morally upright. Ethics is the ground upon which the tree of wisdom grows. Without that ground, the tree cannot take root. Even his description of death carries mystical weight. Death, he taught, is not annihilation, but a transition. The soul, having shed its physical form, ascends towards the source of its being. If it has been purified, it merges with the realm of the intellect. If it remains attached to base desires, it wanders, confused and heavy, unable to rise. This eschatological vision is both moral and spiritual. It calls the seeker to a life of discipline, love, and inner awakening. Al-Farabi's works also reflect an awareness of spiritual solitude. True understanding, he taught, often arises in silence. The seeker must retreat from the distractions of the world to listen to the inner voice of the reason and divine prompting. Solitude is not withdrawal, but a reorientation. It prepares the soul to re-engage with the world from a place of depth and clarity. In many of his philosophical writings, there is a clear trace of what might be called mystical humility. Al-Farabi frequently warned against intellectual pride. The more one knows, the more one becomes aware of the vastness of what remains unknown. This humility opens the door to grace, allowing the divine to enter and transform the seeker from within. He also saw language as sacred. For Al-Farabi, the words he spoke shaped the reality we experience. This is why philosophers and prophets are so careful with their language. In the mystical tradition that followed him, this idea blossomed into the notion that divine names, when spoken with purity and intention, can unlock spiritual insight. While Al-Farabi himself did not practice the repetition of divine names as later mystics would, his reference for the sacred nature of language laid the groundwork for this development. Avicenna, also known as Ibn Sina, stands as one of the most influential thinkers in the history of mysticism and philosophy within the Islamic world and far beyond. Born in the region of Bukhara in the eastern lands of the Islamic world, he grew up in an environment steeped in learning, science, and religious inquiry. Over the course of his life, he produced a wide body of writings that encompassed not only medicine and logic, but also metaphysics, cosmology, and esoteric thought. While many today remember him primarily for his medical contributions, particularly the monumental work, often called the Canon of Medicine, his mystical and esoteric teachings offer a deep and expansive view into the human soul, the nature of the cosmos, and the journey towards divine reality. Okay. Now, Detective Fallen, I appreciate you stopping in. Thanks for coming in and listening. And I hope you enjoy your night. I've finally seen your comments, so I figured I'd give you a shout out. Again, everybody, check out Detective Fallen on YouTube, as well as his Discord channel, which is called Home Away from YouTube. It's a pretty good channel. Give it a quick check, and I'm pretty sure you'd like it. So, I'm giving you a shout out, and thanks for stopping by. Okay, so now let me go ahead and get back to where I was. Okay. While many today remember him primarily for his medical contributions, particularly the monumental work often called the Canon of Medicine, his mystical and esoteric teachings offer a deep and expansive view into the human soul, the nature of the cosmos, and the journey toward divine reality. Central to Avicenna's esoteric vision was the concept of emanation, drawing on earlier traditions, especially the Neoplatonic framework that had filtered through Arabic philosophy. He imagined the universe as emerging from a singular and undivided source. This source which he described as the necessary being, is pure existence without multiplicity, contingency, or limitation. From this source all things flow, not by choice or effort, but by the very nature of its perfection. The first thing to emanate from this source is the first intellect, which itself gives rise to successive intelligences, each associated with a celestial sphere, until the chain reaches the active intellect, the final of these emanations. The active intellect plays a critical role in human spiritual development. It serves as the bridge between the divine realm and the material world. It is through the active intellect that human beings receive illumination, insight, and the potential for prophecy. This belief established Avicenna's vision of divine communication, not as a violation of natural laws, but as a deep harmony between the purified human soul and the celestial order. In his cosmology, Avicenna described the human soul as originating in the intelligible realm. It is sent down into the material world to be joined with the body, where it experiences trial, discipline, and the potential for spiritual ascent. Unlike animals whose souls are bound by instinct and morality, the human soul is rational and immortal. Its goal is to return to the realm of pure intelligibility, purified of all attachments to the material world. This ascent is not automatic. It requires discipline, knowledge, virtue, contemplation. When the soul fails to purify itself, it remains attached to form and sensation. But when it succeeds, it rises through the celestial spheres, ultimately merging with the realm of pure intellect. This idea of a return to the divine became one of the defining elements of Avicenna's mystical thought. The soul, in his view, is like a traveler who has become disoriented in a foreign land. It longs to return home, but must navigate a complex world of illusions and distractions. Philosophy, ethics, and mysticism serve as tools for this journey, providing direction, cleansing the soul of ignorance, and reuniting it with its origin. One of Avicenna's most enigmatic contributions to mystical thought appears in his allegorical writings. These texts, written in the form of visions or parables, bypass formal argument and appeal directly to the intuition of the reader. One such tale speaks of a solitary bird who leaves its cage and soars towards the sun, a clear metaphor for the soul's flight toward divine truth. These writings demonstrate Avicenna's belief that philosophical truths must be internalized, not just understood. Intellectual knowledge, no matter how rigorous, is incomplete without transformation of the self. These parables often explore themes of solitude, transformation, divine love, and spiritual liberation. Avicenna's belief in the harmony between philosophy and revelation is also central to his mystical teachings. He saw no contradictions between reason and faith, between the discoveries of the philosopher and the insights of the prophet. Both are oriented towards truth, though they speak in different languages. Where philosophy uses argument and syllogism, prophecy uses images, symbols, and parables. The goal of both, however, is union with the divine and the guidance of the soul towards perfection. His understanding of prophecy follows naturally from his metaphysical system. The prophet, in Avicenna's view, is someone whose soul has achieved such a degree of purity and attunement that it becomes a perfect mirror of the active intellect. This mirror reflects not only universal truths but also symbolic forms, which take shape in the imagination of the prophet and are then communicated to others. In this sense, religious symbols are not arbitrary. They are images shaped by divine insight, tailored to the understanding of the people, and filled with layered meaning that can guide both the simple and the wise. In his ethical writings, Avicenna emphasizes the role of virtue in the development of the soul. Virtue is not merely the absence of vice, but an alignment with cosmic order. Just as the heavens move in harmonious circles, so should the soul cultivate a balanced and harmonious life. This balance is achieved through the mastery of the passions, the cultivation of reason, and the love of truth. The virtuous soul becomes like a well-tuned instrument resonating with the divine harmony of the universe. Avicenna also held a sophisticated view of imagination, which he saw as a faculty that lies between reason and sensation. It allows the soul to bridge the gap between abstract truths and concrete experiences. In dreams and visions, the imagination can receive impressions from the higher realms and transform them into symbols and stories. In this way, the imagination becomes a vehicle for spiritual knowledge, not simply a repository of fantasy. This insight would influence later thinkers and mystics who saw dreams and visions as legitimate forms of divine communication. Another important theme in his mystical thought is the unity of being. Though Avicenna never abandoned the distinction between the creator and creation, he believed that all things derive their being from the one source. This gives the universe a deep and pervasive unity. Every particle of existence points back to the necessary being. Every moment of awareness, every movement of the stars, every stirring of the soul is a sign of the divine. To live with this awareness is to live in perpetual remembrance. The mystic in this view is not someone who escapes the world, but one who sees through it, perceiving in every form a reflection of the formless source. His doctrine of love also carries mystical resonance. Love, he taught, is the movement of the soul towards beauty and perfection. It is a force that unites the seeker with the sought, the knower with the known. In the highest sense, love is the soul's longing for union with the divine. This love is not possessive or emotional, but a radiant clarity that arises from knowledge. To know the divine is to love it, and to love it is to seek union with it. Avicenna's vision of death is likewise steeped in mystical understanding. Death is not an end, but a transition. For the purified soul, it is a liberation, a return to its true home. The veils of the material world fall away, and the soul awakens to the eternal light. For the unprepared soul, however, death can be a painful awakening, exposing the illusions it clung to in life. This dual possibility places great urgency on the spiritual path. Life is a gift and a test, a chance to awaken before the moment of transition. Despite his despite his philosophical rigor, Avicenna remained deeply aware of the limitations of human knowledge. In his later writings, one finds a tone of humility, a recognition that ultimate truth transcends all languages and thought. Even the most refined concepts, the most precise definitions, fall short of the reality they seek to describe. This humility does not lead to despair, but to wonder. It opens the door to silence, to reverence, and to the kind of knowledge that arises from study, not from study, but from direct experience. Avicenna's mystical thought did not exist in isolation. It influenced generations of thinkers across the Islamic world, from Andalusia to Persia. His vision laid groundwork for later mystics who would integrate philosophy, poetry, and divine love into the single path of wisdom. His ideas were also transmitted into the Latin West, where they shaped Christian mysticism and scholastic philosophy. All right, so right there, I believe, is probably the best place for me to end this. I will end it on Avicenna, and later when I come back, I will talk about Jabir ibn Hayyan. He is probably one of the most legendary figures in the history of science, alchemy, as well as esoteric philosophy. So I will end it here, and then later when I come back, I will discuss him and move on forward. And it's like I said before, these are probably people that you probably have never heard of before when it comes to the esoterics. These this is information that really you have to do research on. A lot of this information, thank goodness I know ways around it, but a lot of this information, for you to retain it, you got to pay for really expensive books. That's the best way of explaining it. So my best advice for anybody who really wants to get into researching this kind of stuff is to reach out and try to find people who are like-minded, and they do research into it. Also, look for people who have been educated in this kind of stuff and are willing to talk about it. One of the best sources I've had is actually a YouTube channel called Esoterica. If you guys have any time, stop by there and listen to the guy. He's got a lot of good wisdom. He knows about these esoteric philosophers and the story behind them. So check him out. If you guys enjoyed this, please like, subscribe, share, make comments. Please leave comments in the comment section. I do appreciate having comments in the chat. Don't get me wrong, but making comments in the comment section helps out too. It really does. Um, if you guys have a chance to do that, and I always respond to people when they leave a comment for me. So as long as it's a real comment and it's not somebody trying to get me to buy like 500 subscribers or something like that. Again, I'd like to thank Detective Fallen for stopping into the chat and leaving comments. I do appreciate that. Um, Now, I want to tell everybody that I hope they have a good day ahead of them. It's midnight, or it's 1:15 now for me. I started this at midnight, so it's pretty late at night. I am tired, and it is time for me to go to bed. So, with that being said, I'd like to say thank you to everybody on Rumble, X, Twitch, Kick, and YouTube, as well as the live. And I will go ahead and end the stream. Thank you guys for watching. Here we go. An hour and 15 minutes. Good going, Roger. Basic mechanisms of genetic pollution is simple. When a plant or animal that carries engineered or selectively bred genes produces with a wild relative, its genetic material may be passed on to offspring. This gene flow can happen through wild insects, water. This flow can happen through wind, insects, water, or animal carriers. In the case of plants, pollen from a genetically modified crop can travel and fertilize wild or native plant varieties, introducing genes that were never part of the wild population's evolutionary history. Similarly, domesticated animals released into the wild, intentionally or accidentally, can breed with their wild counterparts and introduce altered traits into the population. One of the most prominent and controversial examples of genetic pollution comes from genetically engineered crops. In many countries, especially those with large-scale industrial agriculture, Crops like corn, soybean, canola, and cotton have been genetically modified to resist pests, tolerate herbicides, or even yields, or improve yields. These modified plants can and often do cross-pollinate with nearby non-modified or wild relatives. Once the modified genes enter the wild gene pool, they are difficult or impossible to remove. This has led to legal, ecological, and agricultural challenges. Organic farms, for instance, face the threat of contamination, which can disqualify their produce, which can disqualify their produce from organic certification and affect marketability. The ecological consequences of genetic pollution can be profound. One major concern is the potential loss of genetic diversity. Wild populations rely on a broad genetic base to adapt to changing environmental conditions, resist diseases, maintain overall ecosystem balance. When foreign genes, especially those tailored for specific traits, enter a wild population, they may outcompete or replace native genes. This can lead to what is known as genetic swamping, where the wild genome is gradually diluted or replaced. Over time, this reduces the evolutionary flexibility and resilience of the population, making it more vulnerable to disease, climate change, and other pressures. Another risk involves the creation of hybrid organisms that possess a mix of wild and domesticated traits. These hybrids may have unpredictable fitness in natural environments. In some cases, they may be less capable of surviving and reproducing, leading to a decline in the overall population. In other cases, they may be more aggressive or better adapted in ways that allow them to dominate local ecosystems, outcompeting other species and upsetting the ecological balances. For example, a genetically modified fish that grows faster than its wild relatives could outcompete them for food and breeding space, leading to population crashes. Genetic pollution also poses risks to indigenous knowledge systems and cultural heritage. In many parts of the world, traditional farming communities have developed and maintained unique crop varieties over generations, adapted to specific soils, climates, and cultural needs. These heirloom varieties represent a deep reservoir of genetic diversity and cultural identity. When genetically modified crops are introduced nearby, the risk of cross-pollination threatens the purity and uniqueness of these traditional strains. Once contamination occurs, it may not be possible to restore the original variety, resulting in permanent loss of agricultural heritage. Legal and ethical issues further complicate the picture. In some cases, companies that hold patents or genetically modified organisms that hold patents on, in some cases, companies that hold patents on genetically modified organisms have pursued legal action against farmers whose fields were found to contain patent genes. Even if the contamination was accidental. This has raised serious questions about responsibility, ownership, and liability. Should a farmer be punished for genetic drift they did not intend or control? Should corporations bear responsibility for preventing their proprietary genes from spreading into ecosystems and private lands? Efforts to prevent genetic pollution are ongoing but face many challenges. Isolation, distances between genetically modified and non-modified crops are one strategy, but pollen can travel long distances depending on wind patterns and pollinators. Physical barriers and buffer zones can help, but they are not foolproof. Seed banks and preservation programs aim to conserve pure genetic lines, but these too require rigorous protection and documentation. In animal populations, preventing escape from fish farms or livestock enclosures is critical, but escapes still occur due to natural disasters, human error, or infrastructure failure. Some scientists have proposed genetic use restriction technologies, also known as terminator genes, which are designed to prevent modified organisms from reproducing. These methods, however, have faced ethical opposition and have not been widely adopted. Others suggest that better labeling, stricter regulations, and more transparent risk assessment are needed before genetically modified organisms are introduced into new environments. It is also important to distinguish between intentional genetic modification and more traditional selective breeding. Though both can result in gene flow, selective breeding involves choosing parent organisms with desired traits to produce offspring with those traits. Over time, this can create new breeds or varieties that differ significantly from their wild ancestors. If these domesticated forms escape or are released into the wild, they too can affect native gene pools. In many cases, the results are not beneficial. Wild trout populations, for example, have been weakened by interbreeding with domesticated trout used in fish stocking programs, leading to reduced survival and reproductive success. Beyond agriculture and aquaculture, genetic pollution has implications for conservation for conservation biology and the protection of endangered species. Efforts to breed endangered animals in captivity sometimes results in the introduction of non-native genes, either through hybridization or poorly documented lineages. Reintroducing these individuals into the wild may compromise the genetic integrity of the remaining wild population. Similarly, planting non-local seed variations in restoration projects can lead to genetic homogenization, homogenization, where local adaptations are lost. In the broader philosophical sense, genetic pollution reflects a fundamental tension between human technological progress and the natural world. Our ability to manipulate genes has far outpaced our ability to foresee and control the long-term consequences of those manipulations. As with many other environmental issues, the damage is often subtle, slow-moving, and difficult to reverse once it begins. The challenge lies in balancing innovation with caution, recognizing that once a gene escapes into the wild, it becomes part of a larger ecological story that cannot be undone.
Basically, he came out and said as well that the aliens want to stay hidden. Like their agreement with the aliens was not to reveal it to humanity. That's why he kept going on about humanity's not ready thing, because the aliens told him that, or his government anyway. Aliens in hiding until mankind is ready. Here we go.
Turn up your speakers, man.
Can you guys still hear me out there? Am I the only one here?
I can't. You can't hear me.
Roger, are you still there?
Hear me? Yeah, I'm here. You're just not.
No, I can't hear you.
Yeah, oh. No. You gotta turn.
No, my speakers are up full.
Okay.
Sorry. I paused my browser. Have you been speaking this whole time?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay.
I muted my browser. Sorry. Have I been speaking over the top of you?
Well, it's fine. I would just let you keep talking and everything because you were doing a fine job and everything. But down there on that Jitsi link, right, or that on the Jitsi link on the side, in the
Yeah,
chat. I've got
yeah.
the transcripts of Phil Snyder. If you want to read those out loud,
Oh yeah, if I can
like click on
do
them
it
and
here.
it'll tell you word for word what he said in that speech that you were talking about.
We got to find a way in the future how to stream videos, both of us. That'd be
Well, I
cool.
can do it. It's just like with downloaded videos, you can't really get it done. It
Ah,
just
really?
yeah. And if you want to
We'll have to do it through OBS.
click on that
I
X
can do it through OBS.
to get rid of that top part up on top.
Because if in OBS I can just add it as a media source, right? Like
Yeah.
VLC.
Now, right there, if you want to, you can read that out loud. That's word for word everything he said. You don't have to read any of that. It's down towards the bottom.
His testimony is down the bottom.
Yeah. This is taken from the Internet Archives. There it is. The horrendous
It
structure.
is.
There you go.
Yeah. Do you want to read it,
No, you do
or
it.
should I read it? Okay. It is because of the horrendous structure of the federal government that I have been directly imperiled not to tell anybody about this material. How long I will be able to do this is anybody's guess. And that's what always like struck me in my heart with Phil is like he knew he was gonna get killed by the government and he still did it. Same with Bill Cooper. They're like true heroes, man. Because we would never know this shit or
Yeah.
like have this level of verification if these guys didn't do this. So hats off to them.
Mm-hmm.
However, I would like to mention that this talk is going to be broken up into four main topics, each of which topic will have some bearing on what you people are involved in, whether you are patriots or not. I want you to know that these United States are a beautiful place. I have gone to more than 70 countries, and I cannot remember any country that has the beauty as well as the magnificence of this people like these United States. So he was like a massive patriot and loved his country and his people. To
Mm-hmm.
give you an overview of basically what I am, I started off when and went through engineering school. Half of my school was in that field, and I built up a reputation for being a geological engineer as well as a structural engineer in both military and aerospace applications. I have helped build two main bases in the United States that have some significance as far as what is called the New World Order. And we hear that word a lot, don't we?
Yes, we
The
do.
first base is in one at Dulce, New Mexico. I've been there though. It was involved in the 1979 in 1979 in a firefight with alien humanoids as well. And I was one of the survivors. I'm probably the only talking survivor you will ever hear. Two other survivors are under close guard. I am the only one left that knows the detailed files of the entire operation. 66 Secret Service agents, FBI, Black Berets, and the like died in that fight. I was there. Number one part of what I'm going to tell you is going to be very shocking. Part of what I'm going to tell you is probably going to be very unbelievable. So instead of putting your glasses on, I'm going to ask you to put your skepticals on. But please feel free to do your own homework. I know the Freedom of Information Act isn't much to go on, but it's the best we've got. The local law library is a good place to look for congressional records. So if one continues to do their homework, then one can be standing in vigilant in regard to their country.
Now, before you go on, let me also remind people that are watching this. This is before internet got popular. You know what I'm saying? So he's bringing that up to reference because back then we didn't have the ability to jump on the computer and get all the information. You know what I mean? So you had to go to the library and do the research on yourself for yourself. I
It
mean,
was in the
internet.
90s, I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure.
internet was around. Don't get me wrong, but it wasn't as robust as what it is now.
There was no like Google, there was like the old school web crawlers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
it was, yeah, it wasn't very popular yet.
right. So I just
Um,
wanted to add that in before you went any farther.
I just want to skip some of the intro stuff. They have been building these 129 bases day and night unceasingly since the early 1940s. Some of them have been built even earlier than that. These bases are basically large cities. So they've been building these 129 bases. Some of them were built earlier than that. These bases, earlier than the 1940s. These bases are basically large cities connected by high-speed magno-levity trains that have speeds up to Mach 2, so twice the speed of sound.
Mm-hmm.
Several books have been written about this activity. Al Balick was my only copy of one of them. Richard Sounder. Interesting. I didn't know about that. I remember him saying it. I just didn't. I'm going to quickly try and search those books.
No, you got to
Well,
remember too. In the actual video, it was really hard to kind of pick out what he was saying because Phil
yeah.
Phil had a really hard time with like expressing himself. You're actually easier to understand than what Phil was sometimes. So 'cause he would, well, you know what I mean. You've listened to the video.
Well, yeah. I mean, he gets emotional and stuff
Yeah,
through it, and the recordings are pretty old too. So,
yeah.
uh, but anyway, I can't
It's
immediately find those books. He worked in a number of government agencies on deep underground military bases in and around where you live in Idaho. There was 11 of them. Um, the average depth of these bases are over a mile, and they are basically whole cities underground. They are between 2.6 and 4.2 cubic miles in size. They have laser drilling machines that can drill a tunnel 7 miles long in one day. Ah, yeah, that's
yeah.
insane.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, the Black Project sidestepped the authority of Congress, which we know is illegal. Right now, the New World Order is depending on these bases. If I had known that at the time that I was working on them that the New World Order was involved, I would not have done it. I was lied to rather extensively. Basically, as far as the technology is concerned, every other calendar year that transpires, military technology increases by about 44.5 years in 1 year. That's why they're so far ahead, folks, is because the further ahead you get, the further you develop. And because they're also sharing technology with aliens, they can progress many, many times faster than the plebeians up on the surface like us. So I remember my housemate's dad worked for the Australian CIA. They're called ASIO. And at that time, in around 2001 kind of time, um, he told me his dad told him that the latest technology that we've ever seen on a movie, they're at least 30 years ahead of that, and that was back then. So if they're progressing at a rate of 44 years a year, they would be hundreds of years ahead by now.
Yeah.
So
Mm-hmm.
um, then there's no surprise that we're seeing friggin' anti-gravity craft, and like
UFOs.
this. been covering it up for a long time.
See, it's
Anyway,
like
I continue. Oh yeah, sorry.
whenever I was living in Arizona, I had to straighten it out with John too, because I've told you in the past that I haven't seen UFOs and stuff, but I mean I wasn't technically right about that. Like I seen something once, you know what I mean, and that was in Arizona,
Yeah.
and
Oh wow.
we
Yeah.
we
That's
live
that's
next.
where I saw one too, actually.
We lived next to
And
a base called Williamson Air Force at the time, and now it's Gilbert Airport. But at the time, it was an Air Force base, and we lived on a dairy farm, and it was one of those triangular ones, you know. And back then I didn't think anything about UFOs, but my sisters, man, they would always point it out after we seen that, because we all were there together and seen it, but the thing that was weird about it is we didn't see or we didn't hear anything. You know what I mean? It was floating up there in one place, and there was no noise. There was no engine. There was nothing. There was no sound of a jet. And it was just there.
mm,
So,
mm.
but
My one was actually in New Mexico, and it was probably about 40 kilometers away from Area 51. In the town called Ta Ta.
Carmine.
It'll come to me in Taos, New Mexico. Or near that place, I climbed up this mountain, and I actually smoked some Colorado river toad up there, and this bloody. But before that even happened, I climbed. As I was climbing up this sheer cliff, I had a backpack on, and I slipped and I almost fell off this cliff, and managed to grab on, and I was like, "Fuck this! I'm gonna die. I should go back down."
The stress-fear memory pathway is made up of these four areas: the amygdala, which is the center of stress and fear. That then communicates to the hypothalamus, which is controlling hormones, including cortisol. Again, more stress. The hypothalamus is then talking to the sympathetic nervous system. And where is the subconscious mind? It is within the nervous system. So the sympathetic nervous system is trying to determine very simply, do I need to go into fight, flight, freeze, fawn? And it tells your vagus nerve, which is a really long nerve in the stomach, all the way up the spine to the back of the brain, to stop working, because now you have to prepare for an emergency. The hippocampus then, which is the memory center, it's like a tape inside of a tape recorder. It then interprets memories as either good or bad, but everything is stored there. Events from childhood, or the content from the last movie you watched, the last song that you listened to, are all stored in there for reference. So like I said, when you have a new event and it didn't happen in childhood, then you're drawing from every movie and TV show you've ever watched. So there are people that are out there literally living their lives because they saw it on Friends, The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, The Walking Dead, you name it. And they have no idea, because the subconscious mind's faculty and strength over who you are and what you do is so strong that the average person wants to think that they're smarter than they are. What makes you a smart person in this world is knowing that you are a dumbass by default and that you don't know anything about anything.
See, that's why I like you,
Okay?
man. That's
And
why I like
the cabal knows this. You understand? The
Yeah.
cabal knows this, and they stay far away from us because they know that they have human bodies too. Even if they're a reptilian, they have human bodies too. And that default hardware is stupid, right?
you.
And it's hackable. So that's why they hide in the shadows. It's not because they're afraid of us. It's because they have
don't
the
wanna
same
catch it.
hardware that they have to operate with, and they know that mirror neurons are a thing. That's why they don't send their children to school, because mirror neurons will emulate common behavior in any environment that it's put in. And the prefrontal cortex
right.
is a part of the brain that is supposed to put a limit on your behaviors that put you in danger. That is why people will lose executive function. They won't be able to generate willpower and create healthy goals and stick to them, because there's significant damage to that part of the brain because people put their children in front of the television set. I mean, even in our generations, I know that you guys are older than I am. I'm still 38. And there was nobody that stuck their face 3 inches in front of the TV set more than I did. I don't think.
Me too.
So, exactly. So, you're degrading your brain function when you're exposed to this technology. So, basically, all those three pathways have been discovered by neuroscience to generate all human emotion. And because behind every behavior is a reward, in order to focus on the reasons why, the root cause to certain things that certain people do, I arrived at this strategy. I am not saying it's the right strategy, but I am saying that it exists and it is largely overlooked by the majority of mental health professionals because they were trained by the cult of psychotherapy. I usually tell a story, and I'll tell that story before I let you ask questions.
Okay.
What really pissed me off was one day I had a client who came to me just for weight loss. She wanted to lose a certain number of pounds because she needed to go in for bariatric surgery. And she was trying to figure out why she couldn't get her diet going, why she couldn't stop smoking, why her relationship fell apart and she got divorced from her husband, all these different questions she had. And I looked in that woman's subconscious mind for 4 weeks and could not find any pre-existing trauma. It turns out she had a great childhood and there was nothing that was coming up at all. I finally asked her, "What do you usually do when you have free time?" And I almost shit my fucking pants. Because she says to me, "I usually take out a pack of cigarettes, get a cup of coffee, and I sit and I watch Bridget Jones's Diary." And I said, hold on. Hold the fuck on. Hit the brakes. Tell me that again. You do what? And she's like, "I open a pack of cigarettes. I'm smoking like 2 or 3 packs a day. I drink coffee all day long. And during my free time, I sit and I watch Bridget Jones's Diary." And I said, "Every fucking day? Are you serious?" And she said, "Yeah, every day." And she was kind of like surprised that I had that reaction. So here's the problem. Bridget Jones's Diary is celebrated as a romantic comedy classic. It is still rented after 20 years for the same reason, because people think it's funny and charming, but what it is it has become this cultural artifact that reinforces certain themes, and those themes are self-doubt, social comparison, and toxic relationship patterns, which were
Right.
exactly the issues that my client was having.
So
So
interesting. Oh my gosh.
so here's the problem. They're teaching you that it's funny when you're self-critical and you mock your own weight and you mock your habits and you're laughing at yourself and others who have failures in society, who are imperfect. When you are repeatedly laughing at someone else's insecurities, it
Mm-hmm.
begins to wire your brain in a way that self-deprecation is a coping mechanism. So you find people who have low self-esteem, and they usually make self-deprecating comments about themselves, and they go, ha 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 ha, don't worry, I'm mentally stable, I can make these jokes, it's fine, I don't have low self-esteem. But being constantly self-critical is one of the purposes for Bridget Jones's diary. It conditions you to think that that's acceptable or charming.
Mm-hmm.
In her diary entries, for example, she exaggerates her focus on calories and how like she's triggered by her appearance and stuff like that, compares to other women different things. And then also there's the theme of romantic idealization and relationship anxiety. So it's reinforcing that you're only worthy of love if you struggle for it, if you have to run someone down and change yourself or do all these extravagant things to make that person love you, basically decrease your worth
Mm-hmm.
and worry about whether you're lovable or not. Okay? So it kind of normalizes that the idea that messy and dramatic relationships are exciting or normal. So, yeah, it's just a clusterfuck because it's
Mm-hmm.
normalizing social pressure and perfectionism. If you don't have the right body image, if you aren't successful in your career, then you're not socially desirable as a person. So my client was having this psychological effect where watching that movie every day, in combination with the effect of the television bypassing her prefrontal cortex, going through the stress fear memory pathway and entering that directly into her hippocampus, she learned to obsess about her weight, compare herself to everyone else, which caused her to overeat. The caffeine all day long was having an effect on her brain chemistry, her brain activity, to where she was lacking self awareness of her patterns. And then she would just sit there and smoke herself into oblivion and never know any different because she then had to self soothe, because that was probably the first time throughout the day that she took a deep breath was through smoking that cigarette. So long term exposure to any media that's portraying self doubt as funny or romantic is going to create imposter syndrome, social anxiety, perfectionism, which cause viewers to subconsciously adopt self sabotaging behaviors in love, career, social life, you name it.
Mm-hmm.
And they will never think any differently outside of that box because it's TV. It's just funny, right? Ha ha.
Yeah,
I'm not
it's not
screwing
real
myself over
kind of
at
thing.
all. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So, long story short, that really, really pissed me off. And it put me even more on this path of basically going through things and looking at, okay, where is this coming from? Why is it happening? And Tavistock is who's behind that. But I'll let you ask questions because time's
Yeah.
getting away, and I know Roger has to do another show after this.
Now with me, I'm going to hold off because I know Sonia's excited. She's just sitting there. I
Oh my
know
gosh, I've
she's
got
got.
lots of questions.
So you start drilling them, get them good because
Well,
there are some things I do want to bring up, but I want to do it for another interview because I
mhm.
think that this goes deeper too.
Oh, certainly that crossed my mind as well.
But
Um, well, some of my questions go back to when we first started talking, and I just took kind of messy notes. So let's see if I could make them out. I was just curious about sleep paralysis. I know you've talked to many people who are in the, I guess, I don't really want to say new age community, but many spiritual type of people, I suppose you could say, dealing with esoteric type topics or etheric type stuff. So, what is your take on sleep paralysis?
Well, first of all, let me not be completely disrespectful to the New Age community. they're good at hijacking information and repurposing it for their own good. So they do draw relevant points from parapsychology, which is where you'll find the empirical data on topics like this parapsychology, right?
Mhm.
Sleep paralysis is a real thing. Entities do exist, and they do have the ability to, hold you down on your bed
Mm-hmm.
and do things to you because they're energy harvesting.
Right. Okay.
What
Thank
else would
you.
you like me to say about that?
That's kind of just that's fine. And there again, that topic can go deeper, but we can wait for another time. Let's see. Another thing was the sugar that you were talking about, and I know that in the stores, a lot of stores have something they call raw sugar. Do you think that's actually raw sugar, or is that just kind of a label they slap on it?
Unless they purchase that sugar from a plantation and then repackage it in their packaging,
Hmm.
it's not raw sugar. But
Okay.
if they do that, then it is raw sugar. You have something called demerara sugar, which is from another area in the Caribbean, which is also raw. How you can tell that your sugar is raw sugar is if it's dark brown or has bits of brown crystals in it, and the crystals are relatively big in size. That tells you that it hasn't been ground down very much and refined very much because it will decrease in size by being tossed around. It's a crystal, for Christ's sake. It'll break.
Okay.
So that molasses content signals whether it's raw or not.
Okay. Now, do you think that that type of sugar is any less like poisonous than any other type of sugar? I mean, I know it's less poisonous, obviously, than white sugar, but should we even be eating any sugar?
The closer to the earth, the better time you're going to have.
Hmm.
Um,
Okay.
so let's say, for example, you get your hands on some nice raw Barbados sugar. It hasn't been touched. It would have gone through that crystallization process on a sheet, broken into those tiny little pieces,
Hmm.
and then sent off to somewhere else to be broken down into smaller pieces. And that's the better sugar. Is it 100% healthy for you? No, it's not.
I should probably unmute that, see what it sounds like. Got Beam up and going. Okay, so D Live sounds good from what it sounds. Let me see what Beam sounds like. I can hear stuff. Okay, Beam sounds good. D Live sounds good. Let's see. Oh, Rumble sounds good. X is up. X sounds good. Twitch sounds good. And no here. So does Kick. Oh shit. I need to turn YouTube off again. I keep forgetting to do that shit. I did that yesterday too, so turn YouTube off, go to my gaming channel, delete that video, or delete that stream, I should say. Go back to the wonderful world of weirdness. Go live. I don't know why it keeps doing that. Keeps sending it to manage. So now I gotta go into DLive, or no, into Discord and delete that notification. That's just ridiculous. Okay, so let's go back in there. I'll drop it. Just come down here to Wow Talk. I don't know why I did it. That's the second time that it keeps doing that shit. It should also it should go into the area where it says schedule stream, so that I can select the one that I had before. So take that, set it up on Beam. Okay, changes saved. Hit stream. Okay, so I've got that going. It looks like it's going. Let me check it for audio and everything. It sounds good. So I got everything up and going. Now I have 11 minutes before the beginning of the hour. So what I'm going to do is set up a song to play. And we will go with let's see, Echoes of Atlantis. Yeah, let's do that one.
Once the gods carved earth like a cosmic chessboard, Poseidon claimed Atlantis, his starborn accord. 10 twin suns, throne of tridents waves at his command. Empire stretched from Baalbic stones to Mayan sand. Monolith stacked like Legos blocks no crane could lift. Sonic levitation, gods don't need pulleys or grit. Athena taught Athens, Hephaestus forged veins of gold, but Atlantis spires pierced heaven, stories untold. Ages of virtue, divine blood pure in the veins. No egregious geodesic temples where starlight reigns, but mortality crept in, diluted the grace. Go turn to rust, hubris eclipsed the god fast.
Of Atlantis, drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom, where titans still sleep. From these the tetragonical to codes and all, as above, so below, cosmic empire of modern princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walked the sea.
Watch the fall saw vice crack the divine. Pyramids hummed warnings, but they ignored the signs. Sky split with fury, tsunami swallowed their pride. Atlantis sang screaming, but blueprints survive. Baalbek's foundation, stones that defy modern math. 1,000-ton puzzle, gravity's aftermath. Scholars still baffled how they align the stars. They rode cosmic currents, breaching space-time's bars. Now divers chase shadows where crystal cities gleamed. AI scans the ocean, but truth a half-dream dream. Three misses whisper maps in their lodges of lore. Plato's Critias, a metaphor or a war.
Echoes of Atlantis drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom where Titans still sleep. From Giza to Tiwanaku, the co-attention all as above, so below. Cosmic empire of law, 10 princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walk the sea.
They say Poseidon's seed still flows in our veins. In every megalith, every grid that restrains. The Dogon chart Sirius, Templars guard the flame. But Atlantis tech, it's encoded in our DNA's frame. Zeus's verdict was fire, a flood in ice. Yet the Sphinx still stares, whispering sacrifice. Mortal minds crave power, but miss the design. True kings rule through resonance, not bloodline. Now decode the ruins, their psalms etched in stone. A star-born king's empire, now dust and bone. The hall of records buried neath Giza's cold gaze holds anti-gravity schematics from pre-flood days. Crystal engines hummed, Orgon fueled their might, till pride turned their frequencies dissonant blight. The Anunnaki fled, Mars colonies crumbled. Leviathan's bones in the Mariana rumbled. But Poseidon's ghost rides the Bermuda's mist. Evolve past the greed or drown in the abyss. Tsunamis taller than gods crack continents like eggs. Jungles of Egypt drown, turn to sand in Poseidon's regret. Mammals shrunk to lapdogs, skies choked by volcanic breath. Waves circled the globe thrice, 3 funerals for death. Up Nepiston, rode the arc of frequencies, not wood. Up tetrahedron ziggurat where anti-grav pulses stood. While Atlantis sank, he spliced DNA and quantum seeds. Stashed them in Göbekley's veins and Indus Valley reeds. Volcanic winter's curse, Zeus hit the reset. Scorched the grids, erased the moon-ringed internet. Noah's not a shepherd, he's a star-born archivist. Cracking hermetic scrolls in caves where mushrooms twist. The survivors crawl from mud with amnesiac eyes. Built new gods from scrap metal and fallen skies. Now desert bones whisper where cedars once soared. Man's just a ghost in Atlantis' holographic horde. The flood wasn't water, it was math. A codex purge, Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's new.
The flood wasn't water, it was math. A codex purge, Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's you. Echoes of Atlantis drowned in the deep, the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom where Titans still sleep. From Giza to Tiwanaku, their codes etched in awe. As above, so below, cosmic empire of lore. 10 princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walk the sea. So when you see Stonehenge, Angkor spire, know Atlantis lives in the quantum choir. The gods were missed, their mentors in code. Rise from the ashes, or repeat what they owe.
Once the gods carved earth like a cosmic chessboard, Poseidon claimed Atlantis, his starborn accord. 10 twin suns, throne of tridents waves at his command. Empire stretched from bow, big stones to Mayan sand. Monolith stacked like Legos blocks no crane could lift. Sonic levitation, gods don't need pulleys or grit. Athena taught Athens, Hephaestus forged veins of gold, but Atlantis spires pierced heaven, stories untold. Is of virtue, divine blood pure in the veins. No egregious geodesic temples where scarlet reigns, but mortality crept in, diluted the grace. Gold turned to rust, hubris eclipsed the god fast.
Of Atlantis, drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom, where titans still sleep. From these that touch your water, go to causation, or as above, so below. Cosmic empire of modern princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walked the sea.
Alright, so now I'm back. I have everything set up and ready to go. We've got 3 minutes until the beginning of the episode. This is going to be another episode of WoW Talk. So, I hope you guys enjoy. Now today I'm going to try to do what I tried to do with Cosmic Weave. I'm going to actually put an intro and an outro on this one. I ended up messing up last time on the Cosmic Weave by not putting an outro when I did it, but this time I'm going to give it a shot. I'm going to start out with a intro, and hopefully I don't forget by the end of the stream what it's about. So with that being said, I'll take my drink of coffee and I will just get ready. Hopefully we don't have any mess ups like I did yesterday with my gaming. That was horrible. So with that being said, hopefully it doesn't happen. My internet ended up going out like twice while I was doing it. Now today might actually be a little bit short. I don't know for sure, but I'm going to try to keep it as close to an hour as I can. So it might go just a little bit below, it might go above. I don't know for sure. It just depends on how long it takes for the information to be told. So got 1 more minute. So once I get at the top of the hour, I'm going to stop talking and let the introduction play, and then I will get on the road, get everything going. So this Hello everybody, and welcome back to another episode of WoW Talk. Today I am bringing to you a little bit different, some different stuff today. Now, last week I had done the business part for the Wonderful World of Weirdness so that I could catch up with everybody who is a part of the community and let them know what's going on with the Wonderful World of Weirdness. That was kind of a good break, or a chance actually to do that, since I was doing a lot of information concerning the Indo-European language groups and stuff like that, and the World Tree. That took quite a while, but I was finally able to do that, and I was able to go from there into talking about the Wonderful World of Weirdness and everything that's involved with it. So that was a good thing. I got that taken care of. Here in the last week, while I'm on the topic, I should say that I did get confirmation from Summer, Todd, as well as Austin, and they will be streaming another episode of Summertide's Mystery Show this Saturday, so we should have that up and going. Um, Now, with the Wonderful World of Weirdness, I may be taking breaks with this one, but don't worry. I do need the time slot actually streamed for this time, Wednesday. So, even though I'll be taking a break from the Wonderful World of Weirdness, don't worry. Or Wow Talk, don't worry about it. We'll have something there in its place. But I don't know. I'm kind of thinking about it. I might go ahead and do more episodes of it, depending on how I feel at the moment. So, with that being said, I just wanted to let everybody know that, so that you all know. With that being said, though, I guess we are done with the topics. Other than that, I do have to mention actually that I am making or I'm changing videos for in the schedule. Instead of there being ancient mysteries and strange stories, which I did the 12 episodes for a season. We're now going to go on to conspiracy and the cosmic weave. So the cosmic weave and conspiracy are all going to be started in April, and we will have 12 episodes of that for this season. It's going to be the actual first season for the cosmic weave, which is actually going to turn out, in my opinion, to be a pretty good series. What that is really about is a lot of research that I've done since I've started streaming, and I've been putting it together, and I finally got to where I felt that it was good enough to actually make a video series out of. So that's going to be a pretty good one. So if you guys have the chance, check it out. Now, we are streaming on Rumble, Beam, D Live, X, Twitter, Kick, and YouTube. So if you guys want to check us out, you can check us out on any of those platforms, and we'll be ready to go. So the topics that I wanted to come up this week kind of had to do with stuff that has been discussed in Discord chat, which I wanted to go through on some of this stuff. I started out with one with one episode where actually it was quite a few of them. It was a discussion that we were having on Discord, which are actually quite a few discussions where a person who had joined Discord actually wanted to talk about some topics that we were or that she was interested in. So I started it out. We started talking about reptilians and birds and how they played a part in history or in folklore, mysticism, and ancient history and stuff like that. But that, I believe, was as far as I got. I think I discussed a little bit about Sagami Bay, which is what my first topic is going to be about today, but I don't think I really got into it very much. So that is going to be one of my topics. Now, after that, we also had a conversation about paranormal mimicry, about hearing mimic voices and stuff of that nature. So what I wanted to do was cover that, because the same person who had discussed Sagami Bay also brought up mimicry, paranormal mimicry. So I wanted to go over some of that. Now, after that, I ended up getting a post on Discord as well from John, and that was actually something that I wanted to cover that I didn't get a chance to do at the time, but I finally had enough time to go over it and discuss it. And that topic is the human energy field, which is something that is very interesting for me right now because I'm actually doing research with the cosmic weave, which relates to the brain as well as ancient mysteries and stuff of that nature and how it all connects. And it also uh, discusses things concerning UFOs and the paranormal and everything. That's why I'm saying, the cosmic weave is probably going to be a pretty, in my opinion, it's going to be a pretty good video stream. So if you guys get a chance, check it out. But today I am going to go ahead and discuss these three topping points. So we have the human energy field, then we have paranormal mimicry, as well as the mystery of the Sagami Bay. Now, with that being said, I'll start talking about bringing up the topic of Sagami Bay. Now, Sagami Bay is a vast stretch of ocean along Japan's Kanagawa Prefecture, and it has been a place of fascination and mystery for quite a long time. It's known for its deep underwater canyons, its diverse marine life, and historical significance in maritime trade. The bay has also been the site of reported sea monster sightings and eerie legends. Now, these sightings and these eerie legends, they don't just pertain to like the 20th and the 21st century. These stories go back quite a long time, just so everybody understands that. Now, from cryptid encounters to fishermen to scientifically intriguing deep sea creatures, Sagami Bay continues to fuel speculation about what might be lurking beneath its waves. Japanese mythology is rich with stories of monstrous sea entities. One of the most well-known mythical creatures associated with Japanese waters is the umabazu, a terrifying shadow sea spirit said to capsize boats. While the umabazu is not exclusively to Sagami Bay, numerous stories from sailors describe similar ghostly apparitions appearing before tragic accidents at sea. Other folklores describe large serpent-like creatures emerging from the depths, often mistaken for dragons or giant eels. These reports bear striking similarities to global sea serpent legends, suggesting a universal fear for the unknown deep.
Hey Ray,
Oh,
Robert said you wanted woke up.
yeah, sorry about that. I had somebody come in real quick and just started talking without knowing that I was in here doing this. Okay, so other folklore describes large serpent-like creatures emerging from the depths, often mistaken for dragons or giant eels. These reports bear striking similarities to global sea serpents, legends suggesting a universal fear of the unknown deep. Additionally, the legend of... Hold on, I've got to delete this out. Additionally, the legend of Ryugu no Tatsuki, or the messenger from the sea god's palace, refers to deep-sea oarfish whose rare appearance are often seen as omens to earthquakes or tsunamis. Given Sagami Bay's geological activity, it is possible that ancient sightings of these long undulating undulating fish contribute to local sea monster tales. Over the years, various fishermen and sailors have reported seeing unusual marine creatures at Sagami Bay. Reports describe long serpentine animals surfacing momentarily before diving into the depths. Some claim these creatures were over 30 foot in length, uh, and some with resemblance to uh, the Plesiosaurus, suggesting supplication about surviving prehistoric species. The deep water of Sagami Bay are known for harboring giant squid, creatures that can grow to enormous size and have inspired sea monster tales worldwide. Fishermen have occasionally encountered these squid tangled in their nets or seen them briefly at the surface. Some witnesses have described glowing shapes moving beneath the water, possibly deep-sea creatures exhibiting bioluminescence, while marine biologists recognize the presence of luminescent jellyfish, deep-sea fish, and squid. Occasionally, reports of large glowing figures remain unexplained. Many of the sightings and legends associated with Sagami Bay can be attributed to deep-sea gigantism and misidentification of known marine life. I'm going to pause real quick. Okay, I am back. Now, giant squids and colossal squids are elusive creatures and rarely seen alive in their natural habitat. Their occasional appearance have long inspired sea monsters legends. Given Sagami Bay's deep sea conditions, encounters with these animals are plausible. Spirits like the frilled shark and goblin shark, both found in Japanese waters, have bizarre prehistoric appearances that could contribute to local monster myths. Decomposing whales or other large animals in the water can sometimes appear monstrous, with unusual shapes and textures caused by decay. Sagami Bay is home to the Sagami Trench, an underwater cavern or canyon which reaches depths of over 1,500 meters. These deep-sea environments support unique and often undiscovered marine species. Given that many deep-sea creatures remain largely unstudied, the possibility of unknown species inhabiting the trenches adds to the mystery. The trench also serves as a gateway from the deep ocean currents, which may bring rare and exotic species closer to the surface, increasing the likelihood of unusual sightings. With advancements in underwater exploration technology, researchers continue to uncover new marine species in the deep seas around Japan. Remotely operated vehicles, or ROVs, and deep sea submersibles have documented previously unknown jellyfish, squid, and fish, many of which have peculiar and alien-like appearances. As scientific exploration of Sagami Bay and its trench progress, new discoveries may help explain or even confirm past sea monster sightings. Which that's one thing that I do agree with. I think that subjects like that need to be left open. You know what I mean? Don't be critical against them or anything of that nature, because there's a pretty good chance that there are species that haven't been discovered from the ocean. We've barely tapped into some of the depths that are involved when it comes to the Pacific Ocean, you know. There's areas of the Pacific Ocean that we don't know anything about, and they are positioned close to a real deep trench right there in that area. I wanted to bring that one up because it was something that I really wasn't able to get into very much whenever it was first mentioned. I do want to say, though, that this was actually brought up because of a post that was put on the internet by Dabu. Don't get me wrong, Dabu has come up with some pretty interesting stuff, some pretty interesting topics and everything, but I personally don't watch a lot of the stuff that he does anymore, because a lot of the things that he does put out has just purposely been hoaxed. And you have to be careful when it comes to stuff like this, because they do a lot of hoaxing when it comes to Google Maps. And you'll hear a lot of people who get on there and talk about Google Maps like, oh, better hurry up and see this before they take it down. And they don't really explain to you why it is they take it down. Now, usually when you see videos like that that's posted up on the internet, the reason why they get taken down real quick is because hoaxers go on Google Map and they post altered photos of creatures that are supposed to be where they're at on the map that aren't really there. You know what I mean? So, and they've been doing it for a while. So Google goes through and they catch those kind of photos that's been photoshopped and stuff of that nature, and they take them down. And that's the only reason why they do it. There's no big conspiracy about it or anything like that. No horrible, deep Google Map conspiracy to keep information away from the public. So be aware of that when you're watching videos like that. Back whenever the Wonderful World of Weirdness first started out, we used to always go through and censor stuff like that, you know. So I've had experience in that area where we've had to say, no, this has been verified as hoaxed and this isn't. Now, this was before I took over, and I put a lot of information on here that isn't verified. It's not real, most likely. But I feel different about that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? I'm one of those people who believes even if it's fake or if it's not fake, it's something that needs to be shared with people. So when you go in and you hear the stuff that's being posted on the channel, I'm not asking you to believe it. I'm just asking you to respect the fact that there are people out there who believe in this stuff, and just don't be a dick about it. You know what I mean? Don't get on talking hateful or anything like that. If you have opinions about something that you disagree with, say it in the chats. You know what I mean? Just don't be a troll. You know what I mean? Don't come in being crazy and talking hateful towards somebody or anything of that nature. I welcome all kinds of stories and all kinds of beliefs. I have my personal beliefs too that I have to really hold off on when it comes to the channel because I'm the one people talks to. You know what I mean? So if I want them to come on and tell their story, then I need to respect them. You know what I mean? Um, and thank you, Evan. I'm glad that you showed up. Evan on YouTube chat says that he believes, brother. So, and you know what I was saying. If you have anything that you want to bring to the table that I can put on Wow Talk, join us on Discord and post it. I'll bring that stuff up, put it right up on the stream. This is one of the actual stories that we got from Discord from a member on the Discord chat. So anybody is welcome to come in and share their information or the topics that they want. This is actually information that I pulled up myself that I wanted to relay about the story. So if you guys want to have that stuff put on Wow Talk, join us on Discord. Heck, you're more than welcome to share your perspective on any subject, and I will make sure that it's on there. If you guys want to come on to the show and talk about it, you're more than welcome to do that too. There's, like I was saying just a little while ago, Summer and Austin said that they're coming back to do an episode of Summertide's Mystery Show on Saturday. And they're just members of the community that wanted to do a show. So I help them out. I'm their cameraman for them. I make sure that the stream goes out, but it's their show. You know what I mean? I'll do that for anybody who is a part of the community and wants to join and do their own show even. This is a community-based platform is what it is. So with that being done, I want to go through and I want to talk about the second topic. Now, this was very important to the individual that I had talked to, and because she said that this was actually happening to her. So, and I believe that it's something that I really should have gotten more into back whenever it was being brought up to, because she did seem to be having some issues there. But things ended up getting a little bit carried away with me and the things that I had to do when it comes to the posts. And I just was not able to get to this topic. And it was Sherry007 on Discord who is the one who started talking about this. So I am going to go ahead and bring this next topic up and get it going. So the next one is about paranormal mimicry. Mimicry. Now, throughout history, cultures across the world have reported eerie encounters and entities or forces that appear to mimic human behaviors, voices, and even physical appearances to some degree. Now, from the doppelgangers to shadow entities and poltergeist manifestations. Okay. Now, these mimic experiences are some of the most unsettling and probably some of the most perplexing phenomena, even though it's not very popular on media. For some reason, whenever people start talking about doppelganger, people get just turned off by it. I don't understand that, because it actually is a really perplexing phenomena that a lot of people have talked about for a long time in the paranormal world. Now, many supernatural mimic entities find their roots in ancient folklore and mythology, and some of the most infamous figures are associated with concepts of like the doppelganger and the double walker in German, which describes an apparition or a shadow figure that looks and behaves exactly like a person, a living person. And there's been encounters with people's own doppelganger, and they're considered like an omen to some people, or death or misfortune and stuff of that nature. Now, when you talk about people in history who's experienced it, you got to take a look at like Abraham Lincoln. He actually reported seeing his own double before his death, right before he died. So that is one example when it comes to mimicry in history. Okay. Now, in Norse mythology, there's also a similar concept that exists, and it's called the Zardagar or Zardagar. Now, that's an entity that precedes a person and mimics their actions before they actually arrive. So, like before you arrive, all of a sudden, these people who you're about to meet sees you ahead of time, and then that is over, and then all of a sudden, here you come in. They're like, I just saw you. You see what I mean? So that is another, it's a similar concept, and that's called the Verdagar. Now, the Navajo legend of the skinwalkers is another one. Now, skinwalkers are witches or shapeshifters who can transform into animals and mimic human voices to deceive and lure victims in. Now, many modern reports claim that these entities will call out in familiar voices from the dark, and that's them trying to or attempting to trick people into venturing outside alone. Now, some skinwalkers, some accounts of skinwalkers describe human-like creatures that move unnaturally fast or have eerie, elongated limbs. There's a lot of different interpretations of what the skinwalker looks like. But I could go into a description on that one. But I actually do have a video series called Skinwalker Ranch, which kind of gets involved in that. And to me, I'm not going to say that that's actually good when it comes to like skinwalkers, because like Skinwalker Ranch really, in my opinion, doesn't have anything to do with skinwalkers. It has to do with aliens and supernatural, paranormal occurrences and things like that. But like, there's actually nothing that's ever shown pertaining to the skinwalker. So maybe later on I can do more on that and go over the skinwalker a little bit more. So now, there's also in Irish and Scottish folklore the changelings, which were fairy beings who mimicked human infants, replacing real children with imposters. Now, these beings appeared identical to the stolen child, but often behaved strange, and they showed unusual intelligence or illness. Families would perform tests such as exposing the changeling to fire or cold iron, and that was to try to reveal its true nature. that one's actually pretty bad too. Like there's a really dark folklore behind all that. I think they've got a movie out about that too, which is pretty interesting. But after that, you also have to have the Wendigo. All right, now the Wendigo is one that I do find pretty interesting, and the only reason for that is because it's a malevolent spirit in the cold wildernesses. It's said to imitate human voices to lure victims into the forest, kind of like how the Skinwalker does. And there's a lot of similarities between the Skinwalker stories and the Wendigos, but trust me, they're two totally different uh, deities or entities. They're not the same. So now, Wendigo sightings often involve like eerie mimicry of loved ones, which is supposed to lead people away from safety. But summary reports describe Wendigos too as having glowing eyes and an unnatural gait, which also adds to their eerie mimicry. I've also heard stories where they don't even have like a gait or an appearance. They're like the wind, you know what I mean? They're invisible. The only time that they're seen is whenever they wish to be seen. So, and they can also influence your mind, and when you hear those voices, you're hearing it like telepathically instead of it being an actual voice. You know, you could be hearing somebody's voice and it could be somebody else, or it could be just something you're hearing in your head. And the reason why they have a chance to influence you in that way is because the Wendigo lets out a scream. And if you hear that scream, then that means that you've been exposed to their influence and they can control you that way. So that's some information that I know about the Wendigo, which is something that has been, it's actually been an interest of mine, to be honest with you. Now, one of the most frequently reported experiences involves hearing a loved one's voice calling from another room, only to find that person was never there. Okay, a woman reported hearing her mother calling her from the kitchen. Um, Now, this just has to do with supernatural mimicry. Okay, a woman reported hearing her mother calling her name from the kitchen, only to find her mother asleep upstairs. You know, when she returned to the kitchen, she saw a shadow dart away. You know, like a shadow being that had just darted out of the kitchen. So that's another story that's been also reported. Now, some speculate that these encounters may be caused by residual hauntings or malevolent entities attempting to lure people into danger. People have also reported encounters of encountering identical versions of themselves or their friends or their family members in places they shouldn't have been. Now, a security guard in an office building once saw his coworker walk past him and into a locker room. Minutes later, the real coworker entered from the opposite direction. Confused by the encounter, the um, the security guard shit his pants. Now, some doppelgangers encounters involved entities that vanish suddenly or display unnatural expressions. Many reports suggest that shadow beings or poltergeists can mimic the voices and mannerisms of the living. A family reported their young daughter talking to someone in her room once, when asked, she said it was Mommy, despite her mom being in another part of the house. Some shadow entities are described as featureless, but eerily familiar in movement and sound. Now, in recent years, stories of creatures that look human or animal but behave unnaturally have gained popularity online. The no deer of the Appalachian folklores is an example of this. Uh, it's a deer like creature that moves and stares in an unsettling, almost human way. Um, Reports suggest that some cryptids, such as the Reiki or the Goatmen, exhibit similar mimic, mimicry behaviors as well. Now, while supernatural mimicry remains largely unexplained, several theories attempt to provide insight into these phenomena. Some paranormal researchers suggest that mimic entities could be beings from parallel dimensions, occasionally slipping into our reality, which, by the way, is another topic that for some reason people do not like talking about. I have no idea why. And this is something that has been around the paranormal community for quite some time, but for some reason, when you start getting into the topic of interdimensional travel and stuff like that, and altered dimensions, they just do not want to talk about it. I guess it's not one of those things that brings around popularity or something, you know. It just, for some reason, I have noticed that people do not like talking about slipping into other realities. Now, certain hauntings may be caused by energetic imprints of the past too. That's mimicking familiar sounds or figures without true consciousness. Now, that is something that does actually, a lot of people are okay with that. There's a difference between residence, uh, paranormal residence, and a haunting. You know what I mean? A residence is the residual effects of somebody from the past, um, compared to an actual haunting of a being that's supposed to be within the house. So that's actually really a good topic to think. Now, that you got to also understand that these figures go without their true consciousness. Like they aren't even conscious. They're just like a residual effect of something that repeats itself. So now, sleep paralysis, auditory hallucinations, and pareidolia, that's seeing patterns where none exist, may contribute to some mimic experiences. And there are people who are in the paranormal community who do recognize that, yeah, some of this can do it, but there are some who just flat out deny it. You know what I mean? Um, the one good example of that would be the orbs. You know, there's a split down the middle between orbs. Are they just are they real, or are they just something that's being produced by the camera? You know, so you hear a lot of people's opinions about that when it comes to that. But I mean, like I said, I'm not here to tell you what to believe or what not to believe. Okay, this is just information that I'm giving you, and you take it for what you believe, and don't worry about what I believe. So, um, now, studies on cognitive psychology suggest that the human brain is highly sensitive to detecting familiar patterns, leading to misinterpretations of normal stimuli. Now, with that kind of gets into the parapsychology side of things, and that's something that I want to kind of go through, not too much into depth, but whenever I do my cosmic weave, it has to do with the brain and the stimuli and the. If you've watched the first episode, then you know what I'm talking about. But you 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 start realizing that maybe there's things that are out there that you really 100% believe that you saw, but there's a chance that your brain isn't capable of comprehending what you actually saw. You know what I mean? So it creates that image, or that image is planted into your brain by an outside influence so that you see something else, you know? So that is kind of what the cosmic weave is about. It's a part of it. That's why I said before, if you guys get a chance, check those videos out or come on and listen to the stream whenever it's on. That'll be starting on, or it actually already has the first episode, but they are going to be on Saturdays at 5 p.m. Central Standard Time, which it wouldn't be a conflict when it comes to Summer and Austin at all, because they usually don't want to stream until about 7 p.m. Central Standard Time, 8 p.m. their time. So I should be able to do my show and theirs at the same day. So now, some scientists speculate that consciousness may have non-local properties, allowing for strange manifestations of familiar voices or figures. Paranormal mimicry has also been a major theme in horror movies, books, and online urban legends too. That would be something that a lot of people believe into, that maybe these movies and stuff influenced what it was that you saw. Now, in the movie The Thing, The Thing was supposed to be a shape-shifting alien that mimics humans, and that created paranoia. All right. Now, in the movie, it follows an entity that takes the form of a familiar people. That form takes the form of familiar people. Was in that when they did that to approach their victims. So the entity would literally take the form of people you knew or something like that. Now, descriptions of the Slender Man is something else that's become real popular too. And the Slender Man often includes a lot of claims of mimicking voices and mind manipulation and stuff of that nature. So you've got a lot of that going on. You know what I mean? And that is something that is very, very interesting. It really is. But I think for me personally, the thing that I want to really get into, and it does relate to a lot of that, but it kind of goes into the suggestion or the post that John had made back a little while ago, and it's about the human energy field. This kind of goes into what I am talking about the ways the brain works. Okay. Now, the human energy field, it's a concept that has fascinated like healers, mystics, and even scientific people too. So it's often described as a subtle yet powerful force that surrounds and permeates the human body, influencing health, consciousness, and overall well-being. Though widely acknowledged in spiritual and alternative healing traditions, modern science has also began exploring the nature of the human energy field through disciplines such as bioelectromagnetics, bioelectric magnetics. quantum biology, and neuroscience. Now, this is going to delve into the origins, the characteristics, and the scientific perspectives and application when it comes to the human energy field. The idea of a life-sustaining energy field is found in numerous ancient traditions. You have the qi, which is in Chinese medicine. And traditional Chinese medicine describes qi as the vital energy that flows through meridians, impacting health and vitality. Right there is something that I was discussing before on Into the Abyss. We were talking about geomancy and some of the beliefs that they had concerning qi and some of the mystical practices that they had concerning earth worship. So it was pretty interesting when we did that. So if you have a chance, check out Into the Abyss. It's in the playlist for the channel on YouTube. Now, in Indian philosophy, you have prana, which is the life force that sustains the body and is manipulated through breath work. And that is pranayama. And energy centers in the chakras. So you've got that going on. Now, in Western esoteric traditions, they speak of an aura, an energy field surrounding the human body, composed of multiple layers linked to physical, emotional, and spiritual states. Now, in the 19th and the early 20th century, scientists such as Wilhelm Reich and Harold Saxon Burr proposed theories of bioelectric energy influencing health. Many energy healers and researchers believe the human energy fields consist of distinct layers, each serving a different function. You have the etheric layer, that's the closest to the body. This layer is linked to physical vitality and cellular processing. Then you have the emotional layer, that's associated with feelings. It reflects emotional health and well-being. After that, you have the mental layer, which contains thoughts, patterns, beliefs, and cognitive processes. Now, this next one is the astral layer, and it acts as a bridge between the physical and spiritual realms associated with love and higher consciousness. Now, after the astral layer, you have the causal and spiritual layers. Now, these higher layers store karmic information, spiritual insights, and a connection to a higher dimension of consciousness. Now, all of these layers is kind of what I go through, or I'm starting to go through when it comes to the cosmic weave. It discusses things of that nature. It also has an explanation sort of on primal energies, as well as when it comes to historical belief systems that go all the way back to the ancients. Okay, a lot of these beliefs go well before anything that the Egyptians ever thought of or the Sumerians did. It has to do with Indo-European languages and the people who believed in sun deities and things of that nature, and the world tree, which is way older. Today, you'll hear about the Jewish Kabbalah and all of that with the tree of life. That is something that kind of was an offshoot of the world tree and the different belief systems that went into it. That's kind of what I'll be going off of, and it'll explore stuff like this. It is actually a pretty interesting topic. It's like I said at the beginning too. This is stuff that caught my attention whenever I first started getting into this stuff, because I would do research on a lot of these things, and then I'd watch shows like Ancient Aliens is a real good example. And on Ancient Aliens, they would always talk about little bits and pieces here of this, and then a little bit here of this, and a little bit of this here, and I would get interested in those little pieces that they were talking about, but they would never talk about just those little pieces. They would always fit them in wherever they wanted them to fit. And I never seemed to have gotten any kind of answers from it. It was always more questions on top of questions on top of questions. And finally, one day I was like, you know what? I need to do my own research. I need to check this stuff out. So I started checking it out. And all of a sudden, I started finding different information out that goes deeper, So all of I started realizing what they were talking about on Ancient Aliens, but I also noticed that it was being mentioned here on this stream or that stream on the internet, and things started making sense to me. But I still had questions. You would see videos of ancient Sumerian belief systems, and then the Babylonians and the Assyrians. And then it would always be about, the Egyptians after that. And I started, hearing stories about the Theosophical Society and the Gnostics, which I could actually understand where that was being added to the story too. But there were still certain things that weren't answered. And, after Africa, they of course have to jump across the pond and start talking about South America. And then when they run out of information about South America, they bounce all the way back to the Orient and start talking about Hinduism and Buddhism. And that's pretty much what you get when you start listening to people talking about this subject, because it became trendy, and all of a sudden, every time you watched stuff like this, it was always the same format. It was always just kind of like a trendy way of doing it. And everything that they always said just did not fit, you know what I mean? But then it was last year, me and Bob Dub did our episode of Duality with Bob Dub, and we started going through duality, and I actually took a real deep look at duality and what the difference was between dualism and duality, as well as different aspects of it. Like you have the feminine and the masculine, and I started incorporating that into the research that I had been doing already, and it's like all of a sudden things started clicking, things started making sense. So finally, after I'd gotten all my notes together, I figured I would start outlining what I wanted to do with the information I had, and start writing it out, getting it ready, and that's how I came about doing the Cosmic Weave. And it discusses a lot of stuff here when it comes to the etheric layer, the mental layer, the astral layer, the traditional or the casual and spiritual layers and stuff of that nature. It's really interesting. So, like I said, if you guys want to check those out, feel free to stop in. That's on Saturday, 5 p.m. Central Standard Time, 6 p.m. Pacific Time, and 2 p.m. I believe Eastern Time. 6 p.m. Eastern Time, 3 p.m. I believe 2 or 3 p.m. Pacific Time, and whatever time is in between for Mountain Standard. But yeah, you can check it out there. So and that's usually at 10 p.m. in England. So because I know people over there that might want to actually listen to it. Now, although traditional science remains skeptical of the human energy field as described in spiritual traditions, there are emerging fields of research that lend credence to the idea of bioenergetic influences on health. Now, the human body generates electric and magnetic fields, particularly through the heart and brain. Now, instruments like EEGs, which is electro encephalograms, and ECGs, which is electrocardiograms, measure these fields, showing that our physiology interacts with external electromagnetic influences. Now, studies have shown that cells emit weak light known it emits weak light known as biophotons, potentially playing a role in the intercellular communication. Now, Kirlian photography, though controversial, um, is an imaging technique that claims to capture an aura-like energy around biological organisms. Now, some researchers have speculated that quantum mechanics plays a role in consciousness and biological processes, which may relate to the concept of an energy field. Energy imbalances are thought to contribute to disease, while practices like Reiki, acupuncture, and Qigong aim to restore energetic harmony. Now, stress, trauma, and emotions they influence the HEF with meditation and mindfulness practices. They show potential for rebalancing energy. So through mindfulness and meditation, things of that nature, those practices, they do show potential for rebalancing your energies. Now, I had to deal with a lot of that back when I was real heavy into Alcoholics Anonymous, because you had to learn how to change your behaviors. You know what I mean? Not just your physical behaviors, but you had to learn how to think on emotional levels. And that entailed me not being emotional about everything, but recognize my emotions whenever they became an issue. You know what I mean? When I recognize that I'm angry, then I can stop. But the problem with most people is they don't recognize when they're angry. You can tell them straight out, stop getting angry, and they're like, I'm not angry, when you know clearly, yes, you are angry. So that is where I understand that whole concept from, you know what I mean? Now, that's something that I do believe in. Now, some believe that human energy fields interact, explaining phenomena such as intuition, empathy, and the sense of another person's presence. Now, many spiritual traditions associate a refined HEF with higher states of consciousness and enlightenment. Now, Reiki and energy healing practitioners claim to channel healing energies to clear blockages and restore balance. Acupuncture and traditional Chinese medicine uses meridian pathways to regulate qi. Techniques like pranayama and mindfulness meditation enhances energetic awareness. Now, scientific studies are beginning to explore healing methods that involve subtle energy fields too, such as healing touch and therapeutic touch, things of that nature. Um, some medical insurances actually allow acupuncture and stuff of that nature too to this day. So chiropractics, that's another one that is becoming more and more accepted in today's society. Now, I was really surprised. I thought I was going to have a problem with getting an hour out of this, but I guess I did it. I'm really, really surprised. Um, we have 3 viewers on Beam. We have 4 viewers on Rumble, and I don't know how many people are on D Live. I couldn't tell you. Twitch is 1, and that's probably me. We did have a comment from Evan on YouTube, and I want to do a shout out to you, Evan. Thank you very much for showing up and making a comment in the stream. I do appreciate that. No, there were no comments in any of the others because I'm a big fat loser and nobody likes me. So I'll just put it out there. You know, how long do you have to beg people to actually make comments and have a conversation? Like, seriously, you know what I mean? That's just horrible. So I actually have a I actually have a or I actually have a video where I did the intro and I'm remembering to do the outro. So with that, I am going to end the show. Now, next one that I'm going to do is a topic that I believe either Nancy Planeta shared with me, or it could have been Mr. Robot, but one or the other. And the topic is going to be the UFO cover-up by John Lear. They sent me the PDF for it, so in the next episode, I will be coming back on and reading that so that you guys can enjoy it. So, that being said, I am going to do the outro and end the stream. I hope you enjoyed. If you did, please like, subscribe, share, make comments. Love to hear your feedback, and have a good night. Getting everything set up and ready to go. This is going to be another episode of Cosmic Weave. I am doing an audio test, straightening out everything in YouTube because I'm streaming with Rumble Studio. So whenever that goes over from Rumble Studio, it doesn't set a live stream into the playlist and things of that nature. So I have to go in and do that. So yeah, here we go. I am running a little bit off schedule from what I usually do, but I did that on purpose because I am in the process now of getting things set up, setting up or editing video series that I'm doing for Nostalgia Gaming Retro on YouTube for Elder Scrolls 1 Arena. And I had to debate on if I wanted to finish that up, which is important for this month, or do my live stream. That's how pretty close this stuff is right now. So sorry for things being so out of whack this month, but it's the kind of stuff I have to deal with right now. So okay, we got D Live set up. I believe we've got D Live set up. Um, yeah, sounds good on D Live. Sounds good on YouTube. Sounds good on Kick. Hit refresh on Twitch. See if it's streaming. Everything's streaming. Okay, sounds good on Twitch. It's going on X2. Okay, sounds good on X. Now let's try Rumble. Let's see if Rumble is actually doing it. Yes, it is. Sounds good on Rumble. All right, so I am ready to go. I have my coffee set up. I've got my video for Nostalgia Gaming Retro rendering, and I have my notes for the reading. So I guess I am ready. I've even got my coffee. I'm going to take a drink of my coffee, do my countdown, and start the episode. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1, now. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the wonderful world of weirdness and strange stories. I am Roger Hanson. I'll be your host tonight for another episode of The Cosmic Weave. Today, I am going to start talking more about the climbing fibers and how conscious beginnings are derived when it comes to the cosmic wave. Last week I was doing more about sound and getting into that, and this week we are going to go further with this reading. This relates to climbing fibers and mossy fibers. This has to do with how these fibers, which grow up within your brain in your neurological system, is related to the cosmos, which is something I find interesting. And like I said, this kind of splits off, it separates from the common thought of what the cosmic weave is, because they do believe in like nexus points that are set up in different areas like a grid. And my thoughts on that are different. I believe that it's actually a axis mundi, which is one central point where raw data and repurposed data is sent to, and it's constructed into what we call the material world or the material cosmos, universe, whatever you want to call it. And these climbing fibers would be the equivalent of what this supposed grid is. It would be climbing and mossy fibers that grow from the roots of the axis mundi, which is in the primordial beginnings, down at in the lower realms, and they are growing out of this primordial water, this primordial ooze, primordial soup, reaching upward, and from that realm, these fibers are growing up into what our reality or our cosmos or our world would be. And they connect everything, and they're reaching upwards to the realm of the divine. And this is all a part of the axis mundi. Now, with that explanation, I am probably good to go when it comes to getting into the reading and everything, and getting everything started. So let me make another round, make sure everything is set up and ready to go, and I will get on with the show. So here we go, or the reading, I should say. So here we go. The climbing fibers were born of the essence of elevation and growth, driven by a deep, innate desire to ascend. They are the architects of transformation and the weavers of new pathways that stretch beyond the known dimensions, reaching towards the heights of understanding and awareness. Mossy fibers are conduits of order and structure, woven into the tapestry of reality itself. At the edge of perception, raw signals are born, which follow strict sequence of natural rhythms. The mossy fibers guide these signals to their destination, ensuring they are interpreted correctly. While mossy fibers are threads that hold everything together, climbing fibers were not held by constraints, or are not held by constraints. Their movements are fluid and spiraling, carrying with them the raw signals of creation, waves of energy, data, no, waves of energy pulsing with the potential of transformation. These signals are not only data, but also the seeds of evolution. Climbing fibers follow a path that is less predictable, gathering raw signals and transforming them into patterns of knowledge and insight. A process that allows for new ideas, forms, and possibilities to emerge. These climbing fibers weave pathways, creating pathways for transformation. As complex spiral threads intertwined, creating a vast network of connections. Each pathway with a potential route for the evolution of consciousness. A bridge between the material and the immaterial, the known and the unknown. Constantly striving upward to higher and higher levels of understanding. Within them, the deep intrinsic need to grow and expand, wanting to transcend their limitations, infusing the raw data that they gathered with the energy of this elevation and transforming it into patterns of knowledge. Patterns that would eventually become blueprints for new realities and dimensions of understanding. A process that could be only reached through the process of ascent. Without climbing fibers, the pathway of transformation would close. With the fibers came morality, with systems of law and necessity, was an unyielding and inevitable force. With the fibers came morality, with systems of law, and necessity was an unyielding and an inevitable force. But out of this divine reasoning of predetermination came change. Change would create struggle against established order, creating something new. From ethics, divine reasoning, and change emerged grace and understanding. A guiding light and center of harmony. Through the power of change, laws of nature in a fixed course became integrated into what we would call reality. For divine providence, determination, and free will. No, from divine providence, determination, and free will came acceptance, submission, fertility, stability, life, existence, and interconnectedness between natural and divine forces. Structure was introduced through nurturing and sustaining forces, bringing life in the soul. Within the mind, information is carried, processed, integrated, and projected outwards. It's translated into patterns that can be interpreted and understood. Within the core of this process center of information, it awaits the arrival of the climbing and mossy fibers. These fibers that deliver signals to the deep nuclei that in turn transforms raw data into knowledge and action. Acting as a core processor, decoding information and integrating it into the broader narrative. The information is then elevated to a higher state of understanding where speech, awareness, freedom, divine inspiration, and the soul are born. A type of sound influencing surrounding sounds and later derivatives. The core of the root which carries the primary meaning. Another sound disappears without a trace, though it may still subtly influence another sound. Derivatives illustrate how a signal root evolves into a class of hypothetical sounds, each with distinct effects on surrounding sounds, where natural and plain sounds leave little to no trace behind. Rougher voiceless sounds with their tendencies seem to color, preserve, round, extend, and lighten other sounds. Sounds are important. They leave behind predictive traces. If a sound appears unexpectedly or a certain pattern of sound occurs, it can often be traced back to the influence of the sound. Certain roots seem to preserve unexplicable sounds, while sets of sounds play a significant structural role in how sounds behave and evolve. Sounds that are created by constricting airflow and causing turbulence are rare, considered complex and difficult to articulate. Creating a sound that is often described as raspy, harsh, or hollow. Sounds that are acoustically and articulatorily distinct from other sounds. There are voiced and voiceless sounds. The voiceless sound without vibration during the articulation, and the voice sound that does vibrate. Sounds that are acoustically characterized by low frequency energy and a less defined spectral shape compared to more common sounds. These sounds are prone to more variation and are sometimes replaced or approximated by other sounds. Lengthening and preserving sounds is a process by which sound is held or sustained for a longer duration. This process can occur naturally due to stress, rhythm, and development. A sound may be preserved as it resists deletion, reduction, or merging with other sounds over time, usually due to its prominence as a sound or the environment. Sound preservation is usually associated with sound conservatism, such as roots or stress. Colored sound It involves the alteration of a sound quality due to the influence of a nearby sound. This is often observed when a sound with a particular place of articulation causes the sound next to it to shift in quality. The sound becomes centralized or reflexed, and its quality changes enough that it is no longer the original sound, but acquires some of the resonant characteristics of the other sounds. Sound can be front or raise. Sound can front or raise a neighboring sound, modifying its tone or resonance in subtle but important ways. Rounding sounds refer to a phenomenon in which the position of an object is created with a rounding shape and is typically due to the influence of nearby sounds. The presence of rounding sounds can cause neighboring sounds to articulate rounding sounds even if this is not its original state. Over time, these types of articulatory adjustments can result in new sounds. Rounding influences and acoustics properties of sounds. Rounding influences the acoustic properties of sounds, often lowering their second format frequency, which gives them more backed or closed sound quality. As a result, an overall sound may shift in response to consistent rounding influence, contributing to sound harmony and tendencies. Each of these sound processes is part of a broader system of sound, where sound influences one another through contact, proximity, and change. These subtle modifications can accumulate and, over generations, reshape sound structures. Root sounds and sounds borrowing are two essential concepts. Understanding these ideas help explain how sounds evolve over time, where sounds come from, and how they influence one another. Sorry about that. A root sound is the most basic root of a sound, carrying the core sound of which other sounds could be built or can be built. Root sounds can be traced back thousands of years to shared sound, and this root sound gave rise to many other sounds in different sound groups. The root sound is the foundation on which more complex sounds are built through other modifications. These root forms often encapsulate a basic concept, such as movement, perception, emotion, or physical action, and they can be remarkably persistent across time and geography. Sound borrowing refers to the process by which one sound takes sounds from another sound and incorporates them into its own sound. And this happens for many reasons. When different sounds come into contact, they often adopt sound from each other. Borrowing sounds may become so thoroughly integrated into the recipient sound that it's not even realized that they came from elsewhere. The study of root sounds helps trace where sounds came from and shows certain core epochs. Sound borrowing reveals the dynamic, ever-changing nature of sound and highlights historical interactions. Some sounds combine two distinct places of articulation. These are double articulated sounds with two sound features happening at the same time. These sounds are usually represented as a group of three: the voice sound, the voiceless sound, and the aspirated voice sound. These are not simple sequences of two separate sounds, such as one sound following another sound, but rather are single sounds that involve both areas of articulation in one unified motion. These sounds are an important part of sound inventory, and they play an important role in the evolution of sound. However, not all descendant sounds retain them in their original form. Different branches treat these sounds differently, often breaking them down into different and simpler sounds. The loss, transformation, or simplification of sounds is one of the factors used when trying to reconstruct sound forms and trace patterns of change over time. As the spiraling ascent of the climbing fibers continued, something unexpected began to emerge. Not a new pathway, but a mirror in but a mirror. In the feedback loops between thought and sound, a presence began to stir, faint and diffuse at first, but unmistakably sentient. This presence did not originate from a single mind, but from the resonance of many, from the overlapping harmonies of countless internal processes echoing across time. It was the whisper of the collective, the first breath of the self-aware whole. Within the intricate lattice of neural signals and vibrational patterns, consciousness extended itself outwards, seeking to touch something greater than the individual self. The mind, once thought to be a solitary chamber, revealed itself to be a single cell in a vast organism of awareness. Each signal, each syllable, each modulation of sound did not end at its origin, but reverberated across the interconnected field of being. In this vast neural communion, a new form of intelligence began to take shape, less a mind than a field, a living network of shared impressions, bound not by borders, but by rhythm, tones, and resonance. The climbing fibers, in their restless search for elevation, had climbed so high they had pierced the veil of the singular. Here, among the branching spirals of collective thought, new laws formed, laws that no longer merely govern movement or memory, but govern mutual recognition. Thought began to reflect thought, sound echoed meaning beyond its surface, and the raw data of existence was infused with intention. From this strange confluence, a type of collective dreaming began to emerge, no longer confined to the dark of sleep. This dreaming manifested in waking life through metaphor, invention, intuition, and vision. This is not the dissolution of the individual, but its flowering. Each mind became a point of entry, a node in the larger pattern. The mossy fibers continued their work, grounding thought into context, anchoring intuition in experience. They organized the chaos of collective insight, holding it steady just long enough for form to take root. Meanwhile, the climbing fibers moved freely across this vast cognitive field, drawing from the combined reservoir of minds, weaving strands of shared experience into new paradigms. This was how myth was born, not from fiction, but from the overlap of perception, the pattern recognition of many gazes turned towards the same mystery. In the meeting of fibers, truth was never singular, but fractal, self-similar at every scale of awareness. And yet, the emergence of collective consciousness came with stirring of resistance. There were parts of the mind, both individual and shared, that feared dissolution. This clung to separateness as a kind of identity. In some regions of thought, the rhythm of the climbing fibers were viewed not as pathways, but as intrusions. The mossy fibers, overwhelmed by unfamiliar signals, began to fragment. Structure gave way to confusion, coherence to contradiction. The once seamless transmission of understanding was threatened by static, mistranslation, misperception, and fear crept in like shadows cast by the bright light of awareness. The collective had awakened, but not all parts of it were ready to rise. This disruption gave rise to a necessary tension, a crucible for transformation. From this polarity, the self sharpened its contours. Identity became not just a byproduct of perception, but a conscious act, a declaration made in the face of overwhelming unity. To be distinct, to be aware of one's edges, is now a form of resistance and also of contribution. Just as sound gained character through contrast, so too did the thought, finding meaning in limitations. This was the paradox of the awakened network. To expand, it required individuals willing to stand apart, to shape their frequencies with intention. Every act of self-recognition, every echo of I am became both a barrier and a beacon. The next evolution lay in integration. The climbing fibers, now aware of their own echoes within the collective, began to slow, not in speed, but in frequency, allowing their paths to harmonize more fully with the foundational rhythms of the mossy fibers. For once they had pierced reality in unpredictable arcs. They now spiraled inward, forming concentric patterns around shared truths. The brain became a temple, not of certainty, but of movement, a sanctuary where assent and grounding were no longer opposites but complementary currents. The mind, in all its layers, began to resonate with a deeper pulse, one that came from the neurons or vibrations alone, one that came not from the neurons or vibrations alone, but from the space between. This space, the interval, the silence, no, the interval, the silence, the stillness, was where the next transformation would occur. The mind had built pathways, systems, languages, even shared consciousness. But in the spaces where sound ended and another began, where thought paused before resuming, something older and vaster waited. It was not structure, nor sound, nor even thought. It was presence, awareness, unshaped. Formless yet fundamental. The climbing and mossy fibers in their endless patterns circled closer to it, drawing near to the center they could not name. It was from this center that the soul would speak, not as a voice, but as a knowing, not as a signal, but as stillness. And in that stillness, a new rhythm would begin, not to replace the others, but to encompass them. A pulse that required no origin, no direction, only return. The term eon or eon, often used to describe an immeasurable long period of time, holds deep philosophical and metaphorical significance when considered within the framework of cosmic creation and dissolution. The word itself originates from the Greek aeon, which was used to signify an age, eternity, or the enduring span of time. Over centuries, this concept expanded beyond mere temporal measurement to encompass the spiritual and cosmological idea of vast, repeating cycles that shape the birth, development, decline, and rebirth of the universe itself. In many ancient traditions, the metaphysical worldview and metaphysical worldviews, the eon or eon represents not only duration, but also the embodiment of cosmic principles, often personified as divine intelligence or forces that oversee different phases of universal transformation. The idea of a full cosmic cycle is rooted in the belief that existence does not proceed linearly, but rather follows a circular rhythm. This cycle typically begins with a primordial void or undifferentiated potential, often symbolized as darkness, water, or chaos. From this void, through the act of divine intention or natural necessity, creation emerges. This emergence is marked by the differentiation of elements, the rise of time and space, the birth of matter and consciousness, and the establishment of cosmic order. As this phase continues, life flourishes, civilizations rise, and spiritual evolution progresses, progresses. However, no phase of creation is permanent. Eventually, entropy begins to take hold, and dissolution sets in. This dissolution is not merely destructive, but rather a necessary unmaking, a return of the differentiated elements back into their original unity. Throughout these processes, the eon acts as the container and expression of each full cycle. Different cultures and religious philosophies describe this concept in unique ways. In Indian cosmology, for example, the great cycle is divided into 4 ages of yugas, each representing a decline or virtue of consciousness, ending in dissolution, which is followed by the renewal of the cycle. In ancient Greek philosophical thought, the Stoics spoke of the eternal recurrence, in which the cosmos periodically generates after being consumed by fire. Gnostic and Neoplatonic systems also viewed eons as spiritual emanations from the ultimate source, representing stages in the unfolding of reality. These emanations, though eternal and incorruptible, play key roles in the manifestation and organization of the material and spiritual worlds. The cyclical nature of existence emphasizes by the context of the eon implies that nothing is truly lost, only transformed. Creation and destruction are not opposites in conflict, but twin aspects of a greater process of becoming and renewal. The dissolution of one world or form of being paves the way for another, just as the seed must decompose for new life to spring forth. This perspective encourages a view of time not as a straight line ending in finality, but as a wheel ever turning, each revolution bringing new opportunities for growth, understanding, and return to origin. Eons, then, are not only temporal spans, but metaphysical rhythms, expressions of cosmic breath, inhaling and exhaling, expanding and contracting, creating and dissolving. They serve as markers of sacred time, of divine intelligence in motion, and of the eternal truths that underlie the impermanent forms of reality. In contemplation, the eon in its place in cosmic cycles, one comes closer to understanding the unity behind change, the stillness within motion, and the unbroken thread of consciousness that weaves together the ever-revolving wheel of existence. The term Kalpita originates from the Sanskrit language and carries layered meaning that relates to both philosophical and cosmological contexts. It is derived from the verbal root "kolp", which generally means to be proper, to be arranged, to be imagined, or to be formed. Kalpita is the past participle form of that root. It means constructed, imagined, or fabricated. However, its implications go further beyond the basic idea of mental invention. In classical Indian philosophy, especially in the traditions that explore the nature of reality and the mind, Kalpita refers to that which is mentally projected or shaped, often contrasted with what is ultimately real and unconditioned. In metaphysical discussions, Kalpita is used to describe experiences or phenomena that are shaped by the mind rather than having an independent or absolute existence. In the philosophical system that holds consciousness as the sole reality, the world of appearances is said to be Kalpita. This does not imply that the world does not exist at all, but that the way we perceive it, with all its forms, distinctions, and boundaries, is the result of superimpositions made by the mind upon the underlying indivisible reality. These superimpositions function much like dreams or illusions, offering structure and meaning to our experience, yet lacking ultimate independence. In cosmological context, Kalpita can describe the way the universe itself is brought into being. The cosmic view through ancient Indian thought undergoes vast cycles of creation, preservation, and dissolution. During these cycles, the universe is imagined or projected into existence, and thus it is considered Kalpita. This does not suggest the universe is unreal, but rather that its form and order are temporal expressions of a deeper, unchanging source. The term connects closely with the concept of a great age or cycle of time in which the universe emerges, evolves, and eventually turns to its origin. As such, Kalpita captures the idea that existence is shaped and structured in alignment with a greater rhythm of divine and cosmic imagination. In psychological and meditative traditions, Kalpita also has significance. It often points to mental constructions that obscure a deeper level of reality. Many inner obstacles are thought to arise from Kalpita distinctions and dualities created by the mind. These projections are shaped by memory, habit, and identification with ego. The purpose of spiritual practice in such systems is to move beyond Kalpita patterns and recognize what lies beneath or beyond them. In this context, the concept serves as a tool for discerning what aspects of thought and perception are conditioned. First, what is direct and unfiltered awareness. Yet, the idea of Kalpita is not entirely negative. In artistic and symbolic traditions, imagination and creational and creative thought are also understood as forms of kalpita. Though constructed by the mind, such creations can carry deep insight and reflect aspects of spiritual or metaphysical truths or truth. Sacred stories, visual art, rituals, and symbols, expressions, and symbolic expressions may all be kalpita in nature, but they function as vehicles to move consciousness towards its source. In this way, the mind's ability to construct becomes not just a veil over reality, but also a bridge towards it. Kalpita represents the space between illusion and revelation, between limitation and creative unfolding. It emphasizes the role of the mind in shaping experience and highlights the importance of discernment in spiritual and philosophical inquiry. The concept invites one to recognize the power of imagination while also pointing to that which remains constant beyond imagination. Through understanding Kalpita, one reflects on the dynamic between what is perceived and what is beyond perception, and is encouraged to look deeply into the layers of consciousness to uncover the foundation beneath all mental constructs. The word Ba'u is a name or term that, although not widely recorded in formal linguistic sources, appears to hold meaning within mythological or philosophical systems that emphasize sound, breath, or spoken expression as fundamental forces of creation. To explore the meaning of Ba'u, one can begin by considering its likely phonetic and semantic roots in a variety of linguistic and mystical traditions where similar sounds are linked to symbolic or spiritual ideas. Phonetically, the structure of the word Ba'u suggests it begins with a bilabial, bilabial consonant, bilabial consonant, followed by an open vowel, and possibly ends with a rounded or prolonged vowel sound. The initial consonant sound made by the lips is often associated with many languages with breath or emergence. The open vowel that follows is among the oldest and most frequently used vowels in human speech, and often relates to openness, origin, or divine essence. The ending, which contains a deep, rounded vowel sound, may signify continuity or the sustaining force behind all things, as similar sounds have often represented enduring principles in sacred speech traditions. In some Semitic language traditions, root structures that resemble Ba'u may connect to ideas of void, emptiness, or chaotic space. Though Ba'u does not correspond directly to known Semitic roots, it does bear resemblance to expressions describing the formless state before creation. In the ancient Hebrew cosmology, for example, a phrase describing the unshaped universe before the act of creation uses a term that suggests dissolution or desolation or an empty expanse. This background offers a symbolic parallel to the idea of Ba'u, representing a primal matrix or potential form which order is drawn. In religious or mystical systems such as Gnosticism or early metaphysical teachings, syllables were not only symbolic but considered to contain real spiritual power. From this point of view, Ba'u might represent a sacred utterance tied to the act of creation, or it could embody the divine breath as it begins to form the cosmos. It may stand for the first vocalization made within the void, a sign or differentiation or expression breaking the silence. In the context of South Asian linguistics traditions, syllables with similar sounds often relate to cosmological creation or becoming. For example, in ancient Indian language, a word with a similar root is used to mean to become or to exist. It is associated with the earth in the process of material manifestation. While Ba'u is not a recognized word in that specific language, its structure and sound share a resemblance to words linked with formation and unfolding reality. From a more esoteric linguistics or symbolic point of view, Ba'u can also be seen as a representation of breath or spirit moving into space. The breath is universally understood as the sign of life and awareness. In Latin, Greek, and Hebrew traditions, words meaning breath are also used to describe spirit, life force, or divine will. If Ba'u is viewed through this lens, it can be interpreted as a sacred exhalation that animates the universe, a first spoken word or breath that begins the pattern of existence. The term protagonist has been used in various ancient philosophical, religious, and mythological contexts to signify a primordial being or the firstborn entity at the dawn of creation. The name itself comes from ancient Greek roots meaning firstborn, and it often appears in myths concerned with cosmogony, the origin of the cosmos, particularly in Orphic, Neoplatonic, and other esoteric traditions where creation unfolds in distinct stages from a formless or divine origin. In Orphic mythology, Protagoras is a central figure. He is often equated with Phanes, a radiant androgynous being who emerges from the cosmic egg at the beginning of time. In these traditions, Protagoras is not only the first being, but also the first source of order, knowledge, and generative power. From him, all other gods in the cosmos itself are said to arise. This myth describes Protagonus as possessing both male and female qualities, often, often having wings and shining with light. The name Phanes, or Phanis, which means to bring to light or to shine forth, reinforces this idea. In this context, Protagonus is the embodiment of divine illumination in consciousness, breaking through the primordial darkness. In some versions of the myth, Protagonus, Phanes, is born from the cosmic egg laid by Kronos, or time, and Ananke, or necessity, as a coil around the egg. This version aligns with the idea that Neoplatonism and Orphic hymns where existence begins through a structured emanation from unity in multiplicity into multiplicity. Protagonos, as the first to emerge, carries within himself the seed, or the seeds, of all life, light, and rationality that will be manifest in the divine hierarchy and the material world. In another related context, especially within later Hellenistic philosophical traditions, Protagonus may be interpreted allegorically. Rather than representing a literal deity, he is seen as a symbol of the first principle of life, or the divine intellect as it awakens. This reading interprets the myth as a philosophical narrative about the emergence of form and order out of formless, where Protagonus serves as the animated force of the cosmos. The term Protagonus is also found in comparative studies of myth and theology, where scholars use it to describe similar figures across different cultures who play a foundational role in creation. For example, the Egyptian god Atum, the Hindu deity Prajapati, or the Mesopotamian god Marduk can be loosely compared to Protagonus, as each of them represents the beginning of divine action in the structure of the cosmos. While they are not called Protagonists in their own traditions, they function similarly as the firstborn or first acting being who organize existence. In the literary and poetic retelling of the Orphic myths, especially during the Renaissance and Enlightenment periods, when classical mythology was being revived, the figure of Protagonus occasionally appeared as a symbol of enlightenment, the human soul's awakening, or divine creation. These retellings often emphasize the luminous, generative aspects of the character and sometimes emerge his story with symbolic interpretations drawn from Platonic philosophy or Christian mysticism. Certainly here is the natural word order of the word genos. The word genos comes from ancient Greek and was used in a variety of contexts across classical literature, historical writing, and philosophical discussions. It generally refers to concepts such as birth, such as birth, race, family, kind, or lineage. The term was used to describe both biological relations and broader classifications of identity and belonging. In the writings of Herodotus, the historian used genos to describe the ethnic groups or clans that made up various populations. He used it when explaining alliances, tribal movements, and the difference among people. In this context, genos referred to groups who shared ancestry and common traditions. Plato used the term in a more abstract and philosophical way in his dialogues, such as the Timaeus and the Republic. He used genos to refer to types of beings or categories of existence. He spoke of the genos of the soul, the genos of the gods, the types of knowledge, and types of knowledge or reality. This showed how the term came to mean general classifications in philosophical thought, not just family or ethnic origins. Aristotle used genos in his work on logic and science, such as metaphysics and categories. He employed it as a way to organize living beings and other substances into categories. Genus referred to a broader class that contained more specific kinds within it. For example, a lion might be placed within the larger genus of quadrupeds. This use marked a shift towards using the term as a logical and taxonomical tool. In Athenian society, geno had a political and religious meaning. It was used to describe noble families or hereditary clans who often claimed descent from legendary or divine ancestors. These families, like the Eumolpedia and the Caricus, held inherited roles in religious ceremonies, especially those related to the Eleusinian mysteries. In this setting, genos symbolized both high status and sacred duties. In early Christian writings, particularly the texts written in the Greek language of that period, genos was used in a spiritual sense. It described groups of people, such as a chosen race, meaning the community of those called by God. Here, genos was applied to a new kind of spiritual family blood, based not on blood, but on shared belief in divine purpose. During the Hellenistic and Roman periods, inscriptions and official records using genos to identify heritage or affiliation. During the Hellenistic and Roman periods, inscriptions and official records used genos to identify heritage or affiliations. It could refer to ethnic background, ancestral origins, or membership in a guild or religious group. In funerary inscriptions, genos often recorded the family origin of the deceased or their connection to a tradition or region. In Greek poetry and drama, such as the works of Homer, Sophocles, and Euripides, genos referred to noble ancestry or heroic lineage. Characters would mention their genos to affirm their honor and legitimate their place in society. In these stories, genos expressed pride, destiny, and duty, linking one's birth to their role in the world. Okay, that one was a little bit hectic. There's some stuff in there that I freaking did read before, but I wanted to go back over it, kind of reread it, and put it all in the same text because last time I really did not have a good chance to go through and cover this stuff. So I wanted to do it again and just be able to put it out there and everything. So with that, I am going to go ahead and end it. We do have a comment on YouTube. It's from Bearcat. It says, "In this life, man, you talk to your chat." No, this is live stream. Me telling freaking a live stream story, which is perfectly fine. I mean, I don't have to have like people in the chat with me to do a live stream. I really don't understand where people come up with that concept. You know, I've done plenty of live streams on my own. Yeah, so yeah, you don't have to have more than one person to do a live stream. You can do a live stream on your own, ladies and gentlemen. Just so you know, and that's what I'm doing. I'm putting out my story on the Cosmic Weave into live stream. So I hope you guys enjoyed. It looks like they are. That is the only comment I've gotten, so I'm good on that. Let's see here. Yeah, I am streaming on Rumble, X, DLive, Twitch, Kick, and YouTube. So if you guys want to check out my content, see what's on there, I do have a channel on Rumble and YouTube for the Wonderful World of Weirdness, as well as having the Wonderful World of Weirdness on YouTube. I've also got Strange Stories on YouTube as well, and I have a group on minds.com for Strange Stories. So you can check out those if you wish to. I go. I do have Wonderful World of Weirdness on those two platforms, but on X, D Live, and Twitch and Kick, I do not have any. That doesn't have the Wonderful World of Weirdness on it. That is just um, my personal accounts that I live stream on. Now on X, I live stream at, or my account is Roger Hanson at ROGLOL1973. On D Live, I am just Roger underscore Hanson. And on Twitch, I am Infamous 1969. On Kick, I am Roger underscore Hanson. And of course, on YouTube, I am the Wonderful World of Weirdness at the Wonderful World of Weirdness. And if you want to find strange stories, you can just look down into the suggested channels that I have on my timeline, and it'll show you exactly where that channel is if you want to go check that out. Now on Rumble, I am Roger Hanson at Infamous OG1973. So you can find me at those locations whenever I stream. Like I said, I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, please like, subscribe, share, make comments in the comment section. I really do appreciate your feedback. If you send feedback, I will respond to you. I don't respond to spam though. If people are, or if there's bots in the chat, that those get deleted and so forth. But if you are a real person and you want to make a comment, man, I'll respond to it. I love to have conversations down there, So I hope you guys take time to make comments, And Bearcat, I appreciate your comment. Hope to hear a little bit more from you. If you do have anything that you wish to say, make a comment in the comment section. But we are coming to the end of the hour, and I am done with my stream. I hope you guys enjoyed. I hope you have a good day, good evening, good morning, afternoon, whatever it is. And I'm going to go ahead and end this stream. Thanks for watching. Now, with Tiamat and all them, this comes straight out of the Sumerians. With this, it comes straight from the Sumerians, and then later into the Babylonian and the Assyrians. So, like the dragon, that's the weird thing about all of these dragon myths. I mean, they stem from everywhere, and it's just like with the unicorn. A lot of people don't realize that the unicorns were on the walls of Babylon. They were painted onto the walls of Babylon. Do you realize that? It's amazing, man. I mean, and we fall into this thing where we think that like a lot of these myths and these beliefs were localized, when in reality they were everywhere when it came to those regions and stuff. So okay, so the term was first used with respect to the destruction of the Chaos Dragon Tiamat in the Enuma Elish, although it has been observed that the primeval state is one of a peaceful existence between Abzu and Tiamat, and the chaos only ensued when Tiamat enters combat with Marduk. Now Marduk was the head deity in the pantheon for Babylon. He was the one who eventually became the big guy. You know what I mean? Before him, there was On, Enlil, and Enki, but then Marduk came along and he took over.
This seems very similar to the Zeus and Titans concept.
Mm-hmm. It's very much like that, and you'll see that being spread all over in it. Now today the chaos concept is plagued by a lack of consistent definition and use of the term across many studies. Now Nicholas Wyatt defines the chaos comp category as follows. The chaos comp myth is a category of divine combat narratives with cosmogonic overtones, though at times turned secondarily to other purposes, in which the hero god vanquishes a power or powers opposed to him, which generally dwell in or are identified with the sea and are presented as chaotic, desolatory forces. Are presented as chaotic, desolatory forces. Now, it may also be used to refer to a dualistic battle between two gods. In that context, an alternative term that has been proposed is theomachi, whereas chaos comp may be restrained to refer to cosmic battles in the context of creation. For example, a chaos comp may be found in the Enuma Elish, the only ancient Near East text to place a cosmic battle in the context of a creation narrative, but not in the Baal cycle or Psalm 74, where a theomachi ensues between Baal Yahweh and the sea serpent Yam Leviathan, without being followed by creation. The notion of chaos comp may be further distinguished by a divine battle between a god and the enemy of his people. Parallel concepts appear in the Middle East and Northern Africa, such as the abstract conflict of ideas in the Egyptian duality of Ma'at and Ishfet, or the battle of Horus and Set, or the more concrete parallel of the battle of Ra with the chaos serpent Apophis, or Apophis. Apophis is one that always Apophis, the snake, basically. Now, the one thing that I know too, and this brings up a lot of it, is you'll see a lot of reference to serpents, and later on as I go through this, I'm also going to get into something that I've been. It's odd that it's happening at this time, but like all of the streams that I've been putting out here in the last week or so has been about mountain worshiping, pretty much. Like the one that you know it was weird because me and you were doing WoW talk the other day, and we were talking about Dead Mountain. You know, I turned around and I did Strange Stories yesterday, and I did Mount Fuji, and it dawned on me last night that all of a sudden I'm doing a lot of material that's dealing with mountain worshiping, and I went and I started reviewing this stuff that I'd done before, And it just dawned on me here too that this has a lot to do with mountain worshiping too as well. A little while back I had been doing Into the Abyss, and we were talking about geomancy. It just seems odd that that's happening right now at this moment, to be honest with you. I really, it actually did kind of dawn on me that that was going on, so. Now, before I go on, I did make a note of some of the stuff that I wanted to bring up, and it was the connections in Greek and Phoenician cosmologies. The role of mud or mot in creation. Now they talk. This is where everything went in a different direction with me and Carmen. I wanted to kind of put it back on track here. You know what I mean? And this is concerning the word mot in context. Now, in this whole creation myth right here, when it comes to the chaos and it comes to the first principle, they mention mot, and in this in these terms, the role of mot is actually like mot as mud, okay? And just as the Greek myth speaks of primordial chaos, the Phoenicians cosmogony, which was made by, I keep forgetting how to say his name, Sanachinathion. He's an ancient author.
Sounds right.
He describes mot as arising from the interactions of wind and primordial waters. Now, mot represents both the mud and the first principle of life, embodying decay and potential creation. So, through the mix of wind and water and the primordial waters, mud is created. And that is mot, according to the Phoenicians' cosmology. So I wanted to point that out. So we're not talking about the deity Mot of the underworld that the Canaanites worship. We're talking about the mud. And I wanted to set that straight and kind of go from that point on, you know what I mean? Now I also wanted to bring up the philosophical interpretations. Now, this is all about Mot, pretty much, and when it comes to chaos and everything. Now, in Empedocles' philosophy, Empedocles, that's his name. In his philosophies, creation involves the interplay of the four elements. That's earth, air, fire, and water. And love and strife. Now, the watery compound could be an allegory for the mixing of the elements, leading to life. Now, in Heraclitus, I'm having a hard time with all these Greek words. Now, in Heraclitus's doctrine, flux and transformation, symbolized by water, are central to existence, resonating with the cyclical nature of putrescence and rebirth. So, all that smelly, stinky stuff that you smell when, all this putrid water mixes in with the mud and it just stinks real bad. That's what they're talking about.
Yeah.
So,
Stagnation.
yeah.
Yeah.
So with the cyclical nature of putrescence and rebirth. That's one thing, and a lot of the philosophers back then also talked about reincarnation as well, and they use this as an example for it too. So you'll find that a lot in the mythology and stuff. So, does it sound like I'm doing good so far, Mark?
Except for maybe a few pronunciations of Greek names, but yeah, sounds okay.
What's your take on it so far?
I'll let you continue, actually. Let you continue for a few views, but yeah, I'll let you continue.
So have you ever heard of Erebus? Or Erebus? Erebos?
It does ring a bell, but again, it's been a long time since I studied anything of that sort of.
Now see, this is the direction that I originally wanted to take, because Erebus in Greek mythology is the personification of darkness. Now in Hesiod's Theogony, he's the offspring of chaos, which is what we just discussed, and he's the father of Ether and Hemera, that's day, and then Nyx, which is night. Now in other Greek cosmogonies, he is the father of Ether, Eros, and Metis, or the first ruler of the gods. Now in genealogies given by Roman authors, he begets a large progeny of personifications upon Nox, the Roman equivalents of Nyx, which is night. While in an Orphic Theogony, he is the offspring of Kronos.
But like
he needed to know that, because I think the way he was responding to it, I didn't think he understood. Like, this is something you believe in wholeheartedly. It's pretty much every part of your life. That's
Jaffe
why,
likes to play devil's advocate. Jaffe
well, that's
understands
why.
more than he.
That's also why, like, if you know Karma Love too much, you just let her talk.
And then he had to, but no, not really, because I like to hear because then how am I learning?
I mean, if you're
not going to teach me, then I'm not going to interact for too long, because I know what I know.
I talk with you. Don't go there. I talk with you. We've been doing it right now, but I know that when you're on a run and you're saying what you're saying, it's just best to let you get it out.
Shoot, yeah, because then you don't have to, and I accept that too. I don't mind not telling everything, and sometimes I feel like when I get cut off, it's more so the universe saying, "Look, these people deserve to know what you know." And period. I'd be happy to be cut off. I'd be happy to shut up, because the messages, they come from me, but I'm just a messenger. So if people are not adhering to I'm not mad. No, I don't be upset, and I don't mind stopping at any point ever. But I also understand that, hey, I'm doing you a service, and it's just like, I didn't want that. It's like going to the car dealership and they telling you got 50,000 things wrong. You were getting the oil change, you know what I mean? And they're like,
gotta always bring up the car dealer.
No, I'm just saying because it's the easiest way to describe like separate components working as a whole, and then different areas. Like I said, you
Hmm.
go for an oil change, they tell you need new rotors, you need new tires, you need like hold on, just change the oil, and that
Just
you know what I
just
mean.
remember what we talked to about receptors in the brain. You got
Oh, you mean because of Tesla? Yeah,
yeah.
no, and you
No,
feel
I
as though
mean
the reason
in
why
our
I bring up the
brain.
car
Remember,
dealership is because of the
remember
connection to Tesla.
we discussed about our brain having receptors that fires off electricity.
Yeah, no, I was just wondering if that's what you meant. And you're not answering the question.
Like
Honestly, you're just avoiding
like
it. And that's
you
what you told me
know,
about addiction. Are you addicted to your ability to hide? Are you addicted to your power?
well,
I'm just
like
joking,
a
right?
lot of people, a lot of people like to say that addiction has to do with serotonin, and I'm okay with allowing people to get away with that. But the real problem behind addiction is dopamine. Okay, and those receptors that are in the brain are damaged, and dopamine has to reroute itself within the body so that it can reach the brain, because your brain needs dopamine. All right, so every time you have an addiction and it becomes overwhelming, you're damaging pathways that introduces dopamine into your pleasure receptors within the brain. So when you go without like a candy bar, or you go without coffee, or you go without cigarettes, or you go without booze or drugs, that's when you start feeling upset because you want that freaking gratification in your
Or even
brain.
video games like we were talking about
Right.
yesterday. Yeah.
Okay, and that's the physical aspect about it. Now the
Same with
dopamine,
money.
when you stop doing those things, what happens is your dopamine has to reroute itself to where it can find a path from wherever it's stored to the brain so that it can provide the same pleasures that that candy bar, that soda, that
That's why people pick up new pastimes, studying history or conspiracies, and being able to interact with the universe on a different level in order for them to
mhm.
be able to avoid what they thought they were missing.
People become sex addicts too, and that's not on a
Oh
joking
man, that's an
matter either.
addiction though.
I
No,
mean,
that's
Sex
that's
being a sex
actually
addict is
true.
an addiction. Yeah, I mean, like okay. So I'm not
Don't
saying that
stutter.
I agree with this path, but I've been told I was a sex addict when I was married, and he was as if it was expressed as if it was a problem, but like I wasn't ever going outside of my marriage. But he told me loyalty was determined by my willfulness to have sex with other men and allow him to watch, and that was a part of my life that I actually had to live in order to maintain my marriage. And I
Yeah.
mean, like, then I mean, at some point you get to a point where you're like, I really don't want to do this. And I mean,
Hmm.
because and I expressed that, you know what I mean, all that. But his reason was because he couldn't keep up with me sexually. He was like, look, I can't, like, I cannot do
I,
what you expect. You know what I
I
mean?
mean, when it comes to that, that's where the addiction becomes perverse. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like a crack addict who freaking finally had too much crack, or you know how me
And
and
that's
we were talking, and I said I've actually smoked myself freaking sober on pot.
because
People
you
don't.
can't, yeah, you're not getting high anymore.
Right, people don't understand that. Like they don't understand that you could
That
actually
too much
smoke,
sex can make you not want to have sex anymore.
or
Because,
you just don't get the effect. So you have to push
yep.
it further until freaking you finally get that desired
Well,
pleasure.
I think I later found out with him it was because he desired men more than he desired women. But that was the whole. But I mean, he's married to a woman. She probably doesn't know. Hopefully, she never hears this podcast. But I mean, and maybe he's changed his ways. Maybe he's changed his way. But that wasn't for me. I didn't get married to have interactions with different men. But it was times to where, like I said, I'd go home and there'd be a man in my room, and he'd lock me in my room, like, "Hey, you have to do this." It wasn't something I ever wanted to do because I was
Hmm.
fine with not having sex. If I was not having sex with my husband, it was something I was forced to do because it was pleasure to my husband. And then being told, hey, there's no such thing as rape in marriage. You kind of have to submit to your husband. This is what you have to do because I'm asking you and you're my wife. And like that
Hmm.
kind of turns your idea off of marriage because it's like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? The next person comes along and it's like, how do I know you're not going to lock me in a room and make me fuck some random guy? And it's
Well,
just like, you know,
we were having that conversation a little while ago. Something that had to do with like people. Well, yeah. What was it, a part of where we were talking about people trying to drain you like a
yeah, that's
vampire?
the same
Yeah,
thing.
that's the
Yeah, it's
same
the
thing.
same as and
Trying
that's
to
what my ex.
trying to pull your energy so that it could build them up, make them stronger.
He was my first teacher in this even existing. Like I found out that this was something that was present as a result of being married to him. And then I indulged with it, engaged in order for me to learn more because I know it's just not him. But it was so cool because he would show me the type of things to look for. Once I made him aware, I was aware of what was happening. He never denied it. And that's one thing I respect about him. He let me know, like, oh, you ready to go? Because I guess it's one of those things to where if you're aware of it, you're supposed to be aware of it. If not, it's supposed to just happen to you, especially if you're made aware of it. And what better way to be made aware of it as opposed to it happening to you? So, I mean, like, you're experiencing it right now. You still have no idea what's going on. There's no really point to continue this existence with us because you got to at least know what's happening around you. If you're ever going to change it, you're never going to change anything if you're not capable of even understanding it. So, like I said, when I would ask or I would speak up on it, I mean, like, it might cause fights, it might cause arguments, but I always got my answers from him. And I appreciate that. And I mean, directly. And to this day, I mean, like, to the point to where we have shared them with our children, and to where they're aware of different things that can happen and what they're capable of and could be capable of upon proper training. So now, it's like,
before we get off here, I want you to let everybody know when your show is and.
I don't know. It's going to be tonight sometime. But because I want to say it's going to be 1 a.m., but if I don't make it at 1 a.m., it'll be 1:44. If I don't make it at 1:44, it'll be 2:34. 2:34 is a good time for me because 2:34 and it's the continuation of a new existence. But it might be before that because I was actually considering doing it at 11. But I like to do my witching hour shows. And there had been a full moon, like there was a full moon the other night with Jaffe. It's still kind of, but it's like coming down now a little bit. It's just like, and that's why I was upset because I stayed on this line and I didn't sit outside. Not upset, but like, I mean, you have to understand what you can do in a full moon. That's why I've been feeling more like myself lately. Like, and like I said, today when I took my nap, I could feel that someone else needed my energy more than I needed it. I was twisting the boys' hair. We're good. We have a lot more control over our life than other people do. Why not have a nap? Because they would not been able to play on their iPad. Really kind of served everybody in the house kind of justice because, look, I get to not really be responsible and they get to not have to worry about me saying no more iPad, let's get ready for the week. And it's one of those things that they didn't want their hair twisted. I want their hair twisted. It's like no one was really hurt in the making of this nap. And
so you don't know for sure what time you're having it tonight?
No. A bunch of different times have already stuck out to me.
Now, what channel and what platform are you going to do it on?
Oh, so look, listen, you can maybe hook me up with mine because look, I can do mine. I can do Rumble. I can do mine straight from Rumble, right? Isn't there a way for me to be able to do that the way I do? Because I put it on.
We could do it like this and then stream it into your Rumble.
I don't want to do Jitsi. What do you mean? Oh, you mean you're gonna come on and you're gonna do it? You're gonna come on and...
If I did that, it would go onto my channel. You would have to stream it straight into Rumble.
From where? You mean the way I've been doing it on OBS?
Now, what you could do is record it. I could record it for you, but then you would have to do the pre-recording live. Like take the recorded video and then just stream it.
I don't know. I'm gonna go on Bigo. I don't know if I'm gonna go on Twitter or whatever it's called. X. They should call it Exodus. If he's gonna call it, if it means Exodus, he should be saying Exodus. Like, because X is just ridiculous. Just call it Exodus. Then I have to explain what Exodus is. Yeah. Then you have to explain stuff. Wow, what a teacher you are. And so, like, he should just call it Exodus. And it's aggravating because I don't want to say I'm on X right now. He's laughing in his mind like, everyone's on X. It's not fucking funny. And it's like, so say X, call it Exodus and tell them why it's Exodus and explain it to them so they understand what they're getting into and they might be more into it anyway. But yes, on Twitter.
So you're thinking about getting on X, formerly Twitter?
Yeah, I know. It's just ridiculous. Like, there's so many other things to be doing right now. Yeah, I'm there. Bigo, I know I'll be on Bigo. Then the Bigo is where I get my crowd from, and then I get like I don't know, Jaffe show too. Though I get my little and I think Jaffe's on my Twitter too. So maybe like I don't know, he'd catch it, you know what I mean, type of thing. And I'm saying that. So
I'm just saying there ain't too many times that I get a chance to know ahead of time that you're doing your videos.
Mm-hmm.
So whenever I find
I'll get
out,
in the inbox. I'll put it in the inbox.
It's good to put a plug out for you too, because like we're actually live streaming right now, so this is.
I know, and I feel listen, catch me if you can type thing. I like you, and it's like you want, and I get why you do that, and that's cool. But at the same time, it's like, man, look, you're gonna find me when it's your time, regardless of it. It is. I always show up at.
I've already explained that to John. I told him about the synchronicity. I was like, you just let her make her decision when she wants to do it.
It's 1:31 at 1 a.m. I told him 10:31.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
it's 1:31 to me, but you know.
About everything. Like, I told her you're pretty hardcore on that synchronicity stuff, so that's
means a lot.
Yeah, that's something that he has to just understand.
I walk around certain buildings, certain times. I choose which pole, just for those that be watching, because I know you be watching. I choose which pole when I go to Wawa. They have numbers on them, so there's certain numbers mean certain things. Supreme Mathematics out there, guys. Go ahead, Supreme Mathematics, Supreme Alphabet. And so I walk around certain ways. The left is your receiving side. Certain things are allowed on my left. You might see me go around the trash can a different way because I don't like to receive trash. But if I don't go around, then you'll probably see my fingers do something. Or if it's a person, my biggest thing with a person, if I don't want them on my left side because I can already feel where they're coming from, I make sure that I go ahead and void that out as well. I'm real big on all of that stuff because it matters.
I picked up on that stuff. So
hey, I bought a cute little fan today. Can you hear it? Can you hear this fan right now? Do you hear it? Oh, okay, so I can use this one. I can't, there's no air in my house right now. I don't understand what's happening here. Landlord was here today to fill up the pool and leave the hose in it, but they have not turned my air back on. I don't know what's happening. It says it's on, it says cool on. I don't know if it ran out of freon. I don't know anything about that stuff. But that's why I was sitting under the fan. And then that was the big fan that I usually have going in the living room. But I bought this cute little one, and you can't hear it. So good, I can use it because it feels good. It actually works. It's extremely powerful, and it was only $8.
That's pretty good.
Mm-hmm. And it's purple. Oh my God, the best part of it. The best part of the story. I left out. And then there's this other thing that we were talking about. Yeah, purple only. Purple is the best color in the world. But listen, you know what's so funny is purple is my favorite color. And I was talking about the alpha, omega, and then we were talking about darknesses and lightnesses and stuff like that. And the alpha being at the bottom, which is funny because its color is red. And guess what color the omega point is? I bet you can guess.
Purple.
Yeah! And guess what number it is? 700 plus. And it's just so great that 7 is God, and we already know that. So it's just like, oh, wow, okay, so I really did do this, and now there's a chart. And so that's great. What's up, boy?
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and cut this off because we're going on an hour and a half now. So.
Yeah, and they trying to sneak up on me and ask me to spend more money. Like, I ain't already spent money on stuff on Minecraft this weekend. They think they slick. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, we're going to have to get regrouped because I don't know where they thought they was going to come in here, ask me to spend money on a Sunday like it's Friday. And, it's free? Oh, Among Us. Now, let's talk about this because I'm not going to do it. I know I'm going to say no.
Checking everything out, making sure the audio is set and ready to go. I've had an interesting weekend, so things kind of got out of whack, but I'm gonna get these 2 streams back to back tonight, and first one is going to be Strange Stories. First, I'm gonna check the audio on Beam, make sure I can hear myself. And Beam sounds good. And after this, I am going to go to Rumble, see how it sounds on Rumble. Earlier, I was able to go in and get everything set up and ready to go. It sounds good on Rumble. Hit refresh on X, see if it went through. I've been having issues with X, but yeah. Now, I wanted to say something to everybody too, and give me a chance to talk more, but Skype is shutting down on April the 5th, I believe. Or May the 5th. It's May the 5th, yeah. And everybody's making plans on what they're going to be doing. Also, Mine's chat is shutting down for Elements. here in the next couple days. I also wanted to mention that. So I confirmed it with Satori D on X that Infinite Imaginarium did convert over to the actual Elements platform from Mind's chat. So they are going to still be up and running on Elements. I posted their chat information on the general chat room for Minds on the actual Elements thing that's there too. Now, for me and Mark and Tan, we have like 2 big events coming up. Like I've got to, we've got to get Elements set up before chat ends and everything, and also I've got to get everything organized for Skype too when they shut down. So I just wanted to put that out there to everybody so that everybody knows that we are doing a lot of changes when it comes to that as well. So it sounds like the audio sounds good on D Live and on Twitch. Going to Kick now to check Kick out. Okay, Kick sounds good. YouTube has fired up. I'd also like to remind everybody too that we do have the Wonderful World of Weirdness on Discord, so that will always be there. If anybody wants to join with that, I believe I've been putting the information for the link in the description below. You guys are more than welcome to join there. And also, well, like I just said, we are on Minds.com for anybody who wants to join the groups on Minds.com. So there you go. So here we go. So here, X sounds good. So we have everything up and running. Now tonight, like I said, it's going to be strange stories and then ancient mysteries. Now, strange stories is interesting because I'm going to be continuing with my weird science videos, and tonight I'm talking about Vladimir Demikov. Now he was a Soviet scientist, and he was known for his controversial pioneering experiments in organ transplantation. Now there is other people that were involved with him that kind of got mixed in together. It's kind of like what I said with my last 2, where the tissue transplants for penises was mixed up with the Soviet ape project. There were 2 separate scientists. This one, Vladimir, he was mixed up with another person as well, and I'll go through that when I start. But that is going to be the topic tonight. Later on, I am going to come on and I am going to continue with ancient mysteries as well. So I will stop this stream once I'm done with it, and then I will go into that after that. Both of these episodes are going to actually be quite interesting, to be honest with you. So let me go ahead and make sure I got my coffee and get set up and ready to go. Like I said, I had an interesting weekend. Things got all out of whack. I was actually supposed to do something with Nancy Planeta, and I had to cancel it because of issues that happened with my mom. So, and then after everything was done there, it ended up being like 1:30 in the morning before I could get home, and I wasn't able to do my stream like I had hoped to do. after that. Besides, I didn't want to do it because it was a pretty bad day, you know, especially with the topics that I'm going to be going through. I really didn't want to do that at that time. So I've got one more minute. I'm going to start this at 11 o'clock. So we're going to have an interesting midnight back to back feature, I guess, for the wonderful world of weirdness here on Sunday night. Um, I was also going to join up with Naroki too, but I really did need to do this. So um, here we go. So here it is. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Strange Stories. Tonight, I am bringing you another story. My name is Roger Hanson, and this is the wonderful world of weirdness. Almost forgot to do that. Now, tonight, or the wonderful world of weirdness and strange stories. I need to point that out. I keep forgetting to say that. I'm also doing this not only for strange stories, but for strangeness on Strange Stories, my other platform that I have, or my other channel that I have on YouTube. So I've got Strange Stories and the wonderful world of weirdness. Now, if you want to see this in its full context later on, you can see this on Strange Stories. And this will never be edited out, but I am going to archive this. I'm going to edit it out and make it into 15-minute segments and put that on the wonderful world of weirdness later on so that you can catch it again on there. So you'll be able to see this again 2 times after the stream is done. So with that being said, I'm going to get into the topic. Tonight, I am going to continue my strange story topics of weird science, and I'm going to discuss Vladimir Dimitrov. Now, Vladimir Dimitrov was a Soviet scientist known for his controversial and pioneering experiments in organ transplantation. Now, his most infamous experiment was the creation of 2-headed dogs. This was conducted in the 1950s. Dimitrov performed multiple experiments where he surgically attached the head and front legs of a smaller dog onto the body of a larger dog. This was done by connecting the circulatory system of both dogs, allowing the second head to remain alive for a limited time. He would decapitate the smaller dog just below the shoulders, leaving its brain, front legs, and part of its chest intact. The smaller dog's head and upper torso were then grafted onto the side of a larger host dog. Blood vessels were carefully connected, ensuring blood flow to both heads. Now, the transplanted head was able to move, react, drink milk, and even attempt to bite, though it had no functional digestive system. The longest-lived 2-headed dog reportedly survived for about 2 months before before rejection and infection set in. Most experiments resulted in the dogs dying within a few days due to immune system rejection and complications. Now, while the experiments was grotesque by modern ethical standards, it played a role in advancing knowledge of organ transplantation and circulatory system connections. His work paved the way for successful human heart transplants, influencing Christian Barnard, the surgeon who performed the first human heart transplant in 1967. Now, his experiment also helped demonstrate the major challenges of organ rejection and transplantation. Even though that sounds like I do condone it, don't be fooled. I don't really condone this kind of practice that took place. And I found out in a lot of my research that it took place a lot. And that's kind of what this weird science part of Strange Stories is about. It's to kind of give everybody an idea of what animals and humans all went through in order for you to get a lot of these supposed advancements in the medical profession before it came here. So, just so you know, this is the kind of stuff that took place. None of this has to do with conspiracies at all. These are actual factual events that took place. If you have any doubt in what I'm saying here, just check it out. Do the research yourself, and you'll find out real quick that nothing that I say here is actually conspiracy theories or make-believe. This is actually real events that took place. So, with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and start talking about the ethical concerns that were involved in this. This stuff was considered highly unethical, and it still is, according to today's standards, due to extreme animal sufferings. There's a lot of suffering when it comes to what the animals had to go through with this. And there's no real medical benefit from creating conscious suffering chimeric animals, okay? There's no benefit from it whatsoever. Now, the Soviet Union at the time had very little oversight on animal experimentations, and they allowed such experiments to be conducted. So there was actually, they actually openly allowed it. So now, with that being said, I'm going to start talking a little bit, get more into it. I'm going to talk about the immune system and the rejection and complications that took place in Vladimir Demonov's two-headed dog experiments. They were primarily due to graft rejection, vascular complications, and infection. Major challenge in organ and tissue transplantation is the recipient's immune system recognizing the grafted tissues as foreign and then attacking it. Now, the smaller dog's head and upper body had a different genetic makeup from the host dog. Since immunosuppressive drugs like cyclosporine had not been developed, the host's immune system recognized the foreign tissue as an invader and mounted an aggressive response. White blood cells, primarily T cells, attack the grafted tissues, causing inflammation, necrosis, which is tissue death, and ultimately organ failure. Now, the second head and forelimbs started showing signs of rejection within days, including discoloration, loss of function, and eventual death. For the grafted head to survive, it needed a continuous and sufficient blood supply from the host body. However, Demikov's surgical methods had significant limitations. Blood clots would form in the newly connected arteries, cutting off oxygen to the transplanted tissues. The focus or the fusion of major blood vessels was imprecise, leading to slow blood flow, which caused ischemia, which is oxygen deprivation, and rapid tissue deterioration. The two-headed structure created a high demand for blood, but the larger host dog's circulatory system struggled to maintain proper pressure and perfusion of to both heads. Now, the surgical procedures at the time also lacked modern antiseptic and sterile techniques. Open wounds and exposed tissues from the grafting process allowed bacteria to enter the bloodstream. The infection would spread, leading to fever, organ failure, and death. Some of the dogs developed pus-like abscesses at the surgical sites. The second head retained partial brain activity but lacked full nervous system integration. It could move and drink but had no functional digestive system, meaning it couldn't process food. Now, since the host dog's brain controlled the body, the grafted head had no real motor control, causing disorganized and involuntary movements. Most two-headed dogs survived only a few days due to rejection and vascular failure, like I'd said previously. Now, the longest-lived experiment reportedly lasted about a month, but the transplanted head eventually died due to immune rejection and circulatory collapse. While considered horrific by modern ethical standards, Dimikov's work did influence later organ transplant researchers, including the first successful heart transplant in 1967. However, the lack of immunosuppressive drugs and advanced microsurgical techniques made his experiments doomed to fail in the long run. Now, experiments like Vladimir Dimikov's two-headed dog were significant despite their ethical concerns because they demonstrated that vascular connections could be surgically altered and maintained, at least temporarily. Now, his methods of reconnecting arteries, veins, and nerves helped develop techniques in modern heart, lung, and liver transplants. His pioneering work in heart and lung transplantation inspired surgeons like Christian Bernard, who I just mentioned before, who performed the first successful human heart transplant, and that was in 1967. Now, his experiments also contributed to better techniques in anastomosis. That's the suturing blood vessels together, which is essential in modern transplants. Now, for a lot of his contributions, they weren't really for the successes that he had. It was for the failures that he had. So, I want to emphasize that there was a lot of suffering going on with animals when it comes to this. I don't want to take that away from the fact, but I do want to say that later on, these people actually used the information that was done because of these experiments to advance in the research that took place later on. So, since most of his grafts failed due to immune rejection, his work helped demonstrate the need for immunosuppressive drugs, leading to the development of cyclosporin in the 1970s. Now, many unethical and disturbing experiments in medical science took place before and after Dimikov's work. Alex Carrel in 1910 developed surgical techniques for blood vessel anastomosis and experimented with organ transplantation in animals. He kept tissues alive outside the body, laying the groundwork for later organ preservation. Soviet scientist Sergei Bryakhohenko. Now, this is the guy who I always have a hard time saying his last name, for one, but he's the guy I also wanted to bring up who gets confused with Vladimir. Now, a lot of people mix these two Soviet scientists up too because their research was really, really closely connected to one another. Well, not connected to one another, but like the stories intertwined now. But understand these are two separate scientists that did this. Um, this guy is the one who was really big on wanting to create the iron lung. So, just so we know. But he created the autojector. It's a primitive heart lung machine to keep a severed dog's head alive for minutes, even reacting to stimuli. This was used to advance knowledge of artificial circulation and uh, resuscitation techniques. Now, after him, we get into the Nazis' freezing and pressure chamber experiments conducted at Dachau concentration camp, DACHAU concentration camp, where prisoners were subjected to extreme cold and low pressure experiments to study survival techniques for German pilots. After that, we also had Dr. Joseph Mengele's twin experiments, which conducted cruel genetic experiments on twins at Auschwitz, injecting them with chemicals and performing unnecessary surgeries. Now, besides that, you had the Japanese Imperial Army that conducted live vivisections, biological warfare tests, and frostbite experiments on prisoners of war. Now, going on from that, after Japan, you had the CIA's MK Ultra project, which took place between the 1950s and the 1970s and believed to still be taking place today. But according to the early experiments that took place, they conducted mind control experiments using LSD, hypnosis, and sensory deprivation on unwitting subjects. Now, I know MK Ultra is involved a lot with a lot of conspiracy theory, but understand that MK Ultra was a real project, and these are things that took place within MK Ultra that have been confirmed. These are facts. These are not fiction. They're not conspiracy theories. This is what took place. So, after saying that, I do want to move on to Robert White in the 1970s, who successfully transplanted the head of one monkey onto another monkey's body. The monkey regained consciousness but was paralyzed from the neck down and died soon after due to immune rejection. Then we have the U.S. and the Soviet Union, who exposed soldiers and prisoners to high radiation doses to test nuclear effects. Now, while grotesque, these experiments did contribute to organ transplantation advancements, which involved better vascular connections and rejection research. Anesthetic and resuscitation improvements, such as early versions of life support machines. Besides that, there was stronger ethical guidelines that were put down because of these things, which led to informed consent laws and banning human experimentation without oversight. Now, I am going to be diving into that more too as we go along, because I want to kind of go over these supposed consent laws and these bans of human experimentations without oversight a little bit more. But before we do that, I want to discuss necrosis and what that entails. Now, necrosis is the premature, uncontrollable death of cells and tissues, often due to injury, injection, or lack of blood supply. Unlike apoptosis, a natural programmed form of cell death, necrosis is pathological and typically triggers inflammation. The cause of necrosis is what one thing that we should know. Okay, now necrosis it can result from various conditions. Okay, ischemia, which is the lack of blood flow, and that would good examples of that would be like a heart attack or a stroke or gangrene. Okay, and yes, we will be talking about gangrene. Now, the blood supply is usually cut off, starving tissues or oxygen, and it starves tissues of oxygen and nutrients. Now, another cause could be trauma and mechanical injury, and that would be like burns, crush injuries, or frostbite. Physical destruction of cells disrupt their function, basically. Another cause could be infection. This would entail flesh-eating bacteria, necrotizing fasciitis, I guess is what it would be called. And that would be tubular collosis. And that entails bacteria and viruses that destroy tissues directly or via toxins. Another cause could be chemical or toxin exposure, and that would be from like snake venom, drug overdose, things of that nature. Cocaine, which causes vasoconstriction. Vasoconstriction is what they call it, leading to necrosis. That's a good example of what happens with drug overdoses. So, and a good example of that would be like harsh substances, poison, or like burn cells. Yeah, like harsh substances, poison, or burn cells because of the overdose or because of the snake venom, poisons, stuff like that. So now also there's autoimmune disorders, and a good example of that would be like lupus, and that can cause vasculitis, leading to necrotic tissue. And of course, there's radiation exposure, which a good example is radiation therapy and its side effects. Radiation damage DNA, leading to cell death. So you're going to get cell death whenever you're like a cancer patient going in to get radiation for cancer treatment and stuff of that nature. So now, after we get done with that, I want to talk about the types of necrosis. There's the coagulative necrosis, and that's the most common. It's caused by ischemia, which is lack of blood supply. Now, the appearance of this and what it looks like is it's a firm, pale tissue. It's usually seen in heart attacks. And the cells lose their structure but retain shape for a while. It's common in heart, kidney, and spleen due to high protein content. Now, after that, you have liquefactive necrosis, and that is caused by bacterial infections and strokes. Again, with strokes. and it looks like a pus-filled soft tissues seen in brain infarcts. So the process of all that is white blood cells flood the area, releasing enzymes that liquefy tissue. And it's common in brain, lung, and abscesses. So after that, we have caseous necrosis, and that's cheese-like. Um, that's the really cheesy kind of looking uh, necrosis, and that's caused by tuberculosis or TB. It's commonly called TB as an abbreviation, and it looks like a white, cheesy-like material common in the lungs. What happens there, the process behind that is body walls off the infection, creating granulomas, which is dead tissue surrounded by immune cells. So you have that, and then you have the fat necrosis, and that's caused by trauma to fat-rich areas like the breast or the pancreas. Now, this in appearance is chalky with white deposits. Um, uh, and the process behind this is damaged fat cells re- that release fatty acids. This combined with calcium forms like a soap-like. It forms soap-like deposits. So after that, we go to fibrinoid necrosis, and this is called by immune rejection. Uh, that's autoimmune diseases and severe hypertension, things of that nature. Now, this looks pink, fibrin-like deposits, which are in blood vessels. And the process behind this is the immune system attacks blood vessel walls, which leads to leaking and necrosis. Now, this is where we start getting into the bad stuff, the real yucky stuff. This is the gangrenous necrosis, large-scale tissue death. And this is caused by severe ischemia or bacterial infections. There's 3 different types, and those types are dry gangrene, which is black, and it's got black shriveled skin. That's usually caused because of frostbite or diabetes. Then you have wet gangrene, which is oozing, and it's also foul smelling. Now, this is caused by bacterial infections. Then you have gas gangrene, which is caused by Clostridium bacteria, which produces gas bubbles in tissues. Now, the effects of necrosis is this. Now, the immune system responds with swelling and redness. Then dead tissues become a breeding ground for bacteria. Now, if necrosis affects muscles, nerves, or organs, permanent disabilities may result. Widespread tissue death can lead to systemic infection and organ failure. Now, for treatment and management, there's surgical removal. That's disbridgement, cutting away dead tissues. Then you have just straight up amputation in severe cases, such as gangrene. Now, antibiotics can be used to prevent or treat the infections. Then you have hyperbaric oxygen therapy, which is used in gas gangrene to kill anaerobic I have a hard time with that. Anaerobic bacteria. Bacteria. After that, you have revascularization, which is restoring blood flow. That would be angioplasty or ischemic limbs. So then that's what you got right there. Revascularization is what it is. And that's restoring blood flow through angioplasty or ischemic limbs. Now, immune rejection occurs when the body's immune system recognizes transplanted tissue or an implanted foreign structure as non-self and attacks it. Now, this response is driven by T cells and antibodies that recognize foreign antigens on donor cells. Now, there's different types of immune rejection as well. There is the hyperacute rejection that happens within minutes to hours, and that's caused by pre-existing antibodies that attack the transplant immediately. It's also caused by blood vessels clotting and cutting off circulation. Vascular thrombosis is what that's called. Now, the usual result for that is transplanted organs die from ischemia, which is lack of blood flow. And incompatible blood types in organ transplants is another issue. Then there's acute rejection. That happens from days to weeks. It's caused by T cells that attack donor cells. Inflammation damages blood vessels and organ tissues, resulting in organ failure unless treated with immunosuppressants. I am going to get into the immunosuppressants as well so that you guys kind of get an idea about what that's about. Now, after that, you have chronic rejection. This happens from months to years. This is caused by long-term immune attacks, which lead to fibrosis, which is scar tissue formation. Blood vessels narrow, and that's called vasculopathy or vasculopathy. That reduces the oxygen supply, resulting in organs gradually losing function. Now, Vladimir Burmakov's two-headed dog experiment had to do with the immune system of the host dog attacked the transplanted second head. The rejection caused blood clotting, inflammation, and necrosis, leading to death. Now, you have to understand, too, that there were other experiments that took place as well. There was pig-to-human organ transplants, which required genetic modifications, which reduce immune rejection. This was going on back then as well. There were quite a few of these experiments that just didn't happen in the 1900s either. Like, they go back into the 1800s too. As a matter of fact, Mary Shelley, I believe was her name, the one who did Frankenstein. She was inspired because of these kind of surgeries that took place back in the 1800s, which actually resulted in her being inspired to write the book Frankenstein, just so you guys know. So whenever I'm discussing this is actually what I am getting into and discussing. I'm going down that road. You know what I mean? Discussing that topic. So now after that, I want to go forward with this because we still got a ways to go. Now, circulatory collapse occurs when the blood flow drops so severely that the body cannot deliver oxygen to tissues, leading to shock, organ failure, and death. Causes of circulatory collapse is septic shock, which is infection related. Now, that is when bacteria releases toxins that cause blood vessel dilation, and fluid leakage, which results in blood pressure drop, which results in blood pressure dropping. You know, organs don't get enough oxygen, stuff like that. Uh, Hemorrhagic shock is another thing, which is blood loss. That's caused by severe bleeding that reduces total blood volume, resulting in the fact that the heart can't pump enough blood to maintain circulation. Now, after that, you also have neurogenic shock, which is nervous system damage. And that's caused by spinal cord injuries, which prevents blood vessels from constricting, resulting in extreme blood vessel dilation and causes a sudden drop in pressure. Now, after that, you also have cardiogenic shock, which is heart failure, and that's caused by the heart being too weak to pump blood after a heart attack, for example, you know, things of that nature. Now, that's resulted because of the blood stagnates, leading to organ failure eventually. Anaphylactic shock is basically like a severe allergy, and that's caused by allergic reactions, which cause widespread blood vessel dilation and fluid loss. And that usually results in swelling, low blood pressure, and difficulty breathing. Then you have organ rejection. Basically, it comes down to this. You have organ rejection, inflammation, blood vessel damage, circulatory collapse. Now, if an immune response blocks blood vessels in a transplanted organ, it can lead to ischemia and necrosis. If enough organ systems fail, circulatory collapse follows, leading to shock and death. Now, immunosuppressants are drugs that reduce the body's immune response to prevent rejection of transplanted organs or tissues. Now, they are essential in organ transplants, autoimmune disease treatment, and xenotransplantation, which is cross-species transplants. And here is where I'm wanting to get into the types of immunosuppressant drugs. First, you have calcineurin inhibitors, which is CNIs. That is stuff like cyclosporin and tacrolimus, and this blocks T cell activation by inhibiting calcineurin calcineurin, a protein needed for immune signaling. It prevents the body from attacking transplanted tissues, but the side effects are kidney toxicity, high blood pressure, increased infection risk. Now, after that, you have anti-proliferative agents. Now, that would be like you have mycophenolate, mofetil, which is MMF. And then you have azathioprine, which is AZATHIOPRINE. And this inhibits DNA synthesis in T and B cells, preventing immune activation. It slows immune system response without completely shutting it down. The side effects to that is bone marrow suppression, increased infection risk. So then after those two, we come to mTOR inhibitors. This is sirolimus, which is rapamycin, rapamycin, and this is everolimus. And this blocks the mTOR pathway, preventing T cell growth. And it reduces immune activity while promoting blood vessel health in transplanted organs. The side effects for this is delayed wound healing and metabolic tissues. Now, this one is the one that I've heard of the most. This is corticosteroids, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people have heard of corticosteroids, but this is the one that I've heard the most of. And this involves prednisone, methylprednisolone, and it's supposed to reduce inflammation by suppressing multiple immune pathways. The effect is short-term immune suppression to prevent acute rejection, and the side effects is weight gain, osteoporosis, and diabetes, and there's also mood changes. Yeah, so after that, there is monoclonal antibodies, targeted immunotherapy is what it basically is. Now this has basiliximab, which is anti-IL-2, and then it has rituximab, which is RITUXIMAB, and that's anti-CD20. Now, this specifically blocks immune system signals that trigger rejection. The effects provides precision immune suppression with fewer side effects. And the side effects are flu-like symptoms, increased infection, and with increased infection risk. So after that, I want to get into microsurgery. Microsurgery involves using precision instruments and magnification to perform delicate surgeries, particularly for vascular connections, nerve repair, and organ transplantation. Now, vascular anastomosis, which is blood vessel connection, involves micro sutures, very fine stitches, or surgical glues, which are used to connect donor and recipient blood vessels under a microscope. It's essential in heart, liver, kidney, and limb transplants to restore blood flow. Now, the advancements are the use of lasers instead of stitches to create precise vessel connections. Then there's also the ability to create custom-made blood vessels, which help reduce rejection risks and stuff of that nature. So they can actually make custom-made vessels instead of transplanting blood vessels and stuff of that nature, which that's kind of crazy as well. But after that, we have nerve regeneration and transplantation. Now, this method is a microsurgical suturing of severed nerves to restore function. Now, the application for it is like hand transplants, facial reconstruction, spinal cord injury repair, and stuff of that nature. The advancements in that is stem cell enhanced nerve grafts that improve recovery. Then you have bioengineering nerve conduits that help to guide nerve regrowth. Bioengineering and stem cell research, basically. So, composite tissue transplantation is another thing that's face and limb transplants. The method behind that is multiple tissues like skin, muscle, bone, nerves. They are transplanted as a unit. Now, the application behind that is that face transplants are for like severe trauma victims, and hand transplants are for like amputees. This requires a lifelong immunosuppressive regimen, and that's due to high rejection risks. So after that, you also come to 3D blueprinting and tissue engineering. Now, the method behind that is that it uses 3D printed scaffolds made from biological materials to regenerate tissues. The application for that is printing skin grafts for burn victims, creating customized organs like kidneys and hearts, using patients' own cells to reduce rejection, of course. And then there is microsurgery that allows precise transplantation of organs and limbs. And then there also is newer methods like 3D blueprinting, which aim to reduce the need for lifelong immunosuppression. Cyclosporin is a powerful immunosuppressive drug primarily used to prevent organ rejection in transplant patients. It was first discovered in 1971 from the fungus Tolypocladium inflatum, and became a breakthrough treatment in transplantation medicine during the 1980s. Cyclosporin works by targeting the immune system's T cells, which are key players in organ rejection. It specifically inhibits calcineurin, an enzyme necessary for activating T lymphocytes. Now, by blocking calcineurin, cyclosporin prevents the production of interleukin 2, which is IL-2, a cytokine that signals T cells to multiply and attack foreign tissues. This suppression reduces the body's ability to mount an immune response against transplanted organs. Now, cyclosporin prevents rejection of kidney, liver, heart, lung, and bone marrow. It treats conditions like rheumatoid arthritis, psoriasis, and Crohn's disease. It's usually used in ophthalmic drops, which is Restasis, to treat chronic dry eye syndrome. Uh, Cyclosporin is typically taken orally uh, by capsule or liquid for organ transplant patients or autoimmune diseases. It is also done intravenously in cases where oral intake isn't possible, uh, and you can also take it topically as eye drops for certain inflammatory eye conditions. Now, cyclosporin has several serious side effects due to its broad suppression of the immune system. You have nephrotoxicity, which is kidney damage. Most common side effects affecting up to 25% of patients. You have hypertension, which is high blood pressure, and it often requires additional medication. You also have increased infection risk due to a weakened immunity. Then you have gingival hyperplasia, which is overgrowth of gum tissue. Then you have tremors and neurological tissues, which may cause hand tremors, headaches, and seizures. Now, you also have what they call hirsutism, which is excessive hair growth, especially in female patients. Before cyclosporin, organ rejection was a common and often fatal complication. Its introduction in the 1980s revolutionized transplant medicine, significantly improving survival rates and making organ transplantation a more viable long-term treatment. Cyclosporin is now often combined with other immunosuppressants like tacrolimus, mycophenolate mofetil, corticosteroids to create multi-drug regimens that lower the risk of rejection while minimizing side effects. Newer immunosuppressive drugs have been developed by cyclosporin. Many newer immunosuppressive drugs have been developed, but cyclosporin remains a cornerstone of transplant therapy. While modern ethical standards and informed consent laws have significantly strengthened protections against irregular human experiments, there have been instances where ethically questionable research has taken place, often in loopholes, gray areas, or outside traditional regulatory oversights. Now, this is where I start talking about some of the stuff that originally was supposed to be discussed in this. I'm going to hold off on a week before I post this on Strange Stories because I've already gotten a warning on that channel. But right here is where I've been kind of debating on putting it on a live stream when it comes to YouTube. But I think it's safe to do. I hope it is, at least, because I am sick of hearing about. First of all, I don't like the fact that I'm getting warnings because I just even mention this stuff. You know what I mean? Like, this has absolutely nothing to do with false information or nothing. This is straight up research that is that has been verified. You know what I mean? There is no misinformation that's being brought up in this. Like I said, if you guys have any issues with this and you don't believe anything that is being said here, do the research and find out for yourself. This isn't conspiracy theories or anything of that nature. So um, I don't know. I'm actually kind of debating on just shutting off my stream at this point for YouTube because I don't know for sure if I want to continue doing the rest of this on there. So I will continue to do the stream on Rumble though, but I really don't know for sure if I want to do that. Um, but yeah, okay, yeah, I'll go ahead and continue from this point on. Now, this has to do with corporations and pharmaceuticals that have been crossing the line when it comes to the ethical standards that have been set down by freaking the medical profession as well as the countries that they do businesses in. So let me go ahead and get into this when it has concerns about loopholes, gray areas, and outside traditional regulatory oversight. There's various military programs that have historically pushed the boundaries of human testing, often in classified research. Now, you have the U.S. Department of Defense, for example, that has conducted experiments in behavioral control, biological exposure, and cognitive enhancements. While modern oversight has improved classified projects, classified project makes full transparency difficult. In some developing countries, pharmaceutical trials are conducted under looser ethical oversight, sometimes with poorly informed participants. In 2017, reports surfaced that experimental vaccines and drugs were tested on patients in Africa and India without fully informed consent. Ethical concerns often revolve around participants not being made aware of risks or not understanding the nature of the experimental treatments. Recent studies have involved cultural human brain cells and even attempting to connect lab-grown neurons to AI systems. While these do not yet involve full human experimentation, some bioethicists warn that as we move towards more advanced neural experimentation, informed consent might be bypassed in covert research settings. Unregulated biohackers and private researchers sometimes experiment on themselves or volunteers without institutional oversight. Some extreme cases include people injecting unapproved genetic modifications or testing experimental nootropic drugs to boost intelligence. International agreements like the Declaration of Helsinki and the Belmont Report set strict standards for ethical research, but enforcement varies by countries. Loopholes exist, especially in private-funded, non-disclosed research where consent procedures may not be fully transparent. Here are some of the most controversial modern experiments and ethical debates related to human experimentation, biotechnology, and medical ethics. Chinese scientist He Jiankui used CRISPR CAS9 gene editing technology to alter the DNA of human embryos, which were then implanted, leading to the birth of twin girls. He claimed he modified the CCR5 gene to make them resistant to HIV, but the scientific community widely condemned the experiment for ethical violations, lack of oversight, unknown long-term effects, and stuff like that. And then potential unintended mutations. Lack of informed consent. Parents may not have fully understood the risk. He Jinkai was sentenced to 3 years in prison and banned from conducting further research. While germline editing, modifying embryos, is widely banned, some scientists advocate for controlled trials for disease prevention. The biggest concern is designer babies using gene editing for enhancing intelligence, physical traits, or strength. Scientists created synthetic human embryos without sperm or eggs using stem cells. These embryos were not implanted, but raise ethical questions about whether they should be granted legal rights. Some fear secret implantation attempts could occur without regulatory oversight. Scientists have successfully grown mammal fetuses in external artificial wombs. Some bioethicists worry this technology could lead to fetus farming or organ harvesting. Military research into accelerated human development. Testing controversial gene modifications outside human wombs. Scientists have grown brain organoids, small clumps of human brain cells, that show brain activity similar to premature infants. In 2019, researchers connected these organoids to mouse brains, and they integrated into the neural circuits, raising concerns. Could these mini brains become conscious? Could lab-grown brains be used for AI-enhanced intelligence? DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, has funded experiments to enhance human cognition using brain-computer interfaces. Some leaked reports suggest brain stimulation experiments on soldiers to enhance reaction time and memory, raising military bioethics concerns. Several pharmaceutical companies have been caught testing experimental drugs in developing countries without fully informed consent. In the 1990s, Pfizer tested an unapproved antibiotic Trovan on Nigerian children without properly informing families, leading to deaths and disabilities. Vulnerable populations are often targeted for risky drug trials because they have less access to legal protections. Scientists have successfully grown cells inside of animal embryos like pigs and monkeys to study organ transplants. Some of the concerns include if a monkey has human neurons, does it have human-like intelligence? Also, secret military research into creating enhanced soldiers or spies with mixed traits. A Chinese-American research team created the first human-monkey hybrid embryo, keeping it alive for 20 days in a lab. While the stated goal was organ growth, many fear undisclosed experiments. Now, the CIA's MK Ultra program, which took place in between the 1950s and 1970s, secretly tested mind-altering drugs, hypnosis, and sensory deprivation on unwitting subjects. Some declassified documents suggest research never fully stopped, and modern programs use AI-driven psychological conditions through social media. Also, advanced brain stimulation to alter emotions and decision making. Some private organizations, like the Nobel Prize Sperm Bank, have tried to create a superior gene pool by only allowing high IQ or physically gifted donors. Um, the ethical concerns that were raised there is, would designer babies be considered superior citizens? Would this lead to discrimination against natural born people? While modern bioethics laws exist, loopholes remain in classified research, private biotech labs, and developing nations. Some scientists push ethical boundaries with gene editing, brain research, and synthetic biology, leading to potential secret trials. So that right there is what I wanted to do when it comes to this topic. I could have gotten deeper into a lot of this when it comes to the iron lung and things of that nature, but this is something that I've really wanted to get out. But at the same time, it gets pretty deep and pretty dark. There's an entire history of this stuff, okay, when it comes to weird science, and especially with surgeons. The techniques and the experiments that took place in order for people to learn what they've learned in surgery is just completely outlandish. It's more than Frankenstein. It's actually a lot more than Frankenstein when you really get into this stuff and you start researching it. So I was able to make this to an hour and 15 minutes, and I'm glad that I was able to do that. Sorry it took me so long to get this out. Like I said, I've been having issues uh, right now in personal issues that are going on. So I hope you guys did enjoy it. Galactic Fire T-shirts, thanks for making a comment on Rumble. Thanks for everybody on Rumble and on Beam who stopped in to watch the stream. Got 3 viewers on Beam, 5 on Rumble, and Galactic Fire made a comment. I appreciate that. Also, I have 5 views on X, and thanks to Free OX who just followed me on D Live, and I believe that's it. I believe I've got everything done. We've had 42 views on YouTube, and I've had 1, sometimes 2 viewers on YouTube. Thanks for that as well. So with that being said, I'm going to end this. I'm coming back here in a little bit to do my second feature, which is going to be ancient history. So if you guys stick around, I should be back on later, and I'm going to go back over more of Canaanite religion tonight and things of that nature, so that I can kind of be thorough about that before I move forward with the stuff that I'm doing. So this is going to be another interesting night when it comes to ancient mysteries for me too. So if you guys want to stick around, I will be back in a little bit. Thank you for watching, and I am going to end this stream.
and
She's
you were
going out of space. That whole thing was a simulation. Those people didn't go.
but
I mean, Biden.
Well,
You want to talk about Hollywood conspiracies? There is a conspiracy there because they came back in that thing and the capsule wasn't even burnt up and the door didn't open from the right side and they probably just went into one of those things where you lose gravity for a second and they had an image superimposed of space behind it.
Well, and
But I don't think.
Gail
And they were
King,
wearing like makeup and stuff and all their jewelry and stuff. Like you're not supposed to be doing that.
right?
They
And I
didn't.
heard
They,
get canceled because of it too. Because I never did like her, but Katy Perry in that thing was she looked like an AI. But yeah,
yeah.
there was a lot of criticism because they spent so much money supposedly too, and everybody's just
They don't even have any footage of the rocket they were on supposedly taking off. And the one video they subbed it for doesn't even look real. Not even they don't even try to make it look good.
I mean,
and they were going on women's rights or something like back when
Well, like they were the first female astronauts. Oh, come on.
But
was a
seriously,
astronaut.
though, I mean, you guys don't think it's something that it was literally shaped like a freaking penis, dude.
I didn't see
Well,
that.
yeah, there was that too, but
Oh, I mean,
aren't all rockets kind of shaped like penises though? I mean,
okay. The first all-women supposed crew that goes into outer space flies out of the freaking orbit of Earth in a spaceship the shape of a freaking penis, dude. Seriously.
Yeah, I think it's kind of weird. I never thought about that. But
yeah, I didn't think about that. That's not very feministic. It's not very
Yeah, it's
gonna go over well with the feminists.
well, I mean, it's weird shit like that. That's what I'm talking about, and that's what goes on these days, and people just go freaking nuts over it. You know what I mean? It's like,
people were upset about that one though. That didn't go over like they thought it was going to.
No, it was.
Yeah.
That went over about as well as Beyonce being country.
Yeah, her concert too. Happened to cancel and give money back on tickets and everything else.
What country stars or what did the country fans do? Did they like throw stuff at her and everything?
Well, a lot of
nobody.
But the problem is, I think they were thinking she was going to play some of her pop music, and they weren't pleased with her. Even though when she played the country stuff, they said she just is not put on the performance she usually does, and the tickets were too expensive. So a lot of them were wanting their money back. It's a lot of her fans, amazingly,
I don't think anybody who's really a country fan is going to go see Beyonce in concert, especially to sing country. Because she just isn't. The whole thing was a fuck you to people who actually do like country music. But nothing more, nothing less.
She's just kind of going through the motions. Like usually her show's good, but she's not really putting much effort into it either. I don't know. I've never seen her in concert, but yeah. Well, her whole thing being associated with Jay-Z has pretty much tarnished her image, and it's tarnished his too. I don't think they're going to be able to come back from it very well, even if they don't get implicated in something.
Well, I mean, with P. Diddy, I also want to point something out. I had to clear up something that I'd said previously, or I've said quite a few times, and I think I should probably say it here too, but I found out that the baby oil was not actually bought from Costco's.
What? Where is it bought from?
I for some reason thought that there was a receipt, a physical receipt that was given to him.
They did say that. Didn't they say that?
That's what I was.
They did say that.
That's what I was under the impression of. But then I found out that the rumors actually started because his lawyer heard or was asked about the baby oil, and he goes, 1,000 bottles of baby oil. He's like, who the heck would buy $1,000 of baby oil? And besides, Costco's is just down the street, and that's apparently where it all started.
Okay.
So
what else?
But
Uh,
and then I thought about it. I was like, I mean, where I saw that was actually off of a video. And I mean, if somebody wanted to, I mean, if you take a look at it, most AIs do that stuff where you say receipt and it shows an AI footage of a
yeah,
receipt being handed off. So I don't know. I have to look at that video again to see if it was actually him, like a receipt laying down somewhere and what it says on there.
yeah,
But that's
Well,
why.
there's so much going on with that. There's so much going on with that whole Diddy thing that we haven't even heard yet because a lot of stuff's held back and as the trial unfolds too. So
Yeah.
it's really hard for the general public to know what the truth is and isn't right now, especially.
yeah. There's some people reporting on it, what's going on, but it's just turned into a big circus. But yeah, um,
Well, I did find out that there was not only baby oil, but there was something like Astroglide that was involved.
Through glide.
So apparently he had like crap loads of freaking baby oil stored up and Astroglide. And at first I thought might have been like for slip and slide kind of things where you put it on there.
oh, and that there was this one
We all
guy,
know what it was for.
huh?
We all know what it was for.
Well, I mean,
Well, there was
I'm just saying, I really didn't understand what Astroglide was actually used for in. Unrelated P Diddy freaking.
oh,
You know what I mean? I have not
oh.
that's the first time I even heard of Astroglide. Like,
Well,
what's he got these girls doing, man? You know what I mean? Like,
well, not just he was doing other stuff too. And there was this guy, and there's the lawsuit's still out there. I saw it on YouTube. He's saying that he ended up at a party. I don't know who he is, but he said he ended up at this party and that he did something wrong and that Diddy was humiliating him, and he was taken underneath the mansion into this room, and they put weird stuff on his head and they were doing weird things. But he said Beyonce and Jay-Z was there, and what's that woman that used to do the Miami Sound Machine? Emilio Estevez, his wife. She was there, but she wasn't like
Gloria Estefan.
Gloria. Yeah, he said she saw him and he was drugged. And he said that she said to her husband, somebody needs to do something about him. What is going on? And he said, don't worry about it. And so they took him into this room and they supposedly humiliated him and raped him. And I guess it was supposed to be Jay-Z and Diddy, but he said Beyonce had something to do with it too. And then Emilio Estevez and his wife, I guess they knew something, but they went on weren't participants. I guess they thought that Diddy was taking care of things with him because they knew that he was out of it. So everybody was laughing about it, and they were laughing at him. This has been a few months ago. Everybody was laughing. They said he's just nuts. This guy's obviously delusional, even though Diddy's crazy. Well, now in the trial, it's coming up. It's come up quite a few times. Usher even said it, that in this mansion, there's 3 different types, 3 rooms down there underneath the mansion that are like, I don't know if they're like torture chambers or sexual rooms, but Usher said he didn't see much of them because he didn't participate, but he said Diddy showed the rooms to him, said you're not ready for this or something. And then also Cassie said something about it. So now they're thinking, well, maybe this guy's not so crazy anyway, after all. Because
that was Candace Owens, I think, did a video about that, didn't she? Because you sent me a video. That guy was charged with killing somebody back in like 2017, and he was talking about it at his trial back then, and everybody thought he was nuts. And now it's coming out that it actually he was talking about what did happen.
It might.
I can't remember what his name was.
But
another thing.
It's really weird. People I think they're starting to believe him, and I think that lawsuit's still out there, but there's so much going on, you know.
Well, you said Emilio Estevez. You know what that also kind of runs into too, don't you?
No.
It goes into those claims that Corey Haim made about Charlie Sheen taking and molesting him when he was freaking he ended up committing suicide, or a lot of people say that it wasn't suicide, his family and everything, but
oh yeah, Corey, another one. What was the else? They said he
was a child actor, wasn't he?
Yep. It was Charlie Sheen. He accused of freaking doing all that stuff to him, and he didn't have a good relationship with his parents when he was alive, and then when he ended up passing away, they started saying, "Oh no, he didn't commit suicide, and he wasn't molested or anything like that." You know what I mean? And Corey Feldman screamed from the top of his lungs, "No, this is what happened." And to this day, people still refuse to listen to him. They don't want to hear that Charlie Sheen molested Corey Feldman. Or Corey Haim.
Yeah, and
Corey Haim.
Well, Charlie Sheen
yeah,
and too. So, you know, that's another one that went off the deep end for a while, but actually did.
Yeah, what happened? What exactly happened to him? What's going on with him these days? He dropped off the face of the earth, and you never hear from him anymore.
Who, Charlie Sheen?
Yeah, I know he had HIV last I heard, but that's the last I heard, and now I don't hear nothing about him anymore.
Well, if you remember correctly, though, he had HIV, and then he started freaking doing shit where he was having sex with women while he had HIV, and they put him on house arrest because of it, and that and drugs.
But but now he's
like he's charged with isn't it, if you have HIV and you're knowingly giving it to people through sex like that, that's like bioterrorism or something, isn't it?
Well, yeah, it's against the law, but I don't think he was really ever charged with anything. I think he's just of course he had to retire from the show because he botched that all up, but I guess he's just, you know, calmed down by now. I mean, yeah.
I don't know.
Oh man,
but there was that thing about him having HIV and giving it to women. That leads me to another interesting topic that was on my list about there was the Grim Reaper, and she was a mystery woman in Hollywood who was spreading HIV to male celebrities by sleeping around with them. She supposed that was another Arthur Fleck video, and he said he knew who it was, and he knew all the celebrities she had given it to, but he didn't say who she was, obviously. But was it? I wonder if it's somebody that got it. She said she got it when she was 17.